Previously on Super Week.
There we go, they kill the Nexus, and Dignitas have ended Curse's undefeated streak.
Dignitas just captured the win streak that Curse used to have.
When you take down someone that's undefeated, you always feel pretty nice.
I don't feel exhausted. I can't get enough.
Bottom right corner, and it's going to be the Nexus going down. Marn going to upset CLG.
They pick up their second win of the season.
We're just finally starting to come together as a team.
Marn is alone 5 strong inside of TSM's base. This is going to be their second upset victory. The surrender comes in. Congratulations, Marn.
I believe it's time to bring back the verb marned.
They upset us, and we were really surprised.
They got knocked on their butts.
Everyone just needs to calm down, really. The Super Week's not over.
The second Nexus turret. The Nexus is open, and Team Solo Mid coming back on this one in an hour-long game to take down Vulcun.
Accessing. Thank you for waiting. Accessing. Thank you for waiting. Accessing.
Happy Mac Day, everyone. We're excited to report that League of Legends is now available natively on the Mac.
Cool. Looks like you can finally delete boot camp.
That's right, and we're pretty exciting, right? We've got plenty of excitement lined up for you as well. We're back on the North American LCS. I'm Rivington Bislin III, and here with Sam, Kobe24, Hartman Kensler. Today has already been a blockbuster day in the EU LCS with the Copenhagen Wolves picking up an emotional first win and Gambit rolling over Evil Geniuses. And now it begins again for us here in North America. So far, it's been quite a super week. We had 12 intense games on Wednesday. Yesterday certainly didn't disappoint either.
No, it looks like we have a new top team in Dignitas taking out Curse. Actually, Curse lost twice, didn't they?
Two of those games, yeah.
So they broke their streak pretty harshly. Marn, the new team in the spotlight, though, they got a 3-win streak going for them, so everybody's going to have to look out.
Let's see what everybody can pull off. Okay, so now let's take a closer look at everything that happened here yesterday.
The first matchup of the day set TSM against Vulcun for the 3rd time of the season, with TSM picking up the previous 2 wins. This game was an intense 60-minute battle. Let's jump right into the action. All the momentum was on Vulcan's side, and behind Mandatory Cloud's luck snipes, they were able to siege TSM's base.
Under their turret, Chad. They don't even care it's there. They're taking pictures of it. Dyrus could be going down here. Smithy tanking the turret one more time. He goes down. Didn't have spiders that time. This base is open.
Just as it looked like Vulcan would walk away with the win, a resilient TSM turned the tables. This time it was Reginald with the snipe that would lead to a Baron for Team Solo Mid.
Reginald's gonna be able to snipe him out as he comes around a ward. They continue to do Baron. Looks like Team Solo Mid may be able to put Vulcan on tilt here.
The experience of TSM was too much for Vulcan to overcome. And at 60 minutes, Solo Mid took a final Baron, giving them the win in a marathon of a match.
His team mandatory cloud just gets the shield on. Oh my gosh, no, it's not enough. The living artillery is there at the full damage now. This does not look good, Jet. They get 2 huge kills. Team Solo Mid coming back on this one in an hour-long game to take down Vulcun.
Wow, 88,000 to 81,000 gold, 62 minutes. They are exhausted after that one.
In the second game of the day, a red-hot Dignitas faced off against a struggling Complexity. Dignitas bullied Complexity all over the map.
Loud Mortis taking so much to stand aside, hits the dive in, the last shield from Shen keeps Loud Mortis alive with a sliver. The ultimate coming in takes him down. PewDiePie picks up another one, 2-0 and 1 already.
This is brutal. I bet you Complexity really just wanted that 1 kill. Like, can you give him 1 kill, Crumbs? You're living with the guys. Give him a kill.
Dignitas would go on to take the Nexus in under 20 minutes.
Dignitas looks to continue their win streak here to 9 games in a row, and they will be able to thwart Complexity on a win.
They didn't even give them a chance to surrender. They ended the game before 20 minutes.
A 1-9 Good Game University squared off against a Marn who were fresh off a huge upset win over TSM. Marn got the upper hand early after a failed gank by Zion Spartan's Fizz gave a kill to Heartbeat's Tristana. There's a Sonic Crescendo, Zion getting dropped dangerously low. Look at the pressure from Heartbeat. He picks up the kill just off a crowd control chain. Holy crap. A beautiful initiation from Marn, followed up by so much burst damage, allowed Team Marn to take Dragon and continue to put pressure on GGU. Where's the next damage coming from it? Zion Spartan trying to run from Heartbeat and Tendu up behind Tristana. He's actually going to run away. There's a whole bunch of kills picked up right there. Double kill for Akali, and that's a 4-for-0. GGU did not win that fight by the slightest. Marn's control of the objectives allowed them to finish off GGU, securing another victory in a very impressive 3-game winning streak. That is going to be Marn taking up another win here in the LCS over Good Game University.
3-game streak right there from Marn. Not too shabby.
The last match of the day featured 2 teams who are very familiar with each other, CLG and Curse. How do you stop an AP Tryndamere? You shut him down early, and that is just what CLG did, catching out Voyboy for first blood. There's a light binding right into his face. Boy, you are dead. First blood goes to Chaucer, and this blue is theirs. And CLG would hand Curse their 2nd straight loss in the season. It's Nijak, he's taking punishment, knocked into the wall by Doublelift. He's gonna flash away. Double won't find that kill, but Boy is still taking damage. Where's he gonna find? He's been sheeped again. He's still trying to find Link as she pops his ult as well. No, he actually just goes down.
Congratulations to CLG. They even it up. So the next one will be the tiebreaker, I guess, between these 2 old rivals.
And after all the actions, let's see where these teams currently stand. 9-2 for Dignitas, now at the top of the list. Kobe, 8-2 for Curse. Team Solo Mid, 7-3, 6-4 for Counterlogic Gaming. Marn is now 4-4, 4-8 for Vulcun. Complexity, 1-7, and Good Game University at 1-10.
Yeah, Good Game University really has to get something going because with Copenhagen Wolves picking up their first win, they're actually the lowest team in all of LCS.
All right, guys, so now here's what's on the menu for today. Kicking things off, Team Solo Mid battles Curse for the first time this season. Then Complexity hopes to steal a win from Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, one team will end their winning streak when Marn plays Dignitas. And finally, Vulcun faces off against GGU.
So after the slew of games this week, let's discuss a few things that we've picked up on that we've seen. Mainly one was 2v1 lanes all over the place.
We saw a lot of those 2v1s, and that led to a lot of 3v1s, taking these early towers for everybody. Dignitas were actually the only ones to do 2v1 mid. But that was just another variation on the same strategy. Right. And we also saw AP Trin and Xerath. We hadn't seen those any previously in the LCS, but they're really solo queue strategies that got really popular, got really high on the ladder, and then were actually adapted to by these LCS teams.
And unfortunately, we can't have another team going 3-0 this week just because of all the games, but we are still getting those upsets that so many people have wanted.
Yeah, and Marn, if they get another one today, they could go 4-0, extending their streak. That would be a big 3 names, CLG, TSM, and Dignitas, if they could get all those under their belt.
Well, it was Vulcun last week. Could it be Marn this week? We'll have to see. Now, we want to hear what you guys have to say. Our question today is, what would be your dream matchup between one North American LCS team and one European LCS team?
You can find us on Twitter. We're at LOL eSports. Use the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your answers live on air after the show.
Guys, we have to take a short break, but when we come back, it's time for our first match of the day, Team Solo Mid versus Curse. Don't go anywhere.
One of the matches that stands out to me on Super Week is Team Solomid versus Curse. They just have a really good rivalry. I just really like the way these teams match up with each other. There's a lot of similar plays in the jungle, like the aggression of St. Vicious versus the support jungler of Odd One. Those teams match up really well with each other, and I want to see it play out again.
Welcome back, everyone. As you just saw, it's time for Team Solomid versus Curse. This match marks the first time these teams have met up in Season 3. Both Curse and Team Solomid hold comfortable spots in the standings, but they've shown a bit of vulnerability this week, Kobe.
A little bit. Reggie's been having a pretty good week. Just that one game against Vulcun where he got caught out by Lux quite often. TSM, though, 3-1, so looking pretty good. Their loss was to Marn, which has been shaking up some of these top teams. They really don't expect it, and so we'll have to see if they can keep their wits about them and come back.
And Curse has kind of been softened up by Dignitas and CLG here coming in, but then again, the saying goes is you learn a little bit more from losing, so we'll see if they've taken those losses into consideration.
Elements was talking about all the pressure from being undefeated. Maybe it's good that they got a little taste of defeat to whip them back into shape.
Now, a lot of you have been waiting for this matchup, but nobody is looking forward to it more than the guys of Curse. Here's why.
I really want to see the TSM versus Curse game again. The last time I remember them playing was at the Season 2 North American Regionals, where Curse actually took a game off of TSM. They're the only team to beat them in the entire tournament.
Let's hear it for Curse. They are forcing a third game against TSM, and this is going to be huge.
But Curse got knocked down to 4th place in the whole tournament, and they had to qualify at the LCS qualifiers instead of getting a berth from there.
I am personally looking forward to that matchup a lot because we still haven't played against them in the LCS.
Curse looks to keep themselves undefeated in the North American LCS, now 6-0.
Everyone's like, oh, well, maybe TSM can beat Curse, maybe Curse can beat TSM. And I feel like it's just a good match to set the record straight.
So let's check out the lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Solomid. Dyrus in that top lane, the Odd One in the jungle, Reginald in mid, Chaos on AD, and Xpecial at support.
On the red side, we have Curse, Voyboy up top, St. Vicious in the jungle, Jackie mid, Cop on AD, and Elements supporting.
So we've seen, like we said, a little bit of different play here and there from Reginald. The new champions coming out. We saw Link and him both on Xerath. Jackie, he has that big champion pool, but we've really seen Orianna Rise, TF, and a few others, if that. So we'll see if they kind of try to focus on Jackie, if they keep that Xerath pick in, or if it'll be banned out. They also saw that Reginald kind of played up and down on Xerath, so maybe it's not that of a big of a factor for him.
Yeah, sometimes he didn't quite have the burst, but we're into Champion Select, so let's see if that does draw a ban. Immediately, 2 ninjas off the board, Akali and Shen.
Yep.
You know that Akali is definitely aimed at Voyboy. That's not a Jackie ban there.
That little change of not having to fix up the room page for the passive that we talked about a few games ago, really bringing it back in. And Voyboy loves the aggression. Yeah. Why wouldn't he go for it? We see the TF being banned out there. As I said, Jackie playing that, and Xerath does draw the ban.
I mean, the Akali rune page switch, it just kind of opens up more options. And you always like those changes because it really helps new players. They don't want to spend a whole bunch of IP on this weird rune page that's only used for one champion.
Super specific.
Yeah, so it really makes a lot of sense. I like that one there. Then the Kale and Shinsao, both of those, we have seen those plenty of games in LCS being banned. I mean, Kale can either go top, mid, or jungle. She's so versatile as a champion and so impactful. If you can get that ult with the right timing and block crucial spells, it just turns the entire team fight.
I think this would be the first time Team Solomid shows their mid on a first pick. Something says confidence for them, and they feel all right doing this. They're going to go ahead and give as well Jarvan away there. We saw Odd One playing Maokai yesterday, Kobe. He didn't say he felt uncomfortable on it, but he knew he was in a defensive position going up against that Shinsao, which they banned out this time.
Well, Reggie said, he's like, I'm either playing Xerath or Orianna. So they banned out Xerath. There we go. He picks up the Orianna.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah,
why not?
Everybody already knew what was going on. Actually, interesting story. They tweeted a little earlier. TSM overheard Curse's plans last night when they were making all their strategies. So they knew the entire level 1 strategy. Yeah. And good guys TSM, they felt like they needed to make up, and they told Curse that they overheard the strategies. So Curse they didn't believe him at first, but then they're like, oh, you actually do know our exact plan. So thank you guys. TSM
That's
being
sportsmanship.
Honorable opponents. They all deserve the badges right here. They need those ribbons.
So he actually does go for the Maokai once again. He feels a little bit safer with that Shinsao out. They go for Lulu and Jarvan on the right side. So that support is out for both teams now. Actually, no, that Alistar was not locked in. So we have the Kog'Maw coming up. We'll see what supports that as they continue to pick on Curse's side.
It's an interesting pick here by Kaox choosing the Kog'Maw. He's said that TSM's strategy as a team is a little bit different than, say, teams like CLG, where CLG obviously focus a lot on double if they want.
Feed double if.
Double if to get as much farm as you can. Kaox is like, okay, we usually feed like Reggie or someone else if they are trying to carry this game, but he plays a little bit more of a utility role on his ADs, and he felt like Kog'Maw is one of those champions that's really good even if he doesn't have too much farm. He still gets a lot, and it's a give and take, but that was one of his points in the interview that we saw yesterday after the game.
It makes sense, right? Because that's how Team Solomid played the game that they were able to win that went late. You know, I'm Maokai, I'm going to be tankier. The late game is where we want it to be.
Yeah,
now they have Kog'Maw.
They spread out their money, trying to have multiple threats, whereas CLG really concentrates on double lift and want to get him just as fed as possible.
So we do see Nijaki possibly hovering back around the rise.
There we go.
Cop chooses to go for the Heartbeat's first love right now.
Heartbeat is
in Tristana.
This is the Heartbeat trend right here. I mean, a lot of people did not feel Tristana was that strong of a champion. Will Cop go the extra mile and actually use Heartbeat's build, though, and get that Blade of the Ruin King? Because it's been said by a lot of these top AD players that they don't really like that item either.
Neither does some of his teammates.
Even even Heartbeat's teammates don't really like it that much. He still used it, and it worked out well for them. So maybe the North Americans are starting to open their minds and look at other options.
That item. I remember him saying that.
Yeah.
So we do see the Alistar actually locked in right after, with the Singed coming up as well for Dyrus.
That's always a fun champion to see for Dyrus because he goes back to his old roots. Like
Super
3
roots.
years ago when he first started playing this game, he would always do the last spam.
Look at the smile on his face. I think he's super trolling you right now.
He'll have fun. He's already locked it in. You can't troll. They're not doing a remake or anything.
No, I meant for Elements.
Oh, yeah, for Elements,
the pick they have set up for themselves. But as we see them just hovering, locking around, they're discussing their last pick here.
Boy at least would be pretty sweet. There we go.
Indeed it will. He can keep himself aggressive, and the 2v1 lane would not be too detrimental for either of these guys, Dyrus or Voyboy. That's who we're talking about with the Singed and Elise picks in those lanes.
I think the Elise is really good, especially since we've been seeing all of these 3v1 dives come out very early and people just pushing on those towers.
That's really safe.
In the disjointed lanes. Yeah. Using Repel, 2 seconds of invulnerability under a tower just helps so much. I think she's a very safe choice in that situation where everybody's really been getting dove, and you don't want to give up a kill along with that first turret.
I think it was Psycho Sid getting ganked top in that situation, and he hit 2 as Terek's Dazzle was in the air and lifted off in the Repel. It just leaves that early game situation safety. So much to be held there for Elise. So maybe on Singed, maybe the way that they have it, they'll be able to focus him down a little more. We always hear the odd ones say when they're up against the Singed, the top lane is usually, or wherever he is, the lane they focus. So we'll have to see how they take it into consideration if they're going to protect Dyrus or leave him out on island.
And it was interesting, we were just talking about how TSM usually likes to have a lot of threats on their team, but it looks like it's going to be a Protect the Kog'Maw comp because Maokai doesn't add a lot of damage, Alistar doesn't add a lot of damage, and Singed, the way Dyrus builds him is usually just super tank so that he can run around, cause havoc, and take a lot of hits. So he's not going to build too heavy AP, so that's not going to be a lot of damage there. They're really going to be relying on Kaox and Reggie to do pretty much all of the damage.
Well, if Dyrus can't be takey, then he can't laugh enough, and that defeats the purpose of Dyrus playing.
Dyrus definitely wants to get super tanky, and he has a teleport, so the split pushing with Singed is really strong because you can proxy very easily. He's one of the earliest champions. You can proxy with him before he's even level 6 if you have Ghosts.
Right. So we look at the matchups. We did see that, Shinzao is a little bit more aggressive, and Jarvan can do the same as well with the abilities that he can get over. But we're going to see that, it's Maokai versus Jarvan now. How's that factor in for the Odd One this time? He's obviously still have to be a little careful being Maokai.
Odd One is a huge fan of ganking middle. That's why he loves Maokai so much. He partners with Reggie just so well. They don't even have to communicate that much anymore. They just know each other's play styles so well. And Twisted Advance is such a great early ganking tool for that mid lane, which is a lot shorter.
Right.
And usually, in the past, people didn't expect ganks mid quite as often, but coming up against Odd One, people have actually used that against him. Like we saw Crumbs kind of bait him into ganking, and then they turned it into a double kill for Scar, and everything went downhill after that.
All right, so we're going to get this one relocked back in, get Dyrus's masteries into what they need to be, because he realized these guys know down to that last point, whether it says 35 or 36, he's saying there's not a right point in my mastery, and they want to get that full advantage. Hotshot did it without runes. So I don't know, you know.
Maybe
he could have just gone hard mode.
Hotshot's a bigger man than Dyrus in this situation. Hotshot doesn't care if he doesn't have runes. They decided to go with it anyway. But yeah, every little mastery point counts because these two teams are so evenly matched. This is going to be a very close game. I'm guessing.
I tweeted right before this, and it was pretty much just acronyms. It was either flooded with Team Solo Mid or flooded with a bunch of curses. And these guys were ready to see him play. It's been the first time this season. I love the fact that we can still say that about some teams. After we're 4 weeks in, and we're like, these guys haven't matched up. And you kind of scratch your head, and you're like, really? Like, you guys didn't? Well, actually, that's really cool. I'm glad it happened that way. So it's really cool to have that factor here. These two teams now about to create a story for themselves for the rest of this season, and now the first time they meet since that North American Regionals, at least in the tournament setting.
Yeah, and it's especially interesting that TSM actually told Curse that they knew about the level 1 strategy, because I really want to see how Curse handles that.
Yeah.
Because they could do a very similar strategy, just go to a little bit different of a bush. But since TSM already tipped them off that they know, will they just be completely passive, ward up all the entrances? It's kind of a mind game even telling them that you know what their early game was.
And we see all the players getting themselves ready. We can see them in the lobby there. Champion Select has come back on their screen, so they're going to go zip, zoom, fly right through that, get themselves selected back in. I'm surprised, again, we kind of saw Hecarim a little bit, and then he went back. It's players kind of like flavor of what's working for them. How aggressive do they really want to play? We saw Smithy on it a lot, and he got banned out, so he kind of felt more comfortable switching back onto something else. It's cool to see that these guys can kind of bring it out for a few games and then put it away and not be like, no, actually, I've kind of focused on that all week, and if I don't have it, we're in big trouble.
Yeah, it's been said many times that the top teams are so versatile. They have a lot of champions to pull from. So if they feel like one of those champions has already been caught onto and they know what you're going to do when you choose him, they will not go back to that champion. I said it yesterday, but the quote by Reaper D was just so good. He said you can gain a lot from disorder in League of Legends, and so he never has his team do the same thing in multiple games of a tournament. So when people are researching them, they don't see a pattern. You have to keep changing up little things so that you don't leave a pattern for other teams to track, because then they can predict your moves and just destroy you, like TSM would have done if they didn't tell Curse that they knew the level 1 strategy. They'd been like, oh my god, how did TSM know to wait in this bush? They just got an ace at level 1.
Right. And even yesterday, somebody said, I don't want to name somebody because I don't want to give miscredit, but they were saying that, you know, we can train for 4 days, and we're kind of training on the fact that we're saying that person isn't going to learn a new champion. If they do, we're up creek, you know, this is going to be bad stuff. So that's what they go on. Sometimes you have to say, we have 4 days. Hopefully they don't go in and just learn the crap out of this champion. Or they said, you know, we're in a bad position. And that's kind of scary, right? For as much as you can play against anything or retaliate to a change mid-game, that's something that can completely throw you off.
Yeah, and especially if two teams learn the same champion simultaneously. Like we saw Xerath came out from both CLG and TSM simultaneously out of nowhere pretty much. That could have disrupted their entire stream strategy. Like, they've been practicing this in kind of secret, and they thought nobody would expect it. And then all of a sudden, your opponent picks the champion that you thought was your wild card, your little hidden secret. That could definitely disrupt everybody. But, of course, everyone was paying attention to solo queue. I believe you interviewed Reggie, and he gave a shout-out.
That man Jew taking up the Xerath and making everybody play it, I guess. We'll have to see now hopping into the game. And we're going to see what Team Solo Mid can do versus Curse, and respectively what Curse can do versus Team Solo Mid, Kobe.
There's always that little give and take. I mean, we talked about before a lot, but it looks like this may just be a more defensive level 1 since all of that went down earlier in the hotel. TSM said that they weren't like eavesdropping on Curse. Curse were just really loud. When they discuss their strategies, they're yelling at each other, and they're a very intense team when they come up with strats.
Well, we heard the last strategy discussion in the Game Crib episode, so.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're pretty intense, all right.
So we see the wards coming out here. They are going to be a few towards the top side there. Voyboy actually chills in one with himself. Oh, nope, that's his spider. I thought he had a ward with him. So no wards coming out for Curse. They're doing it again, and this is kind of what we saw CLG and others take advantage of in the beginning of the game. CLG invaded, which we didn't see them do much of, but because Curse puts up the man wall of wards, it was easy for them to get in.
Yeah, and it looks like there's not going to be too much action. We have a few defensive wards here. Maokai, even with those saplings, gets some extra free vision. And everybody's just calmly waiting for the minions to spawn.
They're saying, we had a level 1, but we're going to hang back. So wards being doubly placed there to keep each other company by the Wraiths. As we get a little bit of help for both junglers. St. Vicious start towards the red. We're going to get a, looks like red start actually for both. No, there it is on the blue. I was going to say, where is Maokai? But they are getting it with Singed. Darius is going to return to the top lane. Looks like we do not have a swap for the lanes.
Yep, both bottom lane duos taking a camp for themselves, so they won't be too far off. And both top lanes, looks like we're going to have one of the rare 1-versus-1 matchup top lane. Voyboy versus Darius.
It is becoming quite an extinct thing to have a 1v1 matchup if it's not the mid. Well, actually, Dig is kind of killing that one too, huh? Yeah. Playing the 2v1s. One of our trends we've been seeing kind of fizzled out here on this one. The early pink ward coming from Curse. We've seen the early pink wards coming out before as well. I believe TSM did it to Vulcun in their first game and were able to come up with a kill due to that factor. So I'll have to see if that plays a role for them. It is placed in their defensive bush, so it wouldn't help anything right away unless they get pushed into that lane. Saint finally coming up with his blue as the odd one now starting that red.
Yeah, I like how he throws out that defensive sapling too, just to see if St. Vicious is invading, because he is known for his very early invades. As they see him with this ward coming bottom, immediately they tell though, and he knows that they saw him. So some information gained there from Curse. Well, no, never mind. Maybe he didn't learn. He's coming back right on the ward.
Oh, he's maybe just trying to play the time on this one.
Now he knows for sure. Just gotta double check those.
Right, see if they make a move, what the tell is, and he definitely saw it back into his own jungle. Now this actually gives the odd one a little bit of comfort, and where, you know, St. Vicious is going to be, that 3-minute gank would be the time if those 2v1 lanes were swapped, that they would have been meeting down here. So both in their respective positions are gonna have to figure out where it is gonna happen next. So reading each other's minds is now going to come into play.
Yeah, Dyer's actually doing an early recall, wants to go buy another ward to protect him because he placed his first one so early. He was expecting Saint to start blue, go red, and then immediately gank top. But he just wanted to go refresh that. He uses his teleport already too. So that's a fairly big cooldown that's just used to get back to lane so that he can be comparable in CS, even though he went to buy that extra ward already.
So we see Nijaki placing a ward down as well, but the odd one sees the ward being placed topside and he tries to hover the bottom for a little bit there, making sure Reginald is safe to kind of push his mid, seeing that ward top. So everybody just playing very cautious right now, Kobe. We can see them each giving each other help.
Yeah, and the other thing about Darius's play right there is that they Voyboy saw him come back with a fresh ward, so they know that he has this ward, and Saint walked right through it. Ooh. They actually land the cocoon anyway.
Can he get this on here? St. Vicious looking, he flashes in for the slow, and they're trying to just connect on this one. The last in, the execute coming from Voyboy. First blood and a very patient top gank.
Ooh, even with Darius buying a very early level 1 ward, placing that, and then going back using his teleport for his second ward, still loses the first blood to a St. Vicious gank walking right through the tri-bush.
Great job there, Reginald, pushing out Nijaki here. He's actually trying to stop him from backing as well. The advantages are trying to be pushed in every lane if they can gain them at this point. We're only 5 minutes in here. That first blood to Voyboy could make him very scary. He has had great play throughout the LCS so far, and is definitely one that if he gets those early kills can help to carry Curse through the game.
Yeah, I like how Odd One there doing a little bit of counter jungling, and now he wants to go help Darius get even in his lane. He knows that there was just a kill, but Voyboy hasn't spent his money yet. So Voyboy's items don't tell the gold lead, and they're going to try and make something happen. He still has flash though. This is definitely not going to be a kill.
They try to get that vision. He doesn't have really anywhere to repel, but they can't get to him in time anyways to make him do that.
Yeah, the best they could have hoped for was burning the flash right there, and they don't even get that. St. Vicious, though, since he gained vision of Odd One, immediately all these junglers will take advantage. They'll go invade right after they see you somewhere out of position.
Loving the Wraiths, and he's actually going to take a few more Kick the horse while it's down in the mid lane, 39 to
that sets him
25
up
here.
for a perfect gank bottom. You can see there's no ward in the tri-bush, so he's going to come
Oh,
right
wow.
behind Kog'Maw.
He knows exactly what's going on. So it seems like Saint has grabbed an upper hand on the odd one as it kind of focused in the top lane. Kaox getting hit up there. The Glitter Lance didn't fully hit, and they don't get the slow they wanted onto Kaox, but he is forced out of that engagement.
Great pulverize there by Xpecial. He got all 3 champions, so they burned the flash off of Kog'Maw. Still a successful gank, so he's a little bit more vulnerable now. They're going to have to place more wards in the bottom lane, the lane wards as well as the river wards, because Jarvan can gank you from so many angles. We always say you need to get vision on all possible entrances to your lane if you are summoner spell-less.
Saint looking to hover on the top side. No wards actually down there right now. So he could have gone in quite easily and done something on Xpecial, but knowing there is not a Kaox down bottom, Xpecial could still be flashing out of the situation, so it may be wasted time. They may wait for him to come back. Rise backing again in mid. Nijaki picking up the tier to start off against the Chalice. Great job by Reginald to stay ahead in the CS there in lane as he continues to push that down and be aggressive with some wards. They're trying to get the vision on Saint. It's like the odd one is saying, I think he's got a little too much on me. They're moving, and we need to get vision on Saint.
Well, that was another ward that was actually seen placed by Curse. They know that Reggie just put a ward there, so now Saint can actually use that and just work around it. Maybe pull a jump over that Baron pit wall and come through the river. There's a little bit of vision open. The odd one, though, camping on that pink ward, it's actually making Lulu play pretty far back.
Just see them all patiently waiting in the bottom lane. It's so calm between both teams right now. After the few ganks we just saw, Cop gonna kind of try to walk out here. Will they draw it in? No, they're gonna put their own pink ward in, and
he gets the kill.
That's so
on
unfortunate.
The pink ward. The odd one doesn't even go for a twisted advance. He just wants to get all 3 hits, and that's a huge gain for them, because that's a lot of vision.
There it is. They're going to try to get it
and it just wastes another pink ward for elements. So now he only had 1. He's got 1 left there.
Yep. We'll have to see. Nijaki, it does. Oh, looks like Reginald went back. I was going to say roaming already, Reginald, but no. He just goes back, refreshes the flask, picks himself up a pink ward. So they're again still putting a little bit of pressure on Nijaki in mid. We haven't seen a twist in advance from Odd One, but he has been sapling throwing to keep it safer for Reginald than it usually would be. St. Vicious has been thwarted on a lot of his ganks as well. We've really seen a lot more impact from both Saint and the Odd One in previous games. So these guys are, the lanes are making it tough.
Yeah, and you can see how Odd One has adapted to the way this game is unfolding. He didn't go with the Spirit Zone. He got a Madreds of his own because he knew it was going to be a little bit more farm heavy of a game.
Yeah.
And Madreds no longer requires AD. So it's not just for those bruiser junglers. Any jungler that needs armor can use a Madreds, because you just upgrade it straight from that machete with a little armor. So good pickup by him. Nice adaptation.
You see Dyrus quickly going for the Merc Tread so he can pretty much keep himself pushed in lane and get out of any of those ganks that Saint's going to be bringing top. He didn't even go back to lane with wards. So it's kind of like he buys the Merc Treads to hopefully stay safe, because he only has that 1 ward ticking out in lane.
Yeah, Dyrus still stinging from that very early gank. Doesn't want to let it happen again. He was as cautious as he could possibly be, and he still just didn't have the time. Wasn't able to juke the Boy Cocoon.
It just seems like without seeing much action happen from them, I'm going to keep an eye as well as we pan around the map and check out the rest of the game. 77 to 60 here. Reginald has been just that CS lead in mid, but they're keeping each other there, so they're not having too much of an impact on the game. But usually you would see Nijaki and Reginald just kind of be very even throughout. Not too much gold. It's 300 in the lead for Reggie, but that's going to start meaning the finish of his first item, and that's where, you know, you said in the top lane, Boy wasn't a threat because he bought, yet when you do, it makes a big impact if your opponent can't react.
Yeah, this is why Reggie said he was either going to play Xerath or Orianna. He's just so comfortable on her right now, and it's also why people were banning out Orianna against him earlier in the week. He's just really strong on her, and he's got that early Chalice. That enables him to lane a lot easier against Ryze. His harass, not going to be quite as effective. We see a lot of pink wards coming out here, too. It looks like they are about ready to start forcing dragon fights. Here we have 2 junglers in the middle. This could be a 2 versus 2, but it doesn't look like Saint wants to blow his engage.
And you know, that really helped for the Odd One right there, because The ward that St. Vicious is walking over right now was placed, showed that Wraiths weren't there. The top jungle was clear, so the odd one knew to hover around the bottom side and wait for what was going to happen because nothing was going on with Dyrus top. That lane is pushed. He knew exactly where the gank was coming.
Yeah, and Saint's pretty okay with the way this game is going, just farming up because he did upgrade once again into that early Wriggles. There we go, finally some
the
action.
dash and the teleport coming in as well. The forward brush. Here comes Nijaki on Rise. They lock down Chaos for their second kill, and Curse looks to keep this one going. Special throws on the ultimate, and he looks to be a bit too tanky for him to grab it. But they do lose one. St. Vicious finds himself in trouble. The flag toss, but Reginald pre-flashes it. He called exactly where Saint was going on that. Can he still get the damage down? The Sapling to Raditz! Oh, he gets him! Touchdown, Sapling!
Oh, amazing job. Odd One Junior right there, taking out St. Vicious, the little sapling baby. And you're right, Reggie, he knew exactly what Saint was going to do. He just acted upon it a little too early and knocked himself up. He could have gone flash over just a little second later and he wouldn't have got that knockup, but it didn't matter because that little sapling biting at St. Vicious' ankles, able to pick that one up. And the gank bottom that Jackie just teleported on that ward, that was the last few seconds of that ward. So that gank just worked out perfectly timed, and the ward actually disappeared before they had even finished that gank.
So both mids picked themselves up an assist in the happenings of those fights. 12 minutes in here, 2-1. Only 400 gold lead there after that hullabaloo of the back and forth. 104 to 84 CS in mid, so Reginald is still finding that CS lead. However, Nijaki teleported out on that one, so he's definitely going to get a little bit bigger of a gap going towards Reginald there. The assist, like we said, coming in. The Wriggles finished up on Jarvan, and yeah, like you said, those pink wards were up, so the dragon pressure is going to be happening soon. It's at half health right now. This is definitely a possible engage or a smite steal. The Void Ooze greatly placed there. He cataclysms in. Dyrus the last one to take damage, but it's not going to matter from Dragon. And it looks like they're able to flip Saint. He's going to go down here after just coming back from being dead. And it looks like they continue to fight. Cop aggressively dives in. They could absolutely go back on him, but they see Void Boy repel. Curse is going in one after the other, and they haven't found a kill. Finally, they grab that one. Void Boy is still really deep in the fray here. He turns around to get another kill onto the odd one as he gets the execute back, but they're still trading kills here. Dyrus, the last one in the fight, as Curse is pushing TSM out of the Dragon area. Kobe, what a back and forth fight. 3 for 2.
TSM really wanted to use Dyrus teleport to their advantage for a Dragon right there, but it ended up backfiring. Voidboy just walked all the way down. He didn't have teleport of his own, but he was able to get there just in time, and since they weren't able to burn down that Dragon, they come out behind. 3 for 2 in that one.
Voidboy getting really big in this game. That first blood definitely escalated him to be the one to make these impact changes in the fights. He was able to turn around and take down the odd one before dying, grabbing another one before that. Special getting caught out. Saint now is hungry. He went down twice in a row. He's looking to make some of that golden experience back here. If he doesn't get it, I'm sure he's going to be agitated. He is going tunnel vision, full force here. The ultimate comes down. He doesn't get the kill still, and it looks like he's going to be pushed out with half health. He really wanted that.
That's really big because the Dragon is still up, and they both want this objective right now. Another ward going over the wall for Reggie, and a nice shockwave.
So much damage from the Dragon as well coming in here on both Nijaki and Elements. A great command shockwave. The odd one flash twisted advance in, but he's taking a lot of damage. The Vengeful Maelstrom to keep him alive almost. They've again split Voidboy off of the fight. This happened last time for Curse. They were able to get it. He's going to repel. He's really keeping Chaos, Reginald, Dyrus. Is a lot of damage in that chase fight that just happened. They have disengaged. Voidboy may finally go down in the end here, unless he can switch out Cocoon. There's the last dissonance. The flip for the kill up and down the river is what it took for that.
And the Dragon is still up, so we will see them be returning to this bottom side of the map once again. Everyone you can see going back to the fountain to heal up, and every member that has a ward wants to place it around this Dragon. There's so many pinks down there, so many greens.
It was absolutely amazing. Elements and Nijaki were just about to die, and Voidboy said, don't worry guys, I'll sacrifice myself. And like you said, the Dragon is still up. All for that, to keep that advantage there so nobody can grab it. 700 is the gold, and it's only coming in for kills right now. Really, turrets aren't a focus. Looks like we've seen those turrets getting dropped early kind of go to the wayside here, Kobe.
Sorry, the
and
third
once again,
time
to the
around,
Dragon.
we don't have the Dyrus ultimate, and we don't have the shockwave quite yet for Reggie. They're burning down the Dragon fairly quickly, though.
It looks like they are going to stop.
Round 3 of the Dragon
They're
battles.
trying. They're just waiting this out. I'm letting them tell the story. Are they going to go in? Kobe, who's it going to be? Is it the Cocoon? Is it going to be Jarvan? What do they want first?
Curse have all of their ultimates up, so they would like this fight right now. Reggie's Shockwave just came back, though, so TSM did a good job waiting on that. Right now, Kog'Maw split off from the rest of TSM, so they don't want to engage it, but next time that they come towards the... Oh, it looks like Voidboy's just going all the way back top right now. Doesn't want to miss up on that large amount of farm.
Well, it's been a good 3 or 4 minutes that these teams are saying, all right, we're wasting away on this. Somebody's going to start getting stronger if they're not in this engagement and farming the lane, so they go back to doing whatever it is they were doing before. And look at Dragon is littered with wards.
And there's a teleport up for Curse here. Jackie's ready to come join for another gank bottom. If they were able to gank bottom one more time and actually grab Chaos again, they could go for that dragon and finally kill it.
Well, that may have to be used in defense here as Team Solo Mid.
Dire's trying to sneak
Once
here, though.
again,
they have 2 members top.
Going in.
They're just going to trade that top turret. Curse has decided that it's not worth fighting over this dragon anymore. They've seen enough of it.
Yeah, it's something that you would expect these teams to finally do. And if they cannot get the turret, that's going to be pretty bad for them. Dyrus, no, he has a good 30-40 seconds in the teleport. He won't make it back to the top lane. They may aggress on the bottom as we see a ping coming in here, though. And it may be your first turret in the top if they continue to go hard on it. 6-4 here, 17 minutes in, and we may see that first one go down. Curse trying to pressure the top lane as the Dragon was taken by Team Solo Mid. Somewhat equaled, but we're about an 800 gold lead for Curse.
You can see that TSM planned this out. They wanted to trade top for Dragon and bait Curse top so they could actually get a middle turret and actually come out ahead in 1 global objective extra. Now they have 5 people bottom. They can collapse 1 more time, and Curse don't get an extra 1,000 global gold.
Now that they've dropped the mid turret, they can push this one, and they can have Dyrus do his teleport strat top, just kind of split push it out. We're going to see actually Voidboy doing that, though. He's going to try to put some harass on this top lane, draw Dyrus back into that spot. Now Voidboy not having the teleport, he's going to have to make sure he's in these fights before Dyrus gets to them.
Yeah, and he also needs another ward a little bit deeper in the jungle if he wants to continue pushing that lane. So we'll probably see him back right off and either buy another ward or join the rest of his team for a new push.
Looks like the bottom lane being heavily stacked here by Curse. They might want this turret as well. Odd One's here for support with Chaos. You see it's going to be Xpecial coming back all the way from base. We'll just take a quick look at the supports as well. We haven't looked at them too much. Blade of the Rune King, by the way. Oh my gosh, Dyrus, that damage coming out from the percent health, trying to get the execute on, but he was flipped away. He's not in range of it. There it is, the last Q, and he is going to go down. Voidboy takes out Dyrus in a 1v1.
Dyrus is getting beat up by Voidboy over here. It looks pretty painful, and they dive in onto the Odd One.
They do dive the Odd One. That Blade of the Rune King chunking away on him. Can they get the kill? Looks like the Lulu ultimate pops them up for enough. Sustained tankiness under the turret. Xpecial is going to be the next one to go down. The ult doesn't last forever, Kobe. And they find a few more kills to make it 9-4.
Very nice play there by Curse. And like you said, Cop actually not only taking Heartbeat's champion, but taking Heartbeat's item as well.
Yeah, that Blade of the Rune King being built out. They just like that damage, the active as well, giving you a little bit of burst, giving you a little bit of assist
Chaos
to the
going
team.
to chase this one right
Why
now.
not? He's got a full mana bar. They have Living Artillery, Home Guard, teleport Dyrus in. He's hitting laugh. He gets knocked up against the wall, so that was great by Cop to kind of crowd control him, but they are still going to be able to wreak havoc in this one. Cop one-on-one with Chaos right now. Cop showing the authority, and he tries to move in. Chaos calls for help from Reginald, and it looks like he jumps, flashes back out, and he may be able to make it here. One more Living Artillery. Does he have the range? It's not on full upgrade.
Oh my goodness, you know Reggie wanted to go follow that up, but it's a good thing he didn't run headfirst into Voidboy, because Voidboy is a beast right now. He could definitely 1v1 Reggie. Good job getting out of there.
Yeah, Voidboy just had a Giant's Belt, those boots, and his Haunting Guise. So we went blasting one into the ability tome, and then he just completely finished that item. So the Ryla's now on Voidboy. These fights are definitely going to be a lot easier for them to just stick to. They'll be able to Glitter Lance, keep them in, St. Vicious can get in and lock him down. The fight composition for Curse getting pretty scary here. We look at the other items coming in. Looks like Dyrus is trying to piece together a lot here to mitigate everything that's going on. The locket of the Iron Solari definitely going to help in that fight phase that Curse is so ready for. And we see Infinity Edge almost finished on that Kog'Maw to that Blade of the Rune King we were talking about on Trist.
Yeah, Voidboy going full carry mode right here. You can see that he's still using the same old build where he doesn't buy mana items, but since there was that nerf to Elise, he's always had mana potions on him. Just for that extra regen, because his Qs cost so much more. Good job, especially not face checking that. He will lose his ward, though.
And it seems like Elements has kind of changed up his build here. He's getting that Ruby Sightstone a little earlier because he's leaving out the Flask build now. He still goes for his Philo, still loves the mobility boots, but it's definitely one of the first ones we saw doing that, but he stopped.
Special just dropping all his wards down. He used a green and a pink in the same tri-bush. I'm pretty sure that was the wrong hotkey. He must have had the green one on there first, but I guess he's got plenty of vision of it.
Yep, indeed.
Voidboy's all by himself, though. He's surrounded by members of TSM.
Oh, KX coming from the backside. He may not even get help from his teams. He's like, guys, I went in a little too early. TSM. So they come in, try to put down the defense, but it's not going to be enough. Voidboy 3v1 was a little help there at the end. Wild growth from Elements. Voidboy's still alive. He takes a punch from the cow, and Xpecial picks up the kill. But here we go. The cavalry comes in for both teams. It's just flowing in from the top. Are there more? Nijaki now getting popped up here. He's in the 4v1. Elements and Saint both knew it was a bad situation.
Voidboy a little too hyphy off that 3v1 kill. Wanted to come back with only 1 bar of life, and Xpecial flashes over to sock him in the face for the kill.
Great job so far. 10-8 coming in. KX was one to go down there. A little bit of an exchange between both teams in the bottom lane as they go ahead and just face tank this one, if you will. English is cool. As Cop face tanks one in the middle. So face tank trend coming out of game 1.
World of face tanks, the new Russian MMO. Cop, though, that Blade of the Ruined King healing him pretty well, so he's almost back up to full life. He was the only one who wasn't in that bottom brawl because he had no way of getting there. He just tried to waddle down from the top lane. Yep. Not going to happen. Tristana's legs are way too short for that.
Oh, my word. So a lot of aggression here within the last few minutes. Everybody kind of setting up for that next engagement. Head around. The Oracle's picked up on Elements, as that's what I was looking for. Do we have one yet on Xpecial? He's been using all those wards, as you've been saying, Kobe. There's more being placed down. He's still got a pink, so he's not worried about that Oracle's just yet. The Infinity Edge being finished, coming through. 7,300 to 6,800. Those are your 80 carry comparisons. The tops, 7,900 for Voidboy to the 7,000 of Dyrus, but like we said, you're not going to need all the money in the world for a Singed, and we can see that they're giving themselves a little bit more right now.
After seeing Xpecial's play, I've decided that the first 2 wards he placed in that tri-bush and over the wall were just Sightstone wards. Since he knew he was going back after that, he wanted to make sure Voidboy wasn't still in that bush before he placed his very precious pink ward. I mean, you can throw those Sightstone wards away like pieces of garbage, like he didn't even care, but the pink wards, you got to be careful with those ones.
Mid turret taking a lot of pressure. There is Dyrus. Dyrus is back at home base here.
That's a 30% chunk from a Reggie combo right there. He's doing a decent amount of damage after just the Athenes and a needlessly large rod.
That dissonance comes out with about 370 damage, which is kind of painful. And then if you get the ball moved back and forth, you're getting hit with a good 200 damage on each move. It's going to hurt quite a bit. Comp has no mitigation for that right now. Just a little bit of HP, and that is not good. So we see 24 minutes. We see who is tanky right now. We do have the Locket, as we said, coming out for the junglers, trying to go for that Aegis on the side of St. Vicious. Looks like they're kind of
starting Baron right now. They did clear out all of the wards, and they have a Liandry's. So that's a large amount of percentage damage. Can they burn it down quick enough? Elements wants to zone everyone.
Wow. He throws down Wild Growth on himself to pretty much shut down Team Solo Mid's engagement, and he's still alive. He took quite a hit there. He is not playing Taric either. This fight's being engaged. St. Vicious very low. The poison can take him down on a tick. It goes for Elise as well as he takes down Reginald. It's so back and forth, Cove. The Baron has been taken throughout the engagement. It looks like Cop's going to be able to clean up here if he can get the attacks off. He jumps himself away. If he can kite this one on, you can see the slow coming out on him, but it looks like he's going to be able to flash over the wall here, get himself out. A 3-for-4 engagement.
Cop actually jumped onto the pile of bodies there before Kog'Maw exploded, and so that cost him a lot of extra true damage to the face, but it didn't really hurt him. He got out anyway, was able to jump and flash away. So decent decision right there. It's not too bad. 3 for 3, and they were able to pick up the Baron in time. So TSM, they still have one member.
So would you have called that to be the right thing for Elements to just dive himself in there and throw off Wild Growth?
Yeah, we're going to need a replay of that because it was pretty complicated. I'm pretty sure Elements only knocked up one person with his ultimate, but he had the right idea here. See, he got Odd One. That was the one he was trying to get, so he couldn't get in there and smite steal it. And they know that St. Vicious not always the best with his smite protection, and so that's why they want to get that one out there. But the way this fight plays out, KX, you can see walking back a lot from back and forth right there. When he finally stands and fights, he actually does way more damage. So if he had been auto-attacking a little bit more instead of that few extra steps that he took, it might have turned a little bit different. TSM, though, they feel pretty good how that one came out, even though Curse were able to pick up the Baron.
Cop super duper aggressive with Tristana. I mean, you do go jumps for kills, but he jumps in when they're like 75% health. You're definitely not getting the kill out of the jump. He's really leaving himself in the fire there.
So basically, after TSM, there was no chance for them to steal that Baron since they got the knock up on the Odd One. But after Curse has the Baron, it's a good trade to trade even at that point because you're getting 3 Baron buffs off the field. So TSM, even though they knew that they had lost the Baron, it's a fine trade for them, and they're not too unhappy right now. The gold's still not that far apart, and you only have to worry about 2 of those Baron buffs. Cop, though, is a really bad champion to have that Baron buff on. Tristana is getting very good. Very strong right now.
And this is the match that everybody wanted, Kobe. 27 minutes in, 13-12. The gold lead, minimal. Almost 300. It is 300 gold. 3-3 on turrets. Both teams neck and neck. We saw a 3-minute dragon dance attempted 3 times. The Baron finally went down. We have that coming back up probably next 5 so minutes. It's going to be a wait until that time. Not many people get to use it as we saw that fight just go on forever. We had a replay of. We'll have to see who can really break the tilt next. Boy looking to be quite aggressive here. That Rylus, this is why they got it, to keep everybody in there. They get the engagement just off of that cocoon. Reginald finds himself going down here. The Cataclysm to lock everybody in. Odd One cannot get to his team to help. He is just forced to stay on Saint. And it looks like KX can throw out some damage here. The Rune Prison onto him. They try to lock up Cop on Tristana, and he's going to be hit up quite hard. Diving back out of this one, TSM finds a little bit of a lead here. Saint forced to back. We see him in the corner with no health. And it looks like TSM's able to chase out Curse on this.
Another, oh, it looks like they were even going into the base here. Cop actually going to scare him off. But yes, the Rylai's a big pickup. I think the combo here from Curse was talked about way before the game started. They were planning on doing that early Baron all along. That's why they have so much percentage damage. You can see the Blade of the Ruined King plus Leandries. Most of it's coming from those 2 builds. As soon as they got those 2 items, they went for the Baron very early. A nice play by them, and they also used the percentage damage of Elise's just kit that's built into her. I really like that play, a little extra step up.
Tyrus really is just throwing things together now. Love his build.
Yeah, 2 extra Negatron cloaks to deal with all of that magic damage, the percentages. And it looks like they almost are able to upgrade into a Bulwark off that Aegis of the Legion for the Odd One. So once they complete that, it'll be reducing a lot of the output here from Boy.
You know, this is a fantastic game. The gold lead is so close, and you look at the items and you see that completely, right? Like you said, Bulwark very close to being finished. Ryla's on both sides. The Rabadons to the Rod and a few items for the AP mids. This is absolutely what we wanted to see here. Did Tyrus just sell one of those Negatrons? No, he turned into a Banshee's Veil. I didn't see that pop. It didn't have the white pop-up ring. It's like, where'd it go? So we see a little bit of pressure here on the Dragon once again. Xpecial only took a few attacks from Voyboy, and he's already down to 75%.
Well, Voyboy's harass is best on full HP targets because Leandries does current health, and so does his Q. So his first hits are going to look really, really big. And he has to go into Spider form to execute, but they do want to fight this Dragon. It's at half health right now. We'll see who wins the Smite Wars this time.
Saint putting himself in range to get it, and it's actually going to go to Chaos. The Smite is down for Odd One. Saint didn't get to throw his off. He's in the back of the den now, and TSM doesn't want this engage. They want to back off. They know Cop still has Baron. Great job there by TSM to grab Drag.
They have plenty of goo to disengage right there. Both Kog'Maw and Sitch throwing it down. Curse does not want to chase through that poison. A good choice by them to back off because Dyrus also has that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Poison going to slow you as well. Whichever team is able to kite better is actually going to win these long, drawn-out engages. And from the team fight before, I had to say, since they targeted Reggie first, he actually got off a decent shockwave. Even though you're getting the AP carry out of the game first, he's still able to get off his ultimate at least and still had a big effect on that fight.
Well, let's take a look, like you said, at the supports earlier, since there's not going to be too much, hopefully, in the next few minutes here. We see Alistar going Locket of the Iron Solari, Boots of Lucidity. And then you have a little bit of mana regen and magic resistance with the Chalice, the Boots of Mobility. What are you going to want more in your fight? You're going to want Knockouts Pulverize on that cooldown with heal? You're going to want the slow, kind of turning people into cupcakes in the shield? Well,
Elements is a really, really big fan of grabbing those mobility boots on every support.
Right.
He loves being engaged. He loves taking a lot of the early punishment and then backing out before he dies. This is especially on like Lulu
but we
and
just
Tarek.
Saw it in that attempt, right? He threw himself in there.
Exactly. Elements is a frontline support. He's a very melee support. He likes to be in there fighting, doesn't want to be in the back just healing people. So that's really him as a player. It really fits his personality, and that's the way that he plays. Again, TSM wants to siege up. It's interesting that they don't go for the top lane over here because the outer turrets are still standing. And if you can grab that, the extra map control around Baron helps out a lot, but also the 1,000 global gold is nothing to sneeze at either. Well, 975, but plus you get that last hit on the turret. It's about 1,000.
This is really interesting from Cop. He has completely skipped that lifesteal. Well, somewhat, right? And then he just goes for damage. Last Whisper even straight after that.
He does not completely skip the lifesteal. He first item, Blade of the Ruined King, is a ton of lifesteal.
Well, right, yeah, that's why I said sorta.
And the active on it is also really good. Not only does it steal speed, but it also steals life. So he's got pretty good sustain. And he could just pelt people over and over. In the end game, the Blade of the Ruined King is really nice because more damage, the higher, the more health that people are building, and you still have that active for people that dive on you. I really like the combo, and it seems like Cop agrees with Heartbeat a little bit here.
We will have to see. It doesn't seem like the junglers like it too much, but then again, when do the ADs really get help from the jungle? No, I'm just kidding.
Is that a jab at junglers in general? Come on now.
So the words to be cleared out. Oracles will leave for Elements as well as we pop over to him real quick. Yes, he does. So they're going to be clearing out the Baron Boogie. About to begin, Kobe. And this could really put one team over the top for the next push. I don't think we're going to see full inhibitor Nexus turrets, but it's definitely going to make that map advantage factor. We're going to see a second tier turret going down probably for TSM. Curse just to get this, and maybe even an inhibitor.
Yeah, they're rushing middle right now to pressure Curse, so they have to get back and defend. The outer turret, they're going to keep on losing a few more CS up in that top lane. Nice engage.
Here comes in. He actually goes way deep in the backside. Chaos is forced there, but he gets the protection from Reginald. Reginald goes down as he puts himself in the middle of the fight, but he gets everything off necessary. The damage onto Chaos. Cop is left alone on the outside to just throw this out. Nijaki and everyone else doing a great job of just tanking the damage, and it looks like Curse comes out big on this one. TSM running.
Yep, they're going to chase down Special here. St. Vicious not going to give up. They do get the knock up onto Dyrus, but he has that Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
There's a Pulverize, a flash over the wall into Repel from Voyboy right away, getting themselves back in the advantage of this fight. He knows that Rylai's going to connect, and he pushes him over the wall. Unfortunate on that one.
Oh, good guy, Cop, giving a little booster lift to Dyrus over that wall. He says, we don't want to take you down. We feel bad. Thanks for telling us about that level 1 strategy you knew, but we're going to go grab Baron.
Home guard boots coming in for Odd One as well. Once they get back onto the map, they're going to need it because Curse is going to be right at that front door. It looks like they may try to actually go onto this. Dyrus is going to be a one-man army here. Can he do it? It looks he has the health to wreak havoc in this. He won't be able to get it. I'm surprised he didn't try and flip it, but after they can just focus him 4v1 now, he may go down here. The teleport coming in from one side. Nijaki, last hit professional.
Perfect play by Jackie right there, coming at the exact right moment with the teleport. Finishes off the kill.
Thought he was going to get away. Whoa, that's close.
Good job, Jackie. Kill very, very much secured right there. Dyrus, yeah, he made good use of those home guard boots. He tried to scare them off, but Curse were not scared at all. No. They knew they had those percentage damage builds I was talking about with the Leandries plus the Blade of the Ruined King, and Elisa's kit, it just burns down that Baron so quickly.
It looks like Chaos is taking a page out of that as well.
Yeah, he's gone with the Cutlass at least.
Yep. Let's see what he does for himself with that. Let's take a look at the CS, which we haven't looked at too much. And with a 2,000 gold lead in the favor of Curse, kind of makes you wonder how 253 of Dyrus stacks up to 197 of Voyboy, or 239 of Reginald stacks up to 186. That's absolutely crazy. It's really the kills that have started to come in for Curse that are just escalating that gold lead.
Well, I talked about at the beginning where the two main damage dealers for TSM are KX and Reggie. Like, that's where all of their power is concentrated. Where they just said in that interview they usually like to spread it out. They really concentrated it this game, and Curse noticed that they're focusing Reggie first, and as soon as they get him down, they immediately go on KX. And after that, there's really not much left from TSM to be scared of, and they just chase down everyone.
So Cop using his ultimate there. Let's see if he gets himself in a sticky situation of this next fight. Again, FaZe taking the turret. They put the shield on him. It's going to be enough to take it down. They have eyes on the inhibitor turret now. This is the one that becomes more dangerous. That crowd control of Team Solo Mid can just knock them into a funneled position. Curse would not be able to help themselves. But where are they? They're kind of on the backside here. Everybody was either buying or getting back from the lanes. They lost a turret with no contest.
Saint's going to go in right
wow,
now.
Saint going to the back line. Once again,
Shockwave
he finds Chaos. The Shockwave goes sombrero style and doesn't get any damage out. Xpecial running out with the red buff on. They tried to put a lot of damage onto him, but wasn't too much. They back off. They know to play cautious now. They're not going to put themselves in a scary position.
Yeah, this is textbook Curse. They don't want to dive anymore. They have been really, really careful with their play in the LCS lately, and they feel that they know that they have the huge advantage right now that they just got, and they want to go spend all that money. They'll come back, just pillage the rest of the jungle, easy red buff steal and easy dragon right here, and then they can return at a later date. There's not much that TSM can do with that time to change the outcome of the fight.
So it comes down to it now. We're getting to the late game, Kobe. Does TSM have the option to wait this one out? They're not against the same team they were last time. There's different factors in the scaling with what Curse is bringing to the table. Can they still wait this one out?
That is really their only option right now. They have to wait it out. They have a Kog'Maw, so that's great.
True.
And like you said, he went for that Blade of the Ruined King as well, getting it as a fourth item instead of the first item. But it is going to help him out a lot because it does do that max HP damage for the late game. It's just, it doesn't look like they have the necessary engage. We saw the Shockwave missing there. If that Shockwave misses, that is a huge amount of CC and damage for the team. Since Reggie was built as one of actually the second main damage dealer, that's a huge spell, and if they miss that, then the team fight is pretty much lost unless Curse make a similar mistake and miss a lot of their spells.
Another trend coming in, first game of the day being the longest here. These teams completely battling it out. A nail-biting 40-minute match between Curse and TSM as they meet in the first time of the LCS here. And they are definitely putting it all out on the Summoner's Rift. Nothing to chance, but everything to gain from these teams on this win. You can see that Banshee's Veil from Dyrus. He's trying to just kind of waste a spell here, see if they can find an advantage, get something out of Voyboy and flip him in. Cost the repel, get them off this turret. Like you said, it's waiting for them now.
Dyrus did go that full tank build that we talked about. Pretty much only damage coming from his Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and it's not really annoying Curse as much as it needs to because they have that upgraded Bulwark. They've got a decent amount of magic resistance on a lot of people. Kopp is level 18 now, so he's at the maximum range for Tristana, over 700.
The top lane getting destroyed as well. Minions doing work for Curse right now, and they have no worries about this push. Middle lane is all the way up to the inhibitor turret too. They have every lane super push.
All they really have to do is be patient and wait right here. They're forcing TSM to do this engage.
Oh my gosh, a perfect amount of crowd control, and no, you're not going to do that coming from Curse. They almost had it, right? Voyboy was right there. They were going to get the flip and try to deter the pressure, but they had everything set in motion to stop that from happening, and Voyboy, Dyrus rather, couldn't even move. Damage coming in on Saint. You can just see, even without a bunch of armor pennies, still rocking down the damage. Chaos trying to get the damage in as well. Saint Vicious going very low as he's taking the turret. The damage to Kopp. He gets hit by Living Artillery, pushed out of the fight as Saint goes down here. TSM looking very good as Voyboy is forced into the base. They give him nowhere to run. Could be forced to flash here, and TSM is able to stave off the aggression.
Okay, so at least they got 1 kill right there, but they did
so much.
lose their top turret just to minions. As you said, all lanes were pushing in at the beginning of that fight. So we've shown there's a little bit of hope for TSM. They have an endgame Kog'Maw.
Yeah. He like we said, and I mentioned in the beginning as it just went crazy, he doesn't have that armor pen yet, and he just rocked down Saint, Locket. He has Wriggles. He has the Bulwark for his team. They are going full stack now. These guys are coming to full build, and that's scary. If he is able to grab that last Whisper from a few bounties he grabs in the next few minutes, it's going to be that 1-2-3 shot Kog'Maw.
So after that check right there, Curse are definitely thinking we needed to secure our map control at this point. We opened up their base, we cracked that sucker like an egg. Now we need to pick up an Oracles and ward around Baron once more because there's only 30 seconds, 35 seconds left on it. And if they're able to secure another Baron, then they can come in fresh with that Baron buff. There's only 1 outer turret left. They can even force a free fight without taking any damage at one of these exposed inhibitors if they want. The next 40 seconds to 50 seconds are really going to tell the end of this game right here because Baron's up and they have so much percentage damage. Curse can annihilate that thing. They can kill him in probably 7 seconds.
So we see a lot of items coming in here that haven't been on the champions we've seen. We have that Golem Stone, or Spirit of the Ancient Golem coming out on Voidboy for the Elise top, the Captain's Boots, as these guys are really trying to give themselves that advantage going on to St. Vicious. We've seen the Saracen Brace come out a few times, as well as the Mikhail's Crucible,
Watch how
which
fast
isn't in this one.
Two-man
But yeah,
percentage damage
look at the
kills
damage
Baron.
they're absolutely able to do. Completely crushing it down. TSM did not have a chance to even see the light of day on that one, but they are going to be able to go in the fight on the aggression. Chaos completely locked down. He did get hit up with the Rune Prison and all the damage. They took out the one they needed. Can they follow up? Curse looking very good this fight. The ultimate from Lulu knocking up a lot, actually just special, but there's the crowd control coming from him. He was able to get himself back in. It's not looking good, Kobe. The odd one's the only one running.
It's not looking good at all, but the odd one does escape through the back there. He's just going to save a little bit for his KDA, and it looks like Curse are going to take an inhibitor, rush straight onto those Nexus turrets. You can see how much this endgame Tristana was doing right there. St. Vicious and Voidboy dived right onto Kog'Maw and were murdering him in the back, while Cop was pelting the front line of TSM.
And
they just killed everyone at the same time right there.
And there we have it. The Nexus going to go down. 42 minutes into this one as we have a long game, and Curse takes it over Team Solo Mid.
Very impressive win right there. Well executed in the end game. They knew exactly what steps to take. They got there for the Baron, and that double percentage damage builds from their AD carry and top lane, I have to say.
Yeah, it seemed, not that it affected the game too much, it just made me think of it because we were looking at Dyrus, but we saw him, you know, always piecing the build together and not having an item that would be core for him. It works on Singed more than most because you just want to run around there anyways. It's not like you're going to impact a ton of damage into the fight. But those things were kind of happening all along the way. Then the Baron started going in favor. TSM came out of that Baron the first time pretty much the best they could have. I think Cop was the only one that came out with it and maybe one other person. But the second one, when they had all the damage, we saw him take down Baron good 3 or 4 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So,
and you can see TSM pretty happy with their play right there.
Indeed. All right, so let's see that last fight, or the mid lane fight rather, to see how it changed, where they pushed it in.
It looks like they're just gonna, they're marching in on this inhibitor to turret, and then St. Vicious gets a nice knock up there, immediately goes for Reginald once again. Voidboy following up really well. Those two are perfect divers. Voidboy again uses the repel. Second target is Chaos. Immediately, 1, 2, those 2 damage dealers are out of the game. From there, Curse has nothing to worry about. You can see Hop doing a little leapfrog right there, jump after jump, kill, reset, kill, and now they do the long chase over here on Xpecial and Dyrus. Get a little knock up, a little bit of slow. Xpecial does a good job right here, trying to knock them off, but Voidboy, with the flash over the wall into a repel, secures it with his Rylai's Crystal Scepter slow. Cop right there, giving him the boost over the wall.
You just see the dominance coming in the fight. Cop was very left alone in a lot of those fights. They tried to put the ball on him a few times, but it's hard to catch an AD carry that can jump like that. They can just be out of it, and you can be perfectly fine. We saw Chaos absolutely room prison and just smashed all the time as they went onto him. They had a St. Vicious every 2 or 3 fights right in the last one, diving past all 4 people. It was off the screen every time he engaged.
Not only does Tristana have the jump to get out, but she also has her ultimate to knock away whoever's diving her. He has so many answers to this. And once he gets to level 18, that 706, 708 range is ridiculous with the attack speed steroid that he has. Very nice play.
It hurts. It also helps with attack speed being a little bit more expensive. So coming up next, we'll have an interview with Elements from Curse, and then it's time for Complexity to take on Counterlogic Gaming. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're very pleased to be joined by Elements from Curse. Cody, welcome to the stage. Congratulations on another win. What did you guys change coming into this one? Was it obviously on your mind that you had those losses?
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas and CLG really, I guess, was an eye-opener a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know what we were doing, honestly. We were just trying to, we were changing our strat. It almost seemed like mid-champion select, but for stuff that we really wanted to get into, and it obviously was not working. So, as we said, I tweeted out the other day, is that we just really need to go back to basics and do what we know we can do, and that's ultimately what we did. But unfortunately, a little birdie overheard our strategies the other night, and good guy TSM for letting us know that they heard our strategy. So we had to go again and change exactly everything we were going to do again. So it's like, oh my gosh, but you know, we got the W, so can't complain.
Got the job done. Yeah,
it was interesting. You guys went pretty defensively in the opener, but we saw some things that you may have borrowed from Heartbeat. The Tristana plus Beta, the Rune King, and then the Elise also with the Leandres. Were you guys planning on doing that very early Baron all along, or did it just kind of happen?
It kind of happened, but I mean, right now the Trist with the Beta Rune King is like insanely strong Baron rush. You know, we call that Operation Heartbeat, and that worked out flawlessly. So that was good. And yeah, I mean, it just everything kind of fell into place in terms of what we wanted to do. I mean, Baron opened up, so we took that advantage. And you know, we were losing a lot of dragons early, but that really didn't matter too much because we were keeping up on our map control, and we were still winning these team fights and still getting Trist to late game, which is absolutely what you need to do on Trist.
So when you guys get into the moments where we just see it's 20, 23 minutes, you've danced Dragon 3 times, nobody can figure out a way into the next fight. Tensions are high for both teams. How do you play that? What is Chris's first look in that situation?
When you're kind of doing like a Baron dance or just waiting for initiation, it's really just like whoever gets caught. And it's just, you know, hopefully, like, I'm like praying, you're like, Elise, just land the stun, man. Just land the stun on their 80 carry. And we just all jump on Cog, and it's like a 4 versus 5 instantly. Like, you're just like thinking like, yes, please, please, please. And that's really, I think, what most teams hope for, is that you just need to wait for someone to slip up. It's really just sitting there and waiting until someone messes up or until someone lands a good initiation. And that's really how those team fights always start. And, you know, like when there's a big objective, you're just sitting there, you're just like, let's just sit here and wait, or we're going to go push a lane.
Or your elements on support, and you throw yourself into Maokai and throw your ult on.
Hey, man, I mean, that's Saint trying to smite. I got to stop Odd One at all costs.
We noticed you running that front line again, knock up onto Odd One, but you always get those boots of mobility on like any support. On Tarek, I know you like to initiate with it. On Lulu, is it just to get off that first glitter lance, or?
Lulu boots of mobility is really about just everything about her. Like, you pop W on yourself, you're moving at like 600 movement speed, and I can control the map like incredibly well. As soon as I pick up oracles, I can be anywhere at any given time putting wards and like anywhere on the map. So the boots of mobility also allows me to chase extremely well, because Lulu, I mean, if I'm able to chase, I can pop my little, you know, dragon on them, and then I can slow them with glitter lance, so I can ultimately disengage and engage at any given time on Lulu. So that's why I like the boots of mobility on her.
Right on. Do you change your flash build because you're not dazzle shattering all day? You don't get the flask on her?
Yeah, well, I mean, recently I've been talking to a couple supports overseas and stuff like that, and seeing what they're doing. And yeah, I've decided to kind of go away from Flash, especially versus Alistar lane. Like Alistar versus Lulu, Lulu's going to lose that no matter what. I mean, Alistar just spams heal the entire time, and I'm like, well, there goes all my harass. Like, we went into that knowing that's a losing lane, and we're just trying to get it out of laning phase and not die. That's all that was there.
All right. With Cop being on that very safe AD carry, Tristana having a lot of peel of his own just built into that kit, did you guys say, Saint and Voyboy, you're free to go dive as soon as you see Kog'Maw or you see Reggie, just go on them and I'll take care of myself?
Well, kind of. I mean, Cop's a very smart player, as you can tell by his KDA. He doesn't like to die. And yeah, Trist has all that, you know, built-in survivability already, plus Lulu. I mean, I could really just, you know, knock up Saint every time he landed on Ori or Kog'Maw and just, you know, get the job done. And Saint would just be this, you know, big Jarvan, you know, slowing and attacking, and, you know, it's just causing like a big hectic team fight for us. So Trist was able to, Trist and Ryze were able to lock down Singed right away. So that was really all they could do. I mean, you know, Dyrus is going to, you know, rush us as soon as possibly can, but, you know, he's getting, you know, glitter lanced, and then he's getting, you know, turned into a little dragon. Then Ryze is throwing out his snare, and then, you know, Trist knocks him away. It's just like, Dyrus is probably just sitting there like, this is the most frustrating game ever as Singed, you know? And that's exactly what we're going for, is you just protect our Trist and let him do free damage.
Right on. So now you guys come in with this win again. Coming up for the next ones, do you change anything? Or you guys aren't afraid to try new strats, but the slow and steady, don't fix it if it's not broken kind of thing. Are you going to just stick with that?
I think we need to change up something a little bit. I think the way we're going, teams are starting to catch up to us, as you can see, as we're getting our first 2 losses this week. So I'm thinking we need to, you know, go back to the drawing board and change it up a little bit, and, you know, throw another curveball at these teams so they don't always know what we're going to do. They can't counter us, so we're going to be ahead of the ball, because that's how we got all these wins in the first place, was staying ahead of the curve and doing stuff that the teams didn't know how to react to.
All right, Alan, it's awesome. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the win again.
Thank
you. Good luck in the rest of the LCS. Now, guys, it's time for our next match, Complexity versus Counterlogic Gaming. Recently, CLG had a few games they'd like to take back, and Complexity would be looking to capitalize on those mistakes. Watch this.
CLG is a tougher match for us. They're definitely a perennial powerhouse in North America.
We can just beat them again, just by sheer strength.
They haven't been looking that strong so far this season.
And it looks like CLG is scattering now.
Definitely the person to look out for is Double if they're AD carry.
We're not really scared of any of the bottom 4 teams.
If we can get people who can stick on him, we think we have a very good chance of beating them.
Like, I love to say these players are good, but they just aren't.
So Complexity is definitely struggling to find more wins here. But Kobe, what's holding these guys back?
Well, I mean, Latimortis has been struggling in these games, but really it's a symptom of the lanes not having pressure for him. And when your lanes don't have pressure as a jungler, it just feels bad because the enemy team can come in, invade your jungle, and take whatever they want from you. So that's definitely going to have to be fixed for them. And CLG have been sneaky with their level 1 invades. We saw them do it against Curse to take that win away from them, invade and get the easy first blood on Voyboy. That was a big game changer.
And with CLG's win over Curse, Chauster playing so strong in the jungle.
He is playing really strong, and he also is making a lot of those calls, so probably that delayed invade, those things are probably coming from him.
Well, we'll have to see if they do it again. Let's check out the lineups on the blue side. It's Complexity. Nick Wu in the top lane. Latimortis is your jungler. Chuper in mid. Brunch you on AD, and MIA on support.
And on the red team, it's CLG, Hotshot GG in the top, Chauster in jungle, Link in the middle, Double Lift on AD, and Afromoo on support.
And we said it yesterday a few times. Nick Wu is still a very consistent player for them. I think, as we were saying, the lanes kind of need more pressure. That's the one that Latimortis doesn't have to focus on the most. And we'll see if he actually gets to 1v1 Hotshot this game.
Yeah, if you give him one of those champions that he's put in his time on, the Zed or the Jace or the Shen, then he's going to be fine by himself. He's got that fighting game mentality where he really likes to have a 1v1, just have his alone time with you and make bad things happen.
That one-on-one, that real fight, the back and forth.
There's a few of those top laners that really just enjoy that.
Mega.
And that's kind of what makes them those top laners.
We got to see a Mega Nick Wu top lane.
Yeah,
now.
Mega Nick Wu. Both of them really want it, and that will be a battle royale.
Give them both Vi or something. They could just punch each other. There's Nick Wu right there as they get ready for the game. We saw Chuper last week, and I kind of spoke with Nick Wu about their game. I was like, you know, you guys had a great composition coming in with the dive you had from the jungler as well as Shen. Shen and Shin, actually. And what was the deal with Cassidy? He's like, well, we had guys that could jump in. And I'm like, so why do you want Cassidy to jump in? You know, why not Orianna or something? He's like, you know, Chuper, that's not in his pool. And I was like, that would have been perfect, something like that. You know, I feel you guys were kind of forced into a position where you had to have everybody go in, and that's scary because you got bruises on the other team. They're going to punch you in the face.
Plus, they were able to manipulate it so that Cassidy had to go bottom lane against Nidalee. And Nidalee, with those bushes in the bottom lane, it's even more of a hard lane for Cassidy than it is already.
And that was the thing. Scar's like, I can handle a long lane. Give it to me. And he did. He handled the long lane. They were actually able to come up with that second kill like that. They went down after he stole the buff. He's like, you know what? I want another kill.
I think that's like one of the best parts about Dignitas is their flexibility right now. I say it again all the time about the Koreans. They change up the game to put you off guard.
Right.
And it seems like maybe Dignitas, actually Curse also have been pretty flexible. So hopefully those two at least are the rising stars for North America and can actually contest with these Koreans when we finally meet up with them.
So Chauster, kind of considered the North America's theory crafter, right? Definitely a lot of ideas, can theory craft, as I said, pretty much the way that made Double Lift the best with his mechanics. As we always said, you know, that guy's, they always said that guy's pretty good. We should take him, and then Double Lift can become Double Lift.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what they can do against Latimortis, because he's known as a pioneer of the jungle as well, coming out very strong. I believe his was Alistar in the beginning. He loved that. Not something that you can really use these days due to the damage output. He's more of that support role now, as we see, being used all over the place. So we'll have to see if he can get back into a pioneer role, you know, just as we saw Nick, not Claky D, bringing back Jarvan, but being very trickster-like with him.
I really became a fan of Lauderdale Mortis when he was doing the very early tower dives, and now everybody seems to be doing it. It's not even like a special thing anymore, but that was really what impressed me about him early on was he would go for level 4 tower dives with Outside, like you're talking about, or Maokai.
Yeah.
And he actually returned to Maokai this week once already. He might do it again.
So we see the guys getting set up. They can discuss before this. Once during the game and the pause, then there's no chit-chat between them other than, you know, obvious headset mic, and we're almost ready. We're ready. Let's go. So they're discussing what's going on. You can see Hotshot in the end there, still bouncing the leg as he would on his stream, but we do see the text document in his hands.
He's always got that, never far from his side. And CLG are one that you always have to look out for some interesting picks because they will use some champions that are not flavor of the month. They really don't care what the current trends are.
Yeah. That's true, yeah. Nasus, pulling out Galio as well, and they're comfortable picks. We kind of talked to the team, and I forgot who it was that asked. I might have been up here with Freak, and he said, you know, were those something that the team kind of said, yeah, we don't have much, so we'll pick that, and they weren't okay with it, or is it something you're all right with and it just didn't work? And they're like, no, we're pretty much usually all right with what Hotshot wants to pick in the lane. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we'll try again next time. So the picks aren't really against what other team is doing. They're definitely up for trying new things.
I like that a lot, too. They choose champions that fit their personality, which is something that the Azubu Frost, back when they were interviewed a long time ago too, they were like, how do you guys train and how do you pick up new champions? And they actually talk to their managers and their coaches, and the coaches look for champions that are like, I think this might fit you.
Right.
And give them like options to pick up new champions.
Not just because they like the queue, but because it's like your personality as a whole.
Exactly.
That's just that second level of playing a champion and making it feel like it's just a piece of you.
Be in the game. You have to live the game.
You have to live the game. So we have this game almost underway. Your second one of the day, Complexity versus Counterlogic Gaming. We just had a nail-biter between Team Solobit and Curse in their first matchup of 4 weeks of the LCS. Like I said, I think that's awesome. We still have first matchups going on. Copenhagen Wolves picking up their first win today, just for other things going on in this super crazy week of Super Wednesday all the way through into Europe for Super Friday now. Absolutely amazing. 40 games over the total of 5 days.
That Copenhagen Wolves, actually, our tweet earlier, which EU team would you like to see an NA team? I think I'd like to see them versus GGU. The two bottom teams, Copenhagen Wolves and GGU, go
Fight
at it.
it out.
It would be an interesting game, I think, because there would be a lot of action at least. It wouldn't be like an EG game versus a
Then you
TSM
need like a
game or
Giants
something.
versus somebody else. 'Cause Giants will fight anywhere around the map. That's what Fnatic said about them. They're very good at fighting absolutely everywhere and anywhere and chaotic. And I guess that's, you know, what Moscow 5 brought to the table. Now Gambit Gaming, in the beginning, back to the day, that roaming support with Shyvana and Janna, and you were just like, what is going on? 3 kills before 5 minutes. Every lane has died right now. So hopefully we start to see a little bit more of that in the LCS, and everybody's kind of like, you know what? We're just going to go for something new.
CLG and Complexity, though, pretty good matchup. CLG feels like they have the upper hand. They're very confident in this. They said when they got upset by Vulcun last week, they took that pretty hard, and they're like, well, we're not going to let that happen again. Then Marn comes along. They upset them as well. They've got to be redoubling their efforts and thinking twice.
So we see him hovering around Link, getting him all set up here. You can see him moving his mouse, so his computer is back in. Looks like everybody's getting ready to set up. Counterlogic, kind of up and down. But everybody's had a little bit of an up and down, especially who's been in the top, right? Dignitas started off with hardly any wins. Now they've capitalized on a bigger win streak than Curse, as Curse now kind of getting themselves back into the run of things. CLG, the week off, kind of hurting them a little bit. TSM didn't seem to let that momentum hurt them too bad. They were able to come in with some wins. So it seems like every team kind of getting hit left and right with a few things. The house is coming into play. We definitely see that helping Dignitas a little bit more. Marn obviously finding a lot of comfort out of having their house, having training sessions where they can all sit down around one computer finally and learn things out. So everybody now 4 weeks in, They know their job. They're knee deep in it, and they're definitely pulling out all the stops.
Yeah. Everyone's realizing now that you really have to be in the LCS for the long haul. This is not a short-term tournament.
Right.
The format here, this is a season. And they're just now like realizing what that actually means. All the younger teams are like, okay, in the beginning, they're like, okay, we're going to get really good eventually. We might not win all the beginning games, and it's starting to show here with Marn picking up some games against the top 4. Vulcun were upset already, or they did the upsetting. So a lot of those teams really getting a foothold now.
That's right. We're kind of seeing, I guess it wouldn't be a top 4 or a bottom 4 because they keep switching now. There's a few that stay at the bottom that haven't found that ground yet. Obviously, GGU, they've kind of been poking at themselves and saying we can't say, it's about Shifter anymore because we have a team that we're able to work with. It does hurt to practice a full week with somebody and not have them, but they're right. They themselves know they kind of need to just go ahead and do it. So those bottom teams know what they need to do to bring it back up here. And Complexity comes out with their heads held high every week. Obviously they want to find more wins, but they're not going to give up. And we saw what it did for Vulcun. They were able to come back strong.
It's fine if you have excuses, but using those to justify your losses is not something that you want to do. You want to look at those excuses and see what went wrong and then build on that. Complexity, they're a very tough team, and they're very close as well. So they do a really good job of coming together after the games, discussing everything that went wrong. They know where they missed, and then they try and improve upon that, patch up all the holes in their defenses.
So as Link was, poking around on the PC, it looks like we're actually going to get that changed out. Wasn't really feeling the settings, so we're gonna get Link's PC switched out. It might just be a few minutes, so bear with us. Kobe and I are gonna have to just chat with you. Sorry.
Yes. What a fitting Friday of Super Week. We've had tons and tons of games. I feel like I've been here for a very long time, staring at your beautiful face.
Aw, how nice. Yeah, it has been an amazing week, right? 12 games on Wednesday. Like I said, overall 40 games in 5 days. I think IPL was the last thing to do this when they had all the international games. I think it was like 70 or something like that, plus somewhere around that number. It could have even been more, but it's all the action that everybody wants to see. This is the time when you're going to see new things, right? Nothing can really be, everything has to be left on the table here. It's Super Week.
We've seen trends just come up where everyone's doing the same thing and then instantly die in a few hours.
Like Pogs, man.
You don't even have to wait for a week for this flavor of the week or flavor of the month.
Flavor of the hour.
This is exactly. It's flavor of the hour. In the morning, everyone's doing the exact same 2 versus 1, switch lanes, and then we'll send a jungler over there to take that turret at 4 minutes. We had 4 or 5 of those in a row, and then instantly, nobody's doing that. We're all going to brawl now. Dignitas try to do their 2 versus 1 mid, and then everybody just kind of gets over it. The Xerath picks coming in. It's just really interesting to live through this as it's happening hour by hour. Everyone's switching up their strategies.
Flavor of the game.
There we go.
That's really what it is, right? So how many Warmogs do we see now?
Exactly.
Coming out. It wasn't even hit. Like, put a little bit more gold on it. I don't want it.
That was one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite things about watching Complexity. They all are killers. Like, they want damage. They want to be able to take out champions. They have not been buying health for a while now. They who did we interview? Oh, and also Marn are the same way because we interviewed Clanky D and he's like, I was never really a big fan of that. I like taking down champions, seeing my name big and lights on the front of the screen there.
Flashy. All the flashy lights. Brunch U, his play has actually been quite consistent. He's not one that's been a huge crush focus for them, or a crutch. I should say not crush focus, crutch. But he's always had good CS, always finds his way into the late game with items under his belt, and he can do the damage. Protection around him will be hard because it's the pressure they put on him and Lauda Mortis. He's focused to that lane. Chuper, inconsistent play. We really can't say much more than that. He's found a few things here and there. The Kassadin really wasn't the amazing thing for them the last time we played it. Like we said, that champion pool could be increased, so we'll have to see if he can pick it up too. Last time we said this about Mandatory Cloud and Zuna, they pulled out amazing scores, so hopefully Complexity follows right through.
I love watching Chuper play. I mean, it's just hilarious. He's always so happy. Look at that guy. He's never said their computer is broken, they're waiting. Everybody's cracking up right now. But I have to say, it's pretty funny when he does make a mistake because you can call that a Chuper blooper, put that right on the highlight reel. I love just picking those out. We can have a YouTube montage of him. And actually, something I noticed a couple weeks ago, Skara had the back of his iPhone setting. It was a wallpaper. It was a picture of Chuper doing a Chuper blooper of TF teleporting about 3 feet next to him, and it was from one of their scrims, and he came around and he showed everybody. It was like kind of like a hazing or a intimidation tactic that some of these older guys are using to intimidate the young teams, and he was like, remember this, Trooper? Don't mess up again. Scar, not the nicest guy that everybody thinks he is sometimes. He's doing a little mind games there, some intimidation.
It's always with a pat on the back. These guys can always get in each other's face and smile about it afterwards. It's funny to hear everything they say, or jokes are made when they're all watching out in the lobby, right, and the games are happening, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Scar, you probably would have dove that turret or something like that," and he's like, "Oh, whatever."
Nice smite, Saint Vicious.
But no, yeah, it's awesome to watch all these players interact, and really that was one of my favorite things coming into Season 3 is who has gotten the chance to see this? Who has gotten the chance to be a part of these players' lives other than their teammates and their managers week in and week out? And then everybody in the community can see that as well. We get to see, internal montages of what it's like living at their house or seeing TSM under game cribs, right? It's absolutely amazing. This is their job.
It really is nice getting to know these people more intimately in their real lives. And that's one of the things that I always loved about going to the live events. When I first started playing, like that was just the best thing ever. Like getting to meet all these players that you play with online in real life. And it's so interesting to see how they stack up. Some are exactly the same, and then some are just completely different to how they act online. MLG Dallas, we're gonna go there live. That should be pretty fun. You guys should all come out and meet us. We definitely love interacting with the fans.
So absolutely good, guys. Actually, don't forget today that the Mac client, the Mac came out for League of Legends, the Mac beta. It has been released, so make sure you get yourself over there. Take boot camp right off of that.
I thought that trailer was actually like a Pixar film or something, like a little ad for a new movie.
They did pretty darn good on it. It looks really nice. Also, if you want to see any replays, rewatch anything, the games are all also highlighted for you if you want to check it out. You can go to lolesports.com. Make sure at the top you can choose your region, which region you're in, and choose it. Select out. Check the times as well. They'll be set for that. So actually, we have some of those Twitter questions that you guys had from earlier, which would be the favorite, which would your dream match be between the North American LCS team and a European LCS team? There it is. Your answers to @LOL eSports are Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. EG is known for playing a slow game. And can the newfound hyper-aggressive style of Dignitas win? That is true. Dignitas kind of always had a fight comp, but they turned it on a lot earlier now.
Especially their way of ending the game, where Dignitas, they're like, how do we close this out? We just shove every lane in.
I was going to say, or not, but yeah, they have been.
Yeah.
They've been able to shove every lane in.
Against EG, that would be interesting because EG is known as like the turtle team. So how do you turtle all three lanes at once? It would be interesting to see that interaction. I really like that answer.
All right, so let's see what we have for the next one. Team Solo Mid versus Gambit. You need a reason? Alex versus Reggie. Oddbro versus Diamond. Always great plays in that match.
I love seeing EG or Gambit play against anybody. Diamond's play, all of their play, like Edward with his Thresh play recently. It's just so interesting, and I think that's a really good matchup too. Alex versus Reggie is always pretty epic.
I remember when I think Freak and everybody came up here to watch it. Jat's like, nope, that's not it. It's still going. And it is just an awesome play that comes in from Edward. So great questions. Another one, Counterlogic versus EG, the former roommates, teammates, going at it with a new roster. I like that. I like that quite a bit. They did live together for quite some time, get a bunch of scrims in, and who would know each other better, right?
Yeah. Almost incestuous a little bit. They all lived in the same house, and now they're going to battle against each other. That would be pretty good, especially since there has been a little bit of trash talk between the two. After the split. Yep. I think that would be pretty interesting. Double left, of course, though. He trash talks about anybody.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thank you for your answers. Remember to keep them coming to @LOL eSports, #LCS. We'll be sure to read more live on the air. That is, if they're good enough. But those are some pretty darn good answers, so I think we're just going to read more anyways. If you're with us, sticking with us, you should. Or if you're just joining us, we are waiting for a quick break here as we get Link's PC changed in and out. We had our first game, Curse versus Team Solo Mid. Curse was able to find the win there in a good 43-minute nail-biter. If you didn't see it, obviously the YouTube replay, well, I guess you can't watch it yet because you weren't watching it before, but you'll be able to see the replays at lolesports.com. We have Counterlogic Gaming versus Complexity coming up in just a few with myself, Rib. I was going to say Kobe right after, and
Uncle Ribby Rap.
Uncle Rib Rap. Riv and Kobe24 bringing it to you live here from Los Angeles. It's actually a gorgeous day out, and it's going to be a short one. We got 4 games, not the 12-match day, but really it's been about these players. They have gone through a grueling week, right? We get to sit here and watch awesome plays. They're the one producing them. We even heard from the managers. They're like, no, yeah, we're a little bit more stressed than these guys. Don't let them tell you anything different, because we got to talk to, say, Ocean and Liquid. So that was a really cool interview with those guys, figuring out what's it like to really manage a team themselves. We've got to see what Dan Din has to say about it on Game Cribs, and it's cool to get that aspect of it, since we only see really this side in the KDAs.
Yeah, this matchup too, the players you're talking about, I like the extra added layer that Nick Wu comes from the fighting game community, and Chowster and Doublelift are really big on Street Fighter right now. That's like the second game that they play. Doublelift always gets crushed by Chowster, and he thinks that Chowster is this amazing Street Fighter player.
Of course
but
he
Chowster's
is.
always like, "What? I'm not even that good. I just crush you all the time." It's just specifically, I can crush you, Doublelift. And so I think it would be interesting if we actually see Chowster fight Nick Wu in Street Fighter after this to see who could handle who.
Oh, man.
Because it would, if Chowster lost, it would be like Doublelift's hero was just thrown to the floor and tarnished, and I wonder what that would do to his world. Would that like shatter his perception of the gaming community?
I don't know if theory crafting comes into fighting games.
Oh yeah, there's
frame crafting.
so many levels.
It's frame crafting. So we have these guys almost in. Huge ups for everyone for sticking with us here. I know you're grabbing food, you're grabbing the soda, you got to hit the bathroom. Do it. We have a few minutes. We're staying here. We're going to chat about what's going on. We see Link almost readied up with the QA team behind him. He's just figuring out if this PC is going to work for him. We don't want these guys going in, obviously, under par in any situation. We even saw Dyrus last game. He was like, I have a point off in my masteries. I'm like, all right, let's get it restarted. Everybody's going to get back into the game. It's the LCS. We want to see these guys playing at 110%, and that's what we're going for right now. I believe we're a good 100,000 plus on the viewers, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Big props to you every week, all week long. And for those of you who've stayed up the entire time, holy moly, like that has been absolutely amazing. I know there's a few of them. There has to be.
We got to take out all the excuses. If your computer's messed up, okay, we'll switch that out. You have no excuses ever. Any griping about losing any of these games, and especially these guys.
Just on hand, on the side, they pop in the new one back into the game. The clients are loaded, like we said before. Very cool little program that saves everybody's runes, masteries, and whatnot. You switch a computer, it's going to be the same. You're not going to have to do absolutely anything. So that's very cool for them. We try to just make it easy. They come in, and they do their job. That's what they were hired for. That's what they qualified for.
It's a really nice feeling, too, that they're actually coming in here, doing what they love, and it's their job. It's what they're working for. Everybody wants to have that sort of dream job. You feel fulfilled after working, and you don't really keep track of the hours that you're working, because that's what you do for fun anyway. So they go home, they're playing the game. They come here, they're playing the game.
Right. Exactly. And guys, don't forget tomorrow as well, like we said, 50 games, or 40 games, I should say, in 5 days. That's where the 5 comes from. But yeah, Europe, again, on Saturday, 6 games coming in there. And then, once again, on Sunday, 6 games there. That's why they call it Super Week, ladies and gentlemen. We are into Champion Select. Let's see what these two teams have for each other now.
All right, here we go, finally. So now we can see the ban immediately banning Xerath and Zed. CLG was the other team to use that Xerath to great effect. Link did pretty well on him, but Nick Wu Zed, pretty much everyone agrees that's his best champion. They just want to get that out of the way.
Or Victor, but I don't think they're going to let him take that in top lane. He does love his Victor. Malphite and Vayne quickly taken out, and I think Doublelift, they made maybe his first Vayne ban. I'm not going to say first, but he does get a focus for this game. Twisted Fate coming out on Chuper's side as well, so they're taking away one of those core pool champions for him.
I really like the Vayne ban. It's kind of an answer to player-specific ban of Zed. They're like, okay, we know this is by far and away the most sought-after champion for Doublelift. Let's just get that out of there for him, because you can't really ban out these CLG guys. They have a pretty deep champion pool.
Right.
Just want to take away their favorite champion.
And who hasn't said from Counterlogic Gaming when they came up here, yeah, we just get Doublelift fed on Vayne and we win the game. So for somebody not to ban that out would have been pretty crazy. We see Jarvan coming in here for Nick Wu for a lot of Mortis, I should say, but for Complexity. Counterlogic, hot shot on the screen. Chowster right next to him, and they are discussing what to pick here as those two are the ones to choose. They look down the line, contemplating the pick as the intensity grows.
Josh always looks so calm. Like he's the least intense guy. Yeah, I know. He's like, oh, that was the most emotion that I've seen from him in a long time.
So they still go late game hyper.
Yep, late game hyper. Kog'Maw, great second choice. It's a bit different though, a very different play style. You stay near the back line, you want to get protected, you want people constantly peeling for you. You have to take flash pretty much because there's no other jumps for him.
Cleanse.
Cleanse or barrier is really popular too. It's also a really great choice because Kog'Maw can stand there and auto people pretty late in the game if he's gotten a decent amount of lifesteal. And if you have that barrier, then it just gives you that extra stand-up power. But Draven is a beast in lane. He's known for pushing people out, and I really like him when he's comboed with Thresh. I'm just hoping that North America will pick Thresh one time, but he's so good with Thresh because it's a hyper-aggressive lane, and when you're super aggressive lane with Thresh, he can pick up every single soul that he wants.
We'll have to see what a lot of Morris decides to go, who they will decide. We've also seen Thresh kind of going to grab that soul has cost people their lives. So we'll have to see if it's played right. Trooper picks up Kale this time, so he's going to be able to play pretty safe in his lane. We'll have to see how he does. Not really relative to the Kassadin pick, so we can't really defer anything from there.
And they also have the double armor auras that Jarvan and Taric. We've seen it so many times. It just stacks up really well. That's going to protect them against a team that really puts all their eggs in the AD carry basket.
So true. We'll have to see if with this hyper carry, if he plays it the same way that Chaos did. If he just says, you know, forget about Pen, we're just going to go for straight damage here. We see the picks now coming in for double lift and Link on counter logic. That Shen has been picked for the top lane. Link going on for Lee Sin. Chalister for Lee Sin. And it's actually been quite a few games since he pulled that out.
I mean, Link has played Lee Sin middle, but I don't think he is. You're right. It's probably going to be Chalister because he loves Lee Sin still. Still, by far and away, he's probably the main right now professional player that still is holding on to that Lee Sin champion, the blind monk. He loves it. But here we go. We've got the ball and the rat combo. This is really, really strong combo right here. And this is what gave Curse a really hard time when GGU used it against them very early in the LCS. It's so hard to deal with a Twitch with Infinity Edge when he's invulnerable. He just can constantly get off crits on your entire team.
That's some pretty good synergy.
You have to be very, very close.
Yeah, that'll help.
And there's Nick Wu.
Oh, nice. So he is going to be pulling out the Jace. We've actually seen him play some pretty formidable Jace here. His Shock Blast known to really, Nidalee Spear to kind of throw that back out. We saw teams doing this last week. You take a Nidalee, I'll take the Jace poke. But that late game Nidalee, we know hurts so much more.
It does feel pretty bad when you get hit one of those max range spears when she's got 500 plus AP late game. But Nick Wu, this is basically his second go-to champion. He knows all the matchups top lane. I even saw him beat Elise top straight 1 versus 1. I think it might have been I can't remember who.
Great top lane.
Who was playing it, but it's really an interesting thing when you see anyone beat an Elise top lane because that's such a solid top laner, and he can do it on Jace, who not a lot of people use. So I feel confident with his heads-up play in that top lane. It will have to come down to his defensive warding so that Chaucer doesn't come and turn the tables on him.
Well, they could get pretty good poke out of that Lulu Cog lane for them to swap it up. They could give Nick Wu a lot of pressure, but he is consistent in his play. We know we've seen Hotshot play the swap lane, so he's perfectly fine there with Shen. But there's no teleport for these top laners. The first time in a while. Stand United, however, is going to allow Hotshot to get away from Nick Wu if he's not in those engagements.
Yeah, so they'll have a little bit of an edge there with the end game global presence. But I have to say, that Twitch Kale combo is so scary. If you're not able to take him out early, then it's going to be a problem. Hotshot, though, you can still taunt Twitch when he's invulnerable. You won't be doing damage, but at least he can aim the spray and pray somewhere else.
So we see the teams facing off here. Complexity versus Counter Logic Gaming. As we get into your second matchup of the day, we are going to have this on the Rift. Bringing to the third and Kobe bringing this one to you. Let's see what these teams can do for level 1.
I automatically sympathize with that butterfly Kog'Maw because every few steps he tries to take flight and he just can't do it, always flopping back down onto the ground. Oh, so close. Maybe next time you'll get it.
One more time. There he goes. Oh, already. We'll see if Doublelift can carry from the ground this game. See them moving out. Looks like they're going to act as human wards here. Very Curse-like.
Yeah, and dual red pots coming out for Complexity. They want to fight early and often. Wherever Chowster ganks, he's going to have to be careful because a red pot will actually add a lot of damage as well, even at level 1, and they can turn it around on him.
I really like this. All the way back to Season 1, people buying the elixirs right off the bat. We saw Voidboy doing it with blue elixirs yesterday on that Tryndamere as well.
Yeah,
like
Voidboy said he's putting that Tryndamere up on the shelf, though. Yeah, had enough of that.
Live Design found it. You got nerfed.
There you go. It actually came out today, didn't it?
Yeah. It did.
These guys, though, for everyone watching, are not on
They are not on the new
live patch. Yeah, it's one patch back.
One patch back, indeed. Not too much movement. The second ward goes out. A few is what I wanted to say. The Bushwhacks acting as the ones that they don't really have down. And there's going to be quite a bit of them here as Link sets up to handle himself in mid.
It looks like we will be getting a one-on-one top here. Nick Wu going to be in his natural habitat. That Debonair Jace will be taking on Hotshot Shen. And he's actually starting with these wolves, so Nick will have a slight advantage. Hotshot's sharing the experience with Chaucer, so he'll have about half as much. And the late invade is going to be dangerous here. They have a pink ward, and they're going to steal this blue, but they back off with the Kale.
So good. So good how they went back. They said, we're not going up through blue. They're going to head. Right, they have the ward there.
Yeah,
they're like, we don't want anything to do with that. I was like, even Italy didn't come. They didn't want to spirit. They're just going pure cautious.
Yeah, there you go. That ward definitely paid off for them very
sure.
much. That's one of the things I was expecting a lot more people to do earlier than this.
So, figuring out what to do right off the bat. We can see them changing it up to keep themselves safe in the beginning. Now returning to that lane a little bit late. There's only 4-2 CS there as they were able to grab the wolves, so they don't lose too much. But Chaucer is looking pretty hungry right now, and it looks like he's going for a fast blue take.
There's a nice ward here on the blue side, but it doesn't look like either lane will collapse. And Chaucer just going to answer back with a blue steal of his own.
They even those out very nicely. Chaucer knowing what he has to do to keep himself in the game to help continue pressuring the lanes. We'll see if Loudamortis can keep it up as well. A big focus on him in this match, everyone. If they continue to focus Loudamortis, we've been saying it's just very hard for Complexity to get through this. Nick Wu taking some aggression up top. Chaucer looking safeguard in. He goes on his minion to look for some extra damage there. They find the Q, but he will not follow up.
Yeah, because of that ward at the blue buff, there's no way Nick was going to get caught out with unawares. He sensed that Chaucer was going to come top next. And since we have Jarvan coming to answer, this could turn bad for CLG. If he goes right into this bush, you can actually pull over there.
Ooh, the aggression in the bottom lane.
Unaware.
Oh my gosh, Doublelift almost going down the passive ticking. He has to throw on barrier. Ooh, that expunge. Oh no, he still gets him after it wears out. It ticks forever. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Barrier actually only lasts for 2 seconds. That's not nearly long enough to soak up all that poison.
The aggression back on the top lane now. They know that there's one on the bottom. There's a little bit of chaos on CLG's side, and they use it to their advantage.
The red buff popped right there for Nick Wu as well, so that's going to be gone pretty soon here. He actually used it for the extra damage, not saving it to save himself from a gank or anything.
See, actually pushing him all the way back. Hotshot didn't even really decide to buy too much there. Coming in with the Dorans, he has a shield to come back, so it looks like he's going to try to sustain in lane as long as he can. Just use that health to get back up with his Vorpal Blades. Look around here, 26-24, 24-14 in that bottom lane though, so a quick lead taken in CS as Doublelift got pushed out of lane there.
Yeah, I mean, that poison too strong. It lasts for 6 seconds, whereas barrier only lasts for 2 seconds. So there's really
kind of tried to time it. He was like, "There's a tick, there's a tick. Okay, now." But yeah, you're right.
The only way that would have saved him if he actually used his barrier earlier when they were taking auto attacks, so that the full amount would be absorbed. Saving it that late to deal with the poison didn't quite work out for him. So first blood, that is going to help Brunch a lot. And it turns out, you know, they said it before, Brunch, Loudamortis coming in for a little gank here through that pink ward.
They were saying about Brunch, he said.
Yeah, they were saying about Brunch.
Or
Brunch tried out.
Doublelift
taking a lot of damage.
There it is again. He's going to be forced right out of the lane. Mortis didn't even have a factor in that fight other than being there, and they're able to push him out. He just got back. They're really giving Doublelift a hard time. They know since he doesn't have Vayne, they took the hyper carry. They still want to shut it down extra hard. Great ward by MIA.
Yeah, if Mortis had stayed up in that tri-bush instead of coming down before, they could have dove that turret to finish off Doublelift in that little instance right there. But he had already jumped over the wall, expecting them to come a bit farther out, and now he's just been sitting there, wasting a little bit of time. Doublelift, though, still has his flash. Even though he had given up that first blood, he's got another escape.
There you go, Chuper putting on the pain in mid. But Link has not backed yet. That lane could change very much once he gets a little bit of resistance and regen in that kit. So we'll see what he can do. And we don't have a back from Chuper either. The mid lane has just been left to farm here.
Yeah, what I was going to say before about Brunchu in that bottom lane was that he actually tried out for Aphromu's position that Aphromu's in right now, the support for Doublelift. And Doublelift said he wasn't trash, but
Is the only one.
Yeah.
The only one he said that wasn't trash.
You're not trash, but we're going to take Afro instead.
But you can still have one of my search that says you're trash.
And I'm going to first blood you. Thank you very much.
So Hotshot, he definitely is doing a little bit better in lane with that Doran shield as he actually gets blasted away as Feint wears off. You can see them CSing out 40-38. Nick Wu holding strong in the lane. He bought himself a longsword to come back, actually, so he felt like he was doing all right in the defensive stage of everything.
His red pot just now running out too, so that 250 gold did not give him much of an advantage in lane. Try to use it for that gank.
A little on to Doublelift, a little aggression there. They know MIA is low on mana here, so it's kind of some aggression. They will try to push him back out of the lane. Both of them going for the double Dorns buy too.
Interesting. Nice little defensive item. I mean, Edward did that a while ago on support, and I think it was Crepo was like, yeah, you know what? I punched the numbers. That's a great buy. It was a good find by Edward. Just nobody else had done it before. Hotshot always has been a big fan of that item, though, so not surprised to see Hotshot pick up one of his own.
Doran's all over this game. There must be a sale going on. 7 minutes and 30 seconds into this one. That's 600 gold from First Blood and assist helping out a little bit here. And Chuper doing quite a good job in mid, giving Link some good harass. We see him not forced out for the blue, but his lane's actually all the way pushed here, so he's going to lose some CS as he goes for it. Doublelift now again back in lane. He bought a longsword for himself. We'll have to see if he upgrades that into the Scepter.
Yeah. Well, they both of them have the double Doran's blade, so that's so much sustain already.
Right, yeah.
A Vamp Scepter on top of that would be tremendous.
Spend another 400 gold to get something I already have. The pickaxe quickly coming up for Brunchu. You know, being said is one of an all-right buy. If you're going back with that much gold, pick it up. It's a great bit of damage.
Looks like he's going to be skipping that Vamp Scepter. A lot of aggression, though.
Guys, going face to face. That's about the third time they've done that. I like the aggression coming out of these two in mid.
And they're dead even on CS. Both of them picking up core items in their build.
Oh, Chowster.
Oh, Chowster going over a ward. And he places a ward of his own at the blue buff. Perfect timing by him. Laudamornis doesn't know that that ward was placed.
He's got to have a smile on his face right now. He may have seen, you know, just a hit from that flag toss coming in. And he is going to be able to stay there. Chuper moving over a little too early, throws on the invulnerability, and the kick causes the spear to miss. The flash as well. Laudamortis is forced in to hold mid now, and they might be able to steal blue off of this.
Yeah, and they also traded the flash from middle for the ignite, which is actually a really good trade. Kale doesn't have any gap closure. She has a small speed boost from her heal, and that's it. You're right, they're going to steal this blue up. Charstar actually wants that for his own energy regen since Link's got one already.
There's a big difference, Kobe. Complexity also had the timer on blue, right? They didn't want to contest it again. Chowster went exactly when he took it last time, and that's where CLG could start to grab a lead with those both blues.
Yep. They used the timing to their advantage right there. Very predictable invade. Not too big of a deal, but Chuper did pop his red pot as well. That will be ticking down. And they haven't gained much advantage from those early buys that they used. Nick Wu didn't get anything out of his either.
And they actually placed more than one ward down. It wasn't safe enough just to have the blue. Chowster put one down in the push. Brunchu taking some good damage as we saw Laudamortis heading top. This gank in the bottom, not gank in the bottom lane, rather pressure in the bottom lane. could definitely draw attention of the jungler. It's certainly drawing attention of Link. He's going to look for a behind the turret kill here. The blue buff is on. He throws a bushwhack in there, so if anybody comes in, they're going to be shredded out. And they are just going to sit and wait. That top gank actually going down as we did see Mortis making the roll. Hotshot's going to fall first in this engagement. They're really going to want this in the bottom lane now. And you can see MIA and Brunch just holding each other right now.
Yeah, so Link does walk back out over that ward. They know he's gone and they're safe now. But Hotshot saw Mortis go up to that top lane. Those wards you were talking about at blue, they placed both of them. He knew it was up in that area. There were red pings everywhere, and he still just gets dumped by the lane gank from Jarvan. It can still catch you off guard. He has 2 gap closers, and since Hotshot's down, there's no Shen ultimate, but CLG still take advantage, grab the trade for Dragon for top turret, at least salvaging a little bit from that situation.
Complexity, I gotta say, definitely looking better here in the early part of the game. A few things, you know, that you said earlier. If Mortis would have stayed in the tri-bush when Chauster came to gank, that's somewhere we would have seen Mortis dying before. They're making the right moves this time. It's paying off. The gold lead isn't that much, but that's because Counter Logic is, they know that this is going to be a tough game with what they've seen so far.
And you see Afro there trying to shove the lane with the Glitter Lance. They want to push this turret down as early as they can. They know that since the top turret's already been taken, they need to get some map control back for themselves.
This mid lane kind of has had a bit of aggression. The CS is still 94-90. When we saw Chuper flash away, that's still coming up off of cooldown quite a long time. We did see the Ignite of Link use, so if they go in, it's all about the abilities on them. Link has done a bit of roaming, but it's really going to come into play for Chuper once they get these 5-on-5 fights and he can start using that intervention.
Link does have to be careful because the ultimate of Kale does mean they're not afraid to tower dive.
The stand united as well. He's not going to have the flash. It was just used. The invulnerability is there, and they're going to focus on him, taking steps in front of him so they can keep along with the kite. Nick Wu is going to be forced into a fight here. He tries to dodge into the bush and through the gate. Nice try in the mechanics there, but it was just too much coming from CLG. They pick up 2 kills of their own.
I love that use of the Shen ultimate coming in for a 3-man gank there. They don't even need the home guard, but it's just like hop all over there, and they're rewarded with a middle turret for themselves. There's that little bit of map control that they wanted.
I know Nick Wu was around that spot, but that just shows, we said he didn't take teleport, how quick of an impact Hotshot has when he gets there instantly.
Yeah, even though he died, he was off the map for a while.
Yeah.
Kind of caught them off guard. Even used that to turn it around, so it's 2-2 now. And the bottom under pressure.
Here we go, Chauster coming in on the golems. This is the second time here. We just saw Link doing the same thing to MIA and Brunchy in the bottom lane. They're just going buddies right now. They know they can't get any pressure. 94-103, so these guys going back and forth in CS. It's still going to stay just about even. I mean, that's the case in just about every lane right now, even the jungle.
A needlessly large rod picked up here for Link, so immediately
for the burst.
Those spears are going to start hurting now. Get ready with your oohs and ahs, people.
Or if you're the
yeah, there you go.
So we'll see what they can do as they clear out the lanes. Nick Wu's by, goes for the Brutalizer. Like you said, these guys love damage right off the bat. They don't want to do anything with the health. We see it's a little different Hotshot. He got that Giant's Belt in the armor. Mortis and Trooper trying to put on the aggression. As you can see, Link taking a good bit of damage there. And they continue to place the wards out. Almost everybody has wards on Counter Logic's side. We'll see the wards placed for Call in the bottom lane, and they only have 1. The Sightstone is up, though, so they could put down some more. It's all the bottom lane. Look how much they are putting pressure on that bottom lane. They're forced to ward it twice.
Yeah, it's so deeply warded because there were all those repeat visits, like you said, from Link and Chauster down there. They don't want to get caught off guard. Lee Sin is really good, actually, against Twitch, since there's absolutely no chance he'll be able to go invisible off that. Usually, people can just keep hitting Twitch and delay his invisibility before he gets away, but Lee Sin can actually get vision of that.
So I think it was around 8 minutes for that blue.
Again.
So we're going to be seeing, yeah, they're putting the pressure towards that area once again. You see it's going to be Link, so 3rd blue of the game. We'll be going over to CLG here. Remember, Complexity was able to get the first one on the invade, but it's not been helping the mid lane there ever since.
I like this, that they're staying with the same strategy. They're following up, not letting the blue buff drop over the course of the game. They're sticking with it every time it pops up. They go grab that. With 2 minutes left on Dragon, I would actually think that CLG might start warding up a little bit deeper so that they'll be in position to grab that one.
pressure onto Mortis. This is where it could start getting sticky for Complexity. They get out there, but this is going to be low health. Logic Gaming may want to make a move off of this.
Ooh, there we go. Miss Spear,
Watch the coattails there. You can see what that W for Nick Wu. That wasn't W. Those are just auto attacks. Actually, just a bit of damage. See him pushing all the wards here. Look at this. 4 wards on your screen right there. 2 from each team. The bushwhacks go down as well. Try and increase that vision and shred that armor. The split push starts in from Hotshot.
Yeah, Hotshot definitely at home with this strategy.
I think that top tower could be his any moment. Actually, he was at 75% health, so it's going to take a while for him to crack at that one. And Nikwu may make it to that top lane as the minion wave is there taking direction of the minions, so they're not going to get extra damage. There's the blast. Nikwu saves the turret. And still 120 to 114 in that lane. He's just 1 assist behind Hotshot there. So like we said, he is keeping himself up to par with that play. The gold lead still very minimal between both of these teams.
The picture of this map right now is just the quintessential CLG strategy. They have Hotshot split pushing top, Doublelift farming his brains out bottom, and the rest of them just trying to keep up the pressure in that middle. And some more wards actually really need to come out from CLG. You can see it's blanketed in blue right now, but very few purple eyeballs up.
They actually just put all of those wards down recently, which is crazy. We had those wards down in the bottom lane, but then Complexity's like, we have too much on our side. They're not ganking us down in the bottom of these lanes anymore. Dragon comes back up in 8. They have a lot of wards on the top side, but that's not going to help for the bottom, so we'll see how they take to this.
Again, Hotshot taking the opportunity, going to split push. He knows that they're going to fight over Dragon.
It's turret for Dragon here.
So as long as CLG are delaying Complexity, then they're winning this fight right now. And it's going to take Jace a while to get there. If CLG engage now, it could be a 5-on-4.
And they have the teleport, like we said. That was a big factor before. The Stand United is up, rather. MIA taking more than half his health from a full extended spear, and it only takes a few shots from Doublelift. It looks like Mortis goes right onto him. The one heal from Link back to full. Flash is forced out here. They do grab that Dragon up. They grab the turret up top as well. Complexity is forced to run.
This is a chess match just playing out perfectly for CLG. They're expecting every move from Complexity and outplaying them before they even get there. CLG, they wanted them to go for Dragon. Chaucer had faith in his smite stealing ability, and they wanted them to be grouped up in that Dragon pit so that Link can get those free spears. You saw tanking Taric down to 30% or so. An easy follow-up granted them a kill. They get the Dragon, they get the turret. That was just a huge snowball for them.
That is the 4,000 gold lead. It's been quite close since. Now it's about 18 minutes in. Complexity, CLG finds, the move that they wanted. The door was open there for them to go for the Dragon. They were easily able to come in. Mortis, that dive onto Doublelift didn't give as much damage as he wanted, and the heal from Link, I really think, turned them off of just that fight altogether. Infinity Edge completed now onto Kog'Maw. They tried to stop the Vayne, but can they stop the Cog?
Yeah, Kog'Maw Infinity Edge is really scary. He's got so much range now. And Chuper, you're going to have to time your ultimate really well for Complexity in the next team fight. They still have a good chance. If he's able to block that key spear, that will be maybe half of someone's life bar right now, because Nidalee has not gone back to purchase the other half of her death cap yet. She actually, with that Phoenix Codex, could go a lot of routes right now. So we'll have to see where he ends up with that. But Hotshot, he's got the beginnings of the Randuin's Omen there with the Warden's Mail, and that was what Doublelift always complains about as an AD carry. The bane of his existence. That's going to be so good against Twitch, because Hotshot can force Twitch to attack him.
Yep.
And you're forcing that 20% attack speed reduction on him.
They can get to the back line and do it again, like they just pounced on Link. That's such a good engagement, as you said. Giving up the red here to Brunch U. We'll see if anything says they are looking for a fight right now. Just the regular sight stones. You don't see the Locket of the Iron Solari really coming out yet for either of the junglers. Mortis is on that Kindle gem, but he hasn't been able to complete too much. Went for Ninja Tabi, trying to get himself fight ready. Spear coming out, hits Chuper, almost brings him back to half. And just having that ability in the game where everybody kind of knows we're not really fight ready anymore because of one spear.
Yeah, Chuper only has 2 items there. He's got some shoes and a little sword.
Oh,
he
man.
upgraded to Home Guard very early, which is not a bad buy because they're already getting pressured so far into their base. They've lost a lot of turrets, so he definitely needs to be able to get back out there and with the rest of his team as soon as possible. This mid lane pink ward actually going to do a lot for CLG because they'll see where Twitch is coming from.
So is it not a huge factor that Chuper kind of far behind on items, because the ultimate's really what's coming into play for him now, and it'll be all right if he can get kind of built up in the next 5-10 minutes?
Well, since, like I said, Hotshot can... Oh my goodness.
That's painful.
Hotshot can force Brunch to attack him, so Complexity really needs another big damage source, and they need Chuper to be that. Nick Wu's going to be trying to fire his shockwaves over and over from the back line, and it's going to be very dangerous for them. The death cap is finally completed. He went up going with that route.
And you see him maxing damage again. Nick Wu, the team you said likes to do that. The BF sword after the Brutalizer and Vampiric Scepter. He's not even going for any type of mitigation. On the damage, Brunch Yu, great hands there, catches one behind the turret. It looks like he's going to be forced back, so they don't have the Infinity Edge for the fight. It's really going to have to go on somebody with a dive here. Oh my gosh, that's 2 out of the fight now with low health. Dragons up in 2, and this is how we saw Mandatory Cloud just absolutely pick apart teams last week.
Basically, these are free objectives for CLG right now. Nobody on Complexity has any magic resistance bot at all. They don't have the beginnings of an Aegis. It looks like he's probably going to be going Locket first on that Jarvan, so there's not a lot of hope in sight for them, and since they are all building damage, none of them even has health to back it up. They have no regen, there's no team auras there to build off of. It's really looking dire for them because all Link has to do is land a couple spears, and so CLG is going to put a high priority on keeping blue buffs up for him. As long as they have blue buffs up on Link, they can take whatever they want.
They've been doing a good job of it. Chuper actually seems like he's going to build into a haunting guise here as he put together the tomb in the crystal. So that just may show how hurt he is for that gold. 7,800 right now coming in for Link to that 6,200 of Chuper. It's really starting to separate for these two teams. The CS is still relatively close in every lane from the supports to the jungles as well. These objectives are coming into play now. The 4-2 and the 5-3 in kills and turrets really starting to sway the game.
This is really the perfect situation for CLG. They can split push with Hotshot because he's so strong right now, so tanky. He even has wards for himself, and there's wards all over the Complexity's jungle, so he can just go down there as much as he wants and wait while the rest of his team sieges up a tower, and Link just throws spears, playing target practice over there until he finally finds a target.
They are kind of hovering around this top side, keeping that pressure towards that blue area. More wards. Now the wards coming out for CLG. You can see they've placed down 3-4 bushwhacks going around in that area. I think Joe was saying it before as well. Just bushwhacks everywhere. All the Nidalee traps have been being placed in these games when usually you only see a few. They just litter the entire map. And it looks like the Baron dance will begin. Doublelift is going to be able to take it down quite fast on Kog'Maw. Let's see what he is going for his build. He's got actually 5 on that W. By Arcane Barrage, and then he goes to level the Void Ooze next instead of getting that Q on the passive attack speed.
Complexity got tricked out a little bit. They went to go check Dragon. They realize CLG are not on the map, and they're rushing over to Baron, but it's too late. It goes down.
Looks like they're going to grab it. They are hightailing it towards the top side. Exit stage left for these guys. They don't even want an engagement. They want to say, you can chase us all you want. Hotshot's in the bottom lane being split shot GG, and we're going to push the top lane.
They're losing every objective that CLG went for. They went to check the Dragon, so they lose Baron. Plus, they're going to take a lot of damage on this bottom turret. It looks like they are just out of sorts. They don't know where to go, sending Chuper down to try and stop Hotshot, but really what they have to do would be catch someone off guard out of position, and that's not going to happen from CLG right now.
CLG would love to get caught out of position. I think they could actually handle it and kind of bait the fight in for themselves. They are very strong right now. They've quickly made it to 8,000 gold. We can see Chuper relying on the home guards just to defend against Shen's hits on the turret. He's really not even trying to use abilities. Back Brunch Yu. That damage is so amazing. It's game-changing on every throw if it hits.
Well, Link doesn't even have to choose his targets right now. Any person that he hits is going to take a giant chunk of their life because they didn't build those defensive stats.
Well, Complexity is going to have to put on their tap dancing shoes because with these spears coming out again, actually that one went right over Lauda Mortis, hit MIA. So you can see even Tarek taking a good bit of damage. These guys, like you said, don't have a chance to build the magic resistance they need right now. And with that Arma Aura stack, it's not really what they need.
It is only 2 to 4 right now, but the difference looks so much more commanding when you look at the team fights because Complexity are just sitting there dodging shots for as long as they can until one hits, and then they have to go all the way back to base.
Look at the bias coming out here. The 80 carries.
Hotshot has 3 people on him finally.
Yeah, this is old school. This is Season 2 Hotshot right here. We'll see how long it takes for them. He's not going to be able to get out of this one, but the team is wreaking havoc at the top of the base. Oh my gosh, I'm a liar. He made me a liar. He gets out of that. Finally goes down. Thank you, Nick Wu. And it looks like they're going to be able to get the inhibitor.
Nick Wu's got your back there, Rip.
Woo! It's close. It's close.
So they do take down Hotshot, but they lose an inhibitor turret and an inhibitor. Not the best of trades. At least they got one Baron buff off the road there. 24 seconds, though, means Hotshot will be back in time to stop this siege as well.
So Hotshot picks up a Randuin's, didn't get the home guard yet, so I figure that in 15 seconds, if they are in the face of Complexity, this may be a Stand United initiation to come in on Complexity here. Good damage onto MIA. That means initiate even more. If they continue to pressure on the turret, that's 2 down. They're making the run. 3 seconds for Hotshot to come up here. A slow onto Link. They try to get some movement there. But it was just, that one slow was just too much for the reinitiate.
They actually could just straight march down this mid line.
They have that
and
Stand
take
United.
That one, yeah. They're fine with this. They've got this game so well in hand. 3 to 4 is the score of this game.
Yeah.
But Complexity are running for their lives.
They have to right now. All of the health and damage that was able to be built just versus the damage. Red Elixirs coming out and being popped right now for Complexity before they're even in the fight. They know this may be a last stand. A Dazzle comes out. They get double lift. He only has the barrier, not the cleanse. He throws that on. He gets a bit of damage that he needs, or get a sustain he needs. And that was actually the safeguard. So his summoner is still up. CLG is fighting with the knowledge that they have such an upper hand. They didn't even blow the summoner spells out of being scared in the initiation of that fight. They are still standing strong, and it looks like they may be able to take this inhibitor out. A little too much pressure going down. That next minion wave could mean it for them, jumping back and forth, trying to harass Nick Wu here. They know a good amount of damage comes from him. They push them off. They find the inhibitor, Kobe, and they just look to toy with Complexity now.
You can see how desperate Complexity are for defensive stats. Tarek has a red pot right now, just for the extra HP, and that actually made him survive the last few spears from the engage.
Going around, the Andrews finally finished up for Trooper here. They can get a bit more damage over time on these fights, but that's what they're not lasting, is time. They're very fast. The spears completely taking out Brunch U and MIA in multiple hits. If they can't dodge those spears, these fights start at such a disadvantage for Complexity.
There's not really a way for Complexity to get the gold lead back either. They're all buying these consumables, red pots on 3 out of 4 members, and CLG have complete control of the map, so they can easily just keep on grabbing up all the dragons, all the barons, anything that they want. Complexity's base is just in ruins right now, and CLG are coming down bottom to finish this one off. Link actually just going to solo up that dragon.
He's going quite strong on it. Looks like he's going to get a little help here from his teammates, as, like you said, could be one final push coming in. A ward there may have seen. They look to grab one out. This could be a quick turnaround for them. They take down Link, but they have to get back to the base. The push can still be strong from CLG.
That is huge for Complexity. They did all build damage, so it means that late game they can still pull stuff like that, where it's a push gank and finish off somebody that they do catch out.
We heard what Element said in the interview. You're just waiting to catch somebody out right here, and this may be it. They go to double lift. Great polymorph onto Lauda Mortis. He can't do the damage. Vulnerability onto Tarek. Can they get the damage they want out of this? There goes Chowster. Link is still down from the previous engagement. They could find themselves in trouble here. Double lift goes down to Cathy, and surprised to still do quite a bit of damage, but it's not going to be any health bars that he wants to hit. CLG has Hotshot come in here. Afromu going for the base. They're split both ways, Kobe.
Complexity caught out Link and annihilated him early, but CLG felt like they were so strong they kept on pushing right into that 4 versus 5 man engage. And now Lulu Afromu gonna have to speed himself away.
8-0, that 80% slow, pretty much shutting down Lada Mortis. But here's the chase going. It's almost a slow motion chase. Hotshot says, what? What's going on? Come on, bring it. He's so taunting them. He doesn't want them to go back. They're gonna start spawning. They're gonna start running down, and Hotshot wants to keep them there. He can always go back to base, and actually doesn't have Stand United, so he's gotta be careful with what he does here. He taunts out. It's gonna be a lot of damage coming in. The feint for the shield, and that just not what Brunch you expected.
Yeah, I was saying Hotshot went back and forth right there. He was just trying to bait them in for Link. You can see him walking down here this map. He finally gets there, uses the flash to come heal Hotshot. What a bro. They don't go down, and so CLG going to pick up their red buff, and they're just going to do a two-man push on this bottom target. Like I said, they feel so confident right now, even though it's 6-6. They just have all the power in this game right now. Baron up in 10, 12 seconds, and they're probably just going to take that really quickly with only a few members.
What a bro by Link, wasting the flash to save Hotshot there. Looks like he will have enough time to pretty much vorpal his health back to normal. They'll be able to engage on this fight. He looks to stay with the team now. Like I said, it would have been scary if he would have pushed back off that fight because of the Stand United being down. But now poised to take Baron once again. Kobe, 7,000 gold in the lead. The kill score is tied right now, but it's 8-4 in turrets. Means a lot with that global pressure.
This puts Complexity in a really tough situation. They have to make the choice where they're going to have their last stand. Do you give up that inhibitor? Probably yes for the top one. There's no turret. You at least need a turret to fight with. So when CLG goes bottom, you really don't want to give up all 3 inhibitors at once because that makes the super minions ridiculously strong. But you do want to fight with the double turrets. So if they're not going to catch someone out, then there they go. They just initiate right on this first inhibitor, actually.
They see Hotshot and Chaucer push up, and you saw Lada Mortis was like, all right, I'll run by you guys if I can get right to double lift. Chuper taking a good shot right there, but they got some good sustain as well. That Kale heal and the Taric heal coming in. But that's all to negate one ability coming from Link that he can do over and over again. So let's see what they can do. They're guarding the last one. Hotshot able to get hits in there. MIA still taking those spears. See if they can get this inhibitor. One for Lada Mortis as well. They're just throwing the medicine everywhere right now. Hotshot stays in the front here. That Baron buff taking away for them, and Complexity knows they can't get initiation. He doesn't even want to dazzle Hotshot.
The one saving grace for Complexity right now is that Link does not have a blue buff at least.
Yeah.
So he's slowly running out of mana.
And even if they were starting to build that magic resistance, the Void Staff is already on Link. MIA walking too many steps into the fight. He tries to get the help from Lada Mortis as they dive in. Nikwu just on the outside. They're clearing health bars pretty good right here. Double Lift has not had the chance to kite and fire. The damage is going out. We've seen MIA go down so far in this fight. It's going to be Lada Mortis next as Double Lift finds himself a kill. A great shock blast coming out, taking down Afromu, and Chuper is forced out of the fight. The invulnerability has been used defensively. It's only Chuper and Brunch to hold the base, and CLG looks to push on.
Yeah, Afromu, the only casualty so far. Chuper's still going to fight valiantly with those home guard boots, but 3 inhibitors down means that they are going to march on those Nexus turrets.
It could be quite strong as well. They have a full super wave top, one coming in mid. That River right now has the next line for bottom. So it looks like they may not even need that one. They're going to pressure this first turret. Kobe coming in quite strong. A 33-minute game here for Complexity and Counter Logic Gaming. Looks like it'll go for a few more as Complexity, or CLG rather, heads out of the base.
They back off and they're going to make them wait. They don't want to throw this away. All of Complexity back up here. Nikwu's got a few more seconds, so they don't feel like dying. They'll just go back by real quick and make the best of that Baron buff. Return to finish the job. Double Lift actually just going to get that red buff too. He's got plenty of little flowers circling him.
So coming into this, we said Complexity likes to build damage, right? And we can see that they like to build damage. There's hardly any defense besides a Locket, Jarvan building the Wardens, right? So where do you have to change that when you see it coming into game? Is there a factor of you're not going to get much gold here to here if you're already down? Right? Where do they need to change that? Was it the 20-minute mark? Do they need to start knowing to build defense at some point?
Well, when you're against a middle-y, Runic Bulwark is really a really important item.
So that have needed to come out already.
Yeah, because everybody is going to have at least some magic resist. Like we saw there, the spears on any one of these targets just takes them out of the fight before it's even started. And CLG can just take advantage of that after you already have to back off. the kills, you don't even have to get kills.
There's the taunt in on MIA. They have wards all over the place, and you can see it just activating the fight. They thought to fight this outside of their base, but reality, the minions are giving CLG vision as well, so they knew Complexity was trying something tricky, but I guess they've had to, Kobe. It's the last stretch here, a last-ditch effort as Complexity, or CLG looks at this last turret. Home guard coming in for Lada Mortis as he dives towards the back line. They get one, and they've got CLG to turn their eyes away from the Nexus. MIA catches another spear. They're trying to get themselves back. Nick Wu actually used that on a minion to get himself out of danger. They dodged that spear as CLG puts up a human wall between them and the fountain, and they look to take down the Nexus here versus Complexity. The kills are coming out, but it's going to be CLG on top at 35 minutes.
All that intense yelling was them trying to up their KDA at the end. They were like, no, don't kill the Nexus. I want more kills. Trying to get those few guys at the fountain. Congrats to CLG, though. Well deserved.
So a great game by Complexity, I must say, up until a point where we saw Experience really hinder what they were bringing to the table. It looked like CLG knew they could do a few certain things to continue to pressure it. They were a team that kept going after the blue buff. Usually we'll see that 1 or 2 times, and then it won't happen. Lada Mortis should have gone back for it as well, but they didn't. They didn't have any pressure as it came up. Chouster went back and warded it 5 seconds before it came up, and then saw the Jarvan flag toss. So much information just from that. Pushed that game 20% in CLG's favor there, and they kept doing the right things from there on out.
You can tell that they didn't just lay out their level 1. They prepared their strat for the whole game. They kept it going all the way past 20 minutes. And that is something that they said they were going to work on when preparing against these teams that started out as the lesser teams. They were going to full-on prepare like it was going up against Curse or something.
And it showed, right?
Yeah.
Kayle, not super mana heavy, obviously would love to have a blue buff in middle if she can get a Q off and throw her E. That's, you know, the damage comes from the Nashers that she gets out. But to be able to do that over and over, get a little cooldown and intervention, could have helped those fights a little bit.
And anytime that you do have that mid AP Nidalee, blue buffs are so important. If you keep that on her, you can just continuously throw those spears. And basically, whenever you land 2 spears, you get a free objective.
Yeah.
You don't, the kill count for that game was so low. It's because they were just backing off after they got hit by a spear, and then you take an objective, so you get your advantage from that.
Absolutely, everyone. We'll be back right after these messages with an interview with both Hotshot GG and Chouster from Counterlogic Gaming. Stick around. Everybody, welcome back to the North American LCS. Now in the interview lounge, Rivington III here with Counter Logic Gaming's Hotshot GG and Chouster. Guys, congratulations on the win. I gotta say, were you surprised by the start that Complexity gave you there?
I'll let you do this one.
All right, I was surprised. Like Afro and W4D3, they're a really strong bottom lane, and we started off the game by them receiving first blood. Complexity got the first blood in our bottom lane, and our philosophy that game was kind of like, oh, I'm going to camp bottom lane, make sure Doublelift gets farmed and fed, and just make sure our late game is secured. But that didn't go so well. But thankfully, Link picked up the slack.
Oh, Link carried so hard that game. Unbelievable. I was like, oops, I made a mistake. And then Link was like, well, I killed 4 of them. I was like, okay.
Actually, talking about making mistakes, you had pings and wards coming up to you with Loud Mortis coming up for a gank at one point, and you kind of just allowed yourself to die in lane. What was going on?
I was trying to bait him. I was trying to bait him to like stay there and that sort of thing, and then Nick flashed behind me and hammered me, and I was like, oh my god, why am I so bad? But it was good. It was good.
All right, so either of you guys for this one, going into Champion Select, obviously you guys have been saying that get Doublelift fed on Vayne. They took that away from you in Champion Select. Were you guys kind of like, we'll go late game Kog'Maw, or do you have anything else in store that you would have brought out there, or you just want to stick to your late game?
One of the biggest things is we know Brunch is a big Cog player, so we thought we can also take Cog and just make him a little weaker there. So yeah.
So you guys actually continued to focus blue. You actually predicted about 5 seconds with Loud Mortis coming back to blue. That had to make you guys feel good. You knew you were taking the game at that point. What's the point at keeping it going? Loud Mortis kind of gave up on yours after stealing it.
I think it was a choice for theirs to not counter our blue. I guess they weren't in position to, but since I took the timer for theirs and both my soul lanes were just in position to, because I made sure that it spawns at this point, I need you guys to be ready. And they responded, so.
Very cool, very cool. So you said Link, Hotshot, you said Link carried your entire game. What do you guys focus around him? What does it change in the mid that we have to now kind of focus on saving Link instead of, Doublelift and let him do his own thing with barrier?
Well, everybody just plays reactively, and so like Link's job was just to poke and make sure he doesn't get caught, and that's basically what the team's job was. We had poke with a split pusher, and like that is just devastating if you get to late game. You can't deal with that. So we could just slow roll them.
So you guys are it's got to feel good now. But let's talk about when the losses came in, the few weeks off. Where do you think those came from?
I think it's a little bit of underestimating our opponents and also not knowing how to prepare versus someone that you don't have as much info on. We just made some silly mistakes in Champion Select. Like, for instance, versus Vulcun, we didn't have any engaged versus Anili, and kind of what happened in this game happened to us, and we couldn't do anything about it. So those are kind of the mistakes we've been making.
All right, and how did you feel about your Wukong pick? You actually played it quite well. You kept up with the other jungler in the particular game. Do you think you'll bring it out again, or do you think it was kind of lacking a little bit?
I think it's still okay, because I never really played Wukong as much as like, in that game, because usually when we played Wukong, we had like an Alistar there.
All right.
And for some reason in that game, our team comp just didn't work out. That was the first time I was in that position. Normally, all I have to do is go in the back line, just press the ulti button, and then flash, and everyone gets knocked up. Everyone gets knocked up, but in that game, I would go in and then my back line just dies because there's no one there to protect them. So, yeah.
So how do you guys feel right now? Obviously picking up a few wins. Are there still a few things you guys want to work on personally that you can come into next week LCS with, or rather coming into MLG?
I think we've been working on a lot of our mistakes, and we've been fixing them quite quickly. And we've been really trying hard to focus on what makes us lose and what makes us win, and just not focus on only the negatives, but also focus on the positives. And it's been helping us a lot.
All right, and last question for you guys. Coming into now the LCS, Super Week is over. You've seen a lot more of what these teams can pull out. Who do you kind of have in your eyes as now the team for you guys to beat or work at the hardest to have to beat?
Dignitas.
Just a simple, easy answer there. Why Dignitas?
Well, they're number one right now, so it's always the top dog that needs to be knocked down. So we want them.
All right, right on. Chowster and Hotshot, thank you very much for the interview. Guys, we've had amazing matches so far today. Curse versus TSM went almost 50 minutes in that game. A complete nail-biter out throughout. Curse was able to pull back another win for themselves. We have a lot more to come with more games on the day, but right now we're going to check out a few plays with Jat on the Telestrator.
Thanks, Riv. And I actually have the Dragon fight that happened near the start of the Team Solo Mid vs. Curse game. Now, at the start of this clip, TSM has Chaos in the auto at the Dragon. If you pay close attention to the mini-map really quickly, it's just the position on the screen where Voyboy is on Elise and Heart and Cop and Elements are just still in the base. So all St. Vicious and Nijaki want to do in this clip is hold off and make sure that they're not getting the Dragon. Let's roll the clip, please. Now you watch. They're coming in from the side. St. Vicious actually tries to collapse onto Reginald, but you can tell they're just trying to stall. If we can pause it here, you'll realize that the Dragon is below half health right here. You look at his health bar. The odd one's kind of low, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and they know Dyrus has TP, and it's still just 2 members of Curse that are up here. So if we just roll the clip, we'll see how Curse tries to initiate, but not really. They only want to stall them out. So St. Vicious ults in and then flashes away. He's actually going to end up going down because Dyrus is teleported in, but they've stalled the Dragon. TSM hasn't finished it off, and now Curse is here. So if we can pause it right here. You look, and it's actually 5v4. TSM looks like they're pretty healthy. The odd one is the only one who's a little bit low, and he does have the Orianna ball right on top of him. Voyboy has made it all the way down. Elements has made it all the way there. Cop is just rocket jumping in right now on Tristana, and Nijaki's Rise is on the hunt. So TSM has taken a bit of damage from the Dragon. They have killed St. Vicious, but they've used a fair amount of skills to get there, right? Odd One's ultimate is down. Reginald's Shockwave is not quite up yet on Orianna. So if we can roll the clip, we'll see how aggressive Curse goes in 5v4 and just finishes them off. Voyboy jumps up into the air. He gets a bunch of damage down for them. He's actually just going all out on Chaos. They pop the Lulu ult, and if we can actually just pause it here, you realize how deep Voyboy actually went into this fight. He is a full screen away from the rest of the other team. The odd one doesn't even know what he's doing there. Somehow Voyboy caught up to him. And Reginald and X Special get kind of so confused by how deep Voyboy went in. You can see Reginald actually shot his Orianna ball down towards Voyboy, but what he needed to do is keep it on himself for protection because the rest of Curse, as we have a huge amount of scribbles on the screen, is coming for Reginald. If we just roll this clip, we'll see what a disaster it became. Reginald went down, Voyboy killed the odd one, Cop jumped in on top of them, and Curse somehow came out slightly on top of this incredibly chaotic engagement that happened at the Dragon fight. I mainly wanted to point out this clip because that was a really good job of Curse of collapsing down on the Dragon despite not having many people there. They did end up winning the game. It was in small part because of that play, but that was a really well-played fight by pretty much both teams. Send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Jat. Now, don't forget, Super Week continues with the European LCS on Saturday at 8 a.m. Pacific and 5 p.m. Central European Time.
The first match of the day features Fnatic versus Copenhagen Wolves, who just got their first win of the season.
And, of course, we've got much more for you here in the North American LCS. When we come back, it's Martin versus Dignitas. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. David Freak Turley here, along with Joshua Jat Leisman. We're about to get things started again. It is time for Marn versus Dignitas. Now, both these teams have had a great run so far during Super Week. Marn rocket jumped their way out from the bottom of the standings, and now they're in 5th place. But they face a Dignitas who's on a monstrous 9-game winning streak and are in 1st place.
Yeah, Marn took down TSM and CLG, so if they beat Dignitas, they're going to turn into Jack the Giant killers, right? They're going to be destroying the top-tier teams in North America, and in small part, that was Heartbeat's 80 carry play, right? The Blade of the Ruined King is now working its way into other teams' builds. Cop was doing it in the first game of the day on Curse, and they're looking pretty good in this game. This is a real test for them now.
But the difficult thing is that Dignitas had a destructive game against Complexity yesterday.
That was the most one-sided game we've had in the entire LCS, and Dignitas is on an absolute tear. Like, it's hard to even describe how badly they've been dominating people. They're looking like a worldwide powerhouse after the way they've been dismantling the teams in North America over the past couple of weeks. So it's up to Marn to try to stop them.
Well, like we said, both these teams are tearing it up right now. Dignitas thinks they'll have the edge in this match, though. Let's take a look.
Dignitas was actually our very first match, and we got destroyed.
Beautiful job in every lane by Dignitas, really solidifying this one early.
I think Marn's downfall is, they don't have experience. With a couple more of the LCS games, they might just like start destroying everyone. Our experience probably will get us the win, even if we do start falling behind.
So we just have to really come up with new things, safe things, but also aggressive things that we can throw out because we can't play safe every game. And yeah, just play unpredictable.
All right, everybody, let us take a look at our lineups for this match. On the blue side, it is Team Marn. Mega Zero in the top lane, Clicky D in jungle, Echo in the mid lane, Heartbeat on AD carry, and Atomic N on support.
And on the red side, we have Team Dignitas with Kiwi Kid in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD carry, and Patoy on support.
And this game has our featured matchup of the day. It's the war of the top laners, Mega Zero and Kiwi Kid.
And this is such an awesome 1v1 matchup. Mega Zero actually reminds me a lot of Voyboy about a year ago when he would just dismantle people 1v1, but would be vulnerable to lane swaps, 1v2s, and some really smart ganks. So Mega Zero still has to develop his game, but he's been so potent 1v1. But Kiwi Kid crushed Voyboy in lane earlier on in the week. The actual Voyboy. So this matchup is just like Kiwi Kid round 2, go brawl someone else. If they get to actually lane against each other in a 1v1 matchup, it's going to be so interesting.
And, you know, I'm kind of curious about the rest of these matchups here as well. Of course, that's one we're going to highlight a bunch, but you've seen Cutie Pie be destructive on Draven, like just completely dismantling people. Of course, you saw Counter Logic Gaming, I think it was CLG, had to ban that out against him in that matchup. We'll see what ends up being banned here. Of course, we're into Champion Select.
Right.
Marn on the blue team, they're going to be first pick, first ban. See what they go for.
So how are teams going to start countering Dignitas here? They've got the Draven ban because we were talking about yesterday, they've got like 10 or 12 champions that it feels like if you don't ban out, you're going to lose to them. Obviously, Draven, Singed, Diana, Kale, Vi.
Yeah.
What else we got? There's definitely
too many
more,
things.
right? And they've tried for 3 of them, but Dignitas still has Diana ready, right? There's Alistair ready for Patoy. Even Zyra is so potent for him. There's just too much.
And of course, you're seeing Twisted Fate just being banned out like a lot recently, really. Like, Twisted Fate's been interesting because he's a guy that people like for, I guess not so much recently anymore, but for the last like 2 years, people would like forget he was a good champion, then he'd be ubiquitous and banned all the time, and then people would like forget again. And it seems like people remember TF is amazing. Of course, you're seeing the rest of the target bans, 2 of them aimed at Mega Zero, and just kind of down the board, right? That Draven, Singed, Kale ban against Dignitas, which are kind of the 3 you expect. But there we go, that AP Needly, the likely pickup for Echo, first pick.
Yeah, and Twisted Fate, to get back to that point, is one of the few champions that, like, if there's a master TF player on the other team, that's when it draws the ban, right?
Yeah.
And Echo's pretty much, his history was like Anivia into Twisted Fate. He hasn't dominated anybody with Twisted Fate in the tournament, but with the way Dignitas has put like their multi-lane pressure in the game, I think they really just want to keep that away so they can maintain their regular playstyle.
And this is going to be interesting as well. Now, you've seen really the comfortable champions, right? You can only ban 3 of them out. Alistair up there on Kiwi Kid, Crumbs on Xin Zhao. With all junglers available, goes for Xin Zhao right away. Yeah. That comfort champion for Clicky D. Jarvan, of course, is still available.
Tarek, too.
Yeah, Tarek is up there. I mean, we can see them go back to Terra Urgot from the qualifiers, though they've been switching it up a bit since then. And the one thing I kind of want to point out about the Needly, Hotshot said it in the interview, getting hard engaged against the Needly is so important.
And that's why they got the Alistair and the Jinzat, like right off the bat. So Martin really taking their time with this one. I mean, Atomic N is really good at Taric, right? Yeah. And Clicky D loves Jarvan, but the same thing is Vi is still available, and it's kind of like his love versus what he might think is overpowered right now, but they do go with the Jarvan. And is that going to be actually a Sona, which would, you know, maybe try to outpoke the Alistar, maybe going for more counter-engage for the hard engage that Dignitas is going to be throwing at him, but that's the Sona. They did a very successful Sona Tristana lane yesterday, so we'll see if they go with that again.
Yeah, certainly a very strong laner overall. Cutie Pie with the Draven ban. He's looking at Varus right now. We've seen Varus a heck of a lot in Europe. We haven't seen him a lot in North America yet. I know Brunch U played him in one of Complexity's matches earlier in the week. Of course, Kiwi Kid's going to get that top lane Elise that he had used to beat Voyboy a while back.
So, but what is Vime Cutie Pie going to go with here? Because he has the big smile on his face. So he has played Varus in the past. He was one of the early adopters of Varus. He has experience on 80 carries that don't have the move blocks, the jumps away, and it would add to their hard engage on trying to catch Nidalee. But the fact that he hasn't locked this in yet makes me think he's screwing with this.
And he's still looking around, right?
Yeah, he's still looking around. Whoa, I was gonna say Kog'Maw. That's not a Kog'Maw.
All right, that is Corki. Yeah, that's one of the other comfort picks for him, of course. I mean, way back in the day, he'd rush the Black Cleaver on it and triple Doran's Blade and just brawled people all the time.
That was with the old Black Cleaver too, the one that was like 15 armor shred on hit stacks up to 3 times, and we're like, Cutie Pie, that's not a good build. He's like, we do it because it works. It's like you got to think about
works
stuff.
For you,
but I'm Cutie Pie just. He doesn't need to think, and he's successful. So
yeah, he just kind of goes. Like if you ever watch Cutie Pie in a team fight, he'll just pick Brawl at every single opportunity. 80% of the time it works. 20% of the time he flashes to die.
Or just Valks in. Like that. I will be not surprised if at some point in this game, I'm a Cutie Pie will Valk to a flash to close Valkyrie's 800 range. Flashes then like 400, 1200 range onto someone. And I would not be surprised in the slightest if Heartbeat goes for this Tristana. And then it's all about Echo's picking mid lane because he doesn't know what's going on.
He's going to be Nidalee,
Apparently he's picked Nidalee.
Yeah.
And I, for some reason, thought Megazero was going top lane, so that makes sense.
No worries. Yeah, so it looks like the Shen's going to be in there. I don't remember ever seeing Megazero on Shen before. So that'll be an interesting pickup there. He knows he's going to be fighting against against that Elise from Kiwi Kid. If it is a 1v1, certainly Marn's been seeking that so far. But there is an overall Marn lineup. Dignitas looking for what might be a mid laner here. Of course, really nothing's been banned out against him except for Kale. So Diana and I can't forget Gragas, exactly.
Like, Diana and Gragas would be his 2 other go-tos, unless he's got something again. I mean, these teams want to stay ahead of the curve. Curse got caught up to a little bit yesterday and the day before because they were doing the same thing. A few teams were able to take him down. Dignitas might want to be ahead of that. The lane matchups are going to be tricky. I mean, just going back to our featured matchup, the Shen versus potentially an Elise, like that's not the Mega Zero type champion. Shen's not known as the guy who's like, I'm going to kill you in lane and be super aggressive. It's just the Akali and the Renekton are banned, so they were targeting Mega Zero at the start of that, but of course, the Diana for Skara.
Unless you play it like Dirtnap Gaming's Chris from the qualifier, where you rushed
Home Guard Boots,
and he went Ravenous Hydra Shen. And then he was Fighter Shen. And it worked for him, to be fair. It might not work against Dignitas. We'll see what it comes out here. But, Jat, we got the lineups locked in. What do these look like?
So for Dignitas, I think this is another one of those we're going to press really hard and fast. They got really strong laners in Kiwi Kid and Scar for Elise and Diana, and the really strong early game jungle from Crumb. So the thing they pulled off with Complexity is the plan for them. Whether or not it works out was yet to be seen. Marn has a bit of a late game strategy. Sit back, wait and poke, let Heartbeat bypass his mid game, and then let him crush in late with the Blade of the Ruined King. So we'll see if that can work out again for Marn.
All right, well, of course, the lineups are here. Marn are really knocking at the door of 4th place right now. Now, with CLG winning their last match, a win here will not quite put them into 4th, but they're basically a game behind CLG. And so they're knocking at that top 4 spot, which honestly, coming into the season, I think Marn was the #1 underdog. Like, they were the team people would have considered 8th, and they're like almost in the top 4.
And coming into this week, when they had 1 win, and you looked at their schedule, and 4 out of their 5 games were Curse, Dignitas, CLG, TSM, you're like, Marn is screwed.
Yeah, Marn, sorry, you're saying it 1 win, bros. Nope.
And then they just turned into the upset kings. They beat CLG, they beat TSM, and I mean, the last team actually to get their streak by this is a bad analogy. The last team to beat CLG that was on a losing streak was Vulcun, and they won 3 in a row after that.
Yeah.
So Marn's got 1 left.
No, because they've got to win as well.
They're out
GGU.
Of wins.
They're out of wins, unfortunately. So just by looking at streaks so far, Marn's going to run out of energy in that steam train.
Their CLG energy is gone.
CLG energy. All right. Anyway, guys, we are into the game, of course, as you can see. Marn on blue team, Looking at standard lanes so far, Dignitas on the red, following Cutie Pie out of the base. Doran's Blade openers for the AD carries. We've seen that quite a lot recently. Mega Zero, no surprise for him, is opening up with that red elixir. And 3 of the 5 members of each team have brought wards in. You guys looking to be competitive, buying wards rather strong.
Yeah, and the important thing to note is both Kiwi Kid and Scara have double wards. So there's actually 6 regular site wards that are on all of Dignitas. They've, instead of going, I believe it's 2 wards, unless I have a display book on my screen. It's got to be 2. Yeah, it's 4 on Patoy, 2 on Kiwi Kid, and 2 on Scara. So if they want to, they could dump a bunch of wards, or this could just extend Dignitas' laning phase even longer because they could reward their spots.
Well, that'll be fun to watch if they do that. Of course, lots of consumables on a lot of these players here. Pretty much Hunter's Machete, just kind of the only one available. We see Marn waiting around by their Wraiths. Dignitas are right by that, though. If they put a ward down, they could kill it off. You see Patoy not really wanting to ward because you know it can be killed. And they won't actually get to Wraith ward.
And this is one of those probably not invades for either one of these teams. There was a beautiful invade that happened in the European LCS where so many of the teams have been doing like the 5-man defensive strategies. And it was the actually Gambit Gaming versus Evil Geniuses game where they had the one Xin Zhao just sitting like he was doing the 5-man defense, but the other 4 were sitting in the brush next to the red buff, and they just pounced as soon as someone tried to invade. But Dignitas did not fall for that same strategy, and we do seem to have easy opens, no deep wards in any of the jungles, just river wards.
Alrighty, and actually looking at the early jungle clears here, Dignitas actually not giving any free experience to their AD carry. He actually did help Scar. Oh my gosh, Scar actually being given a blue buff at level 1 while Crumbs is taking away the lizard buff here. So already Dignitas with some interesting jungle openings.
And this looks like Scar's going bot lane again. Dignitas has done this in 2 games so far in Super Week, and they're probably going to put I'm a Cutie Pie and Patoy, or maybe even just have a roaming Alistair while Corki solo lanes. Corki's one of the few AD carries who can solo lane quite well. Against Nidalee, it's just like a range versus range matchup, but the straight-up trade damage is higher for I'm a Cutie Pie, and since they gave all the experience to Scara, he can survive for a little bit in that bot lane and ward against dives. That's a clever play by Dig, and now they're roaming for early counter jungling.
Yeah, and they're already running up to that blue buff. You see Jarvan and Nidalee showing up to help Shen as well. And actually, wow, the really good counter aggression there. The ward coming out from Mega Zero. They might stop the invade. Of course, again, there's a numbers advantage here for Dignitas. They are still trying to make moves. Claky D is like waiting around knowing they're trying to steal this buff away. His smite is available, but so is Crumbs. There might be a smite battle here.
Yeah, and if anything, he's going to try to just sit in the back and steal this away. Crumbs has got to get it fast if he wants this, because Claky D's not confident in a fight, but just because Echo disappeared from mid lane, Crumbs and Matoy are backing off a little bit. I'm a Cutie Pie never peeled down to help this.
And Crumbs, no, the smite actually did go to Crumbs. He did pick that one up. Claky D now in a bad spot. Mega's gonna get the taunt, knocked into the air. Will they have the damage? Exhaust going off into Claky D. Flashes away from almost everybody. Look how low he is, but Mega Zero taking damage from Kiwi Kid. Claky D's coins are up. First blood. Claky D picks it up. There's the repel from Elise. Kiwi Kid still on top of that team. Mega Zero's taunt should be up very, very soon. He just uses it. Flashes away from Kiwi. He will survive. First blood, though, in the blue black back to Claky D.
So they countered the early aggression from Dignitas. I'm a Cutie Pie opted to shove instead of assist, so he does have an experience edge on Echo a little bit, but I gotta say that was probably the wrong choice. They won the smite battle, but lost the blue buff war, so that is an early lead for Marn.
And of course the refresh on the red buff for Claky as well by picking up that kill onto Crumbs. So Crumbs gonna have a little bit of a rough spot in his jungle. Claky D apparently not the smite superstar I talked him out to be yesterday. But we'll see how it comes out the rest of the day. Scara, again, in that 1 versus 2, he is actually at 17 minion kills. That blue buff really helping him farm out and not take much damage.
Yeah, it's pretty damn impressive getting that Crescent Strike down to a 7-second cooldown with the blue buff. Heartbeat and Atomic End not really able to put much pressure. I know that Marn in general hasn't had much success with 2v1 lanes. The last time they were presented with the 2v1 lane was against TSM, where Marn actually swapped back really, really quickly, but I don't think they really know how to respond to the 2 people mid, because Dignitas is the only team in North America to have shown this strategy.
And it's just looked so good for them, of course. They are on a gigantic winning streak because of, in large part, their team play overall and strategy. We have had Mega Zero 1v1 against Kiwi Kid. They have been trading fairly equally, although you'll notice that Mega Zero is out of potions already and popped his red elixir. Whereas, of course, Kiwi Kid just still got a bunch of potions. He's still alive. Echo in this 1 versus 2, 15 minions, not terrible. Heartbeat, a lot of pressure on this turret, actually. That's a pretty big, important thing here. Down below a quarter health, Scar is not going to keep this turret alive for much longer.
Yeah, because you compare that to the mid turret, and Dignitas has barely taken a shred off of Marn's middle turret. So Scar really got to pay attention in this lane to try to keep it pushed back, or Crumbs needs to be there for some support, because if they don't come here, which it looks like they're not really planning on it, Marn's going to be taking this pretty damn soon.
All right, there we go. Again, the explosive shot onto Skara. Skara blocks that with the shield, and with only 2 minions dead on this wave, Heartbeat's going to move in on this turret. No one is there to defend this at all right now. The damage is there, of course. Skara level 5, last hitting successfully on the turret, and it's getting lower and lower and lower. Only 103 health left on that bottom lane turret, and still no one from Dignitas is moving over.
Well, I'm going to say Martin gets that on the next wave. Scar's not level 6 yet. They haven't put down the support, and Martin's going to be able to get that. You can see the mid lane here. Dignitas hasn't been able to push much more. And I'mACutiePie does have the 20 minion kill edge on Echo in the mid lane, which is a pretty good thing. They are keeping down AP needily, getting that pronunciation
Technically
eventually.
correct.
But there goes the turret.
There we go, the turret is down. But you kind of look at the lanes, and they're all matching up very, very equally as far as minion kills are concerned. 24 to 27 across the top lane, 24 to 28 across those 1v2 sort of quote-unquote mid-lane solos, and 45-43 on the AD carries. Even 1-2 on support, like everyone is last hitting fairly close to each other. The only big change is, of course, that first blood.
And this is the first time we've seen Dignitas down early game in a really long time, so I want to see what kind of plays they try to make to come back from this. Zinzao didn't get seen in that ward, but Marn kind of assumed that people were gone because Alistair had roamed down as well. So the early moves Dignitas has made so far have been repelled really well by Marn. And because of Marn's composition, Freak, they're going to want to be keeping this one fairly defensive until Heartbeat can get going. So it is on Dignitas to make some big plays here.
We'll see if they can look for them, of course. We've seen so many teams spamming vision wards just to get that sort of blindness to their opponents in the map to allow those ganks and allow those moves to be made. We'll see if that ends up happening here for Dignitas. I know we've seen many supports just spamming those pink wards as though they're Taric. Kiwi Kid there still in the top lane, and Marn have actually lane swapped themselves, wanting to put a 2-on-1 up against Kiwi Kid to shut him down a little bit here. Echo's going to get pushed on by Cutie-Pie. Good damage down. Echo at half health, but he has Tear of the Goddess. We'll see if that Neely will be able to sustain herself back up. Lakey D now on that Lizard buff, having a pretty good time with that one. No counter jungling here from Crumbs, so that first gank didn't work so well, or the first invade didn't work so well for him, and he's not been making any major moves anymore.
So were you saying that Taric places more pink wards, or was that a pink Taric line?
That was a pink Taric line.
Okay.
I know, it was a bit obscure.
Sure.
It's a bit obscure, I'm sorry.
I don't quite get, I mean, Taric likes wards.
Yeah, I mean, all supports like wards, but just it's the color matching. Lakey D looking in the mid lane, nice headbutt from Batoy. Might keep him alive, he's gonna go for it anyway, but knocked into the air. There's a Shenald. Exhaust, Batoy has to force his flash. Lakey D very low, but now, oh, Shen, he whipped the taunt. Does not catch up to Cutie Pie whatsoever. Lakey D forced to run away. Actually, Cutie Pie could sense blood here. Will not quite get the kill. Echo not sweating that cannon minion out either. Still alive, everybody.
That's real good for Patoy being able to get out of that one. The level 4 Alistair essentially burning 2 level 6 ultimates and only having to get his flash out of that one. So now they know that Marn is actually kind of down some spells. Kiwi Kid is considering going down to the Dragon. He's actually kind of wandering back and forth. It does look like Dignitas isn't going to be going for a Dragon, and they're going to hope Kiwi Kid split pushes this top lane. But because of all Marn's ultimates being down, they're not going for the Dragon. Instead, I guess they might be trying to push mid.
Well, they have just sent Kiwi Kid right back up. Crumbs, though, is around, so there are 3 members pretty much available to respond here from Dignitas. Heartbeat is in that mid lane. A little bit of damage in that turret, pretty much equalizing the pressure that happened in the first few levels from I'mACutiePie. Speaking of him, he's taking a little bit of damage as well. Both AD carries, really a bit of sustain on both of them, Doran's Blade and Vampiric Scepter. The Wriggles Lantern already completed, though, on Lakey D, so there is his ward being used. A lot of ward coverage from Marn. Let's see what they can do.
So they have the pink ward down. Dignitas doesn't have crisp vision on this one. Oh, they have a... No, is that 2 pink wards from...
Yes.
I'm getting color confused. Okay, they're getting the Dragon low. Here comes Crumbs for steal. Doesn't get it.
It is going to be there for Lakey D. Everyone is going for the initiation. Atomic End very, very low. Can he ult in time? He can, but he's going to go down. Jump in onto Cutie-Pie. Cutie-Pie taking a bunch of damage. Crumbs taking damage as well. Can they pick up? Yes, they will. Lakey D, but a Kiwi Kid is there in the mix. Who's going to go down next? Skara, very, very low. Flashes out. Echo goes for the Javelin, lands it. Cutie-Pie now in the mix. He's taking a bunch of pain as well, but Heartbeat will go down first. Mega Zero tries to find it. Double kill for this Corky. Cutie-Pie will survive that encounter. That is an ace for Dignitas with only 2 deaths.
And holy crap, they did lose the Dragon, but they played that fight so expertly, and they've now tied up the gold in this game. I'mACutiePie has evolved into a much fiercer beast because he used his Valkyrie and Flash to escape that fight, and it's the reason he was able to keep getting this one around at the end. Look at all the wards also that Marn placed around the Dragon buff. They're losing all of that money already, so that's a huge disadvantage for them, and Dignitas is going to be able to get the return on this turret and take a lead.
That is a very, very good play for them. They're going to hit 14,000 gold even off of that one. 14.1, I tell a lie, but that is the first lead of this game we've seen for Dignitas. A great turn of events for them. Again, 5-2 in that last fight. And of course, in the aftermath of that, Cutie Pie has picked up a BF sword. That is a big boost for him.
That is a large amount of damage because Heartbeat, like, he's been getting away with this Tristana build in the past because he's able to spike his Blade of the Ruined King active damage with his level 6 like spell damage spike. But if Dignitas can continue to press Heartbeat in the mid game before he gets his Phantom Dancer and most importantly his Last Whisper, Cutie Pie is going to be way stronger. Corki is actually kind of known as the mid game spike, like spell damage 80 carry, so he's going to be really strong coming up, whereas Heartbeat is hitting his weakest point in the game. This is all good for Dignitas since they've just taken a goal lead. They need to be very aggressive in these next 10 to 20 minutes.
Now let's see what they can grab. Of course, Dragon still a few minutes till that will respawn, but the turrets, of course, are ever available because it was 1v1 and more or less 2, well, I shouldn't say more or less 2v2, it wasn't at all, but none of the turrets had really went down early from Dignitas, so now it's kind of their turn to look for the outer turrets here. A couple minions are still available for that bottom lane push. Cutie Pie and Scara, a bunch of damage from them so far. Turret is taking pressure, definitely. These lanes are aggressive.
Yeah, and there's a big level edge for Dignitas here. They might actually be able to put like a little bit of kill threat in here, which is why Marn's being so careful getting these last hits. Look at all the just poke harass that Marn's taking in that bottom lane. Wow.
Yeah, and the turret down below half health. Not even a healer on that team, but Dignitas are at full health for themselves. Mega Zero forced to try to defend against Kiwi Kid's Elise, who suddenly 36 to 67 is in a massive, massive minion kill lead. Mega Zero just like randomly stopped farming here. Echo putting pressure in the mid lane, but not getting nearly the same amount of turret damage here. Dignitas now at the bottom lane are going to take that turret down.
Yeah, that mid lane was actually pretty fun to watch, but Toy was just trying to slap around Echo on support Alistar, and he was actually like keeping the full recharge on Echo's heal with all the harass he was able to put out. He completely held that lane for himself, despite it being a 66 minion kill. Level 8 in Italy just against his support Alistar, so that was a really good job by Crumbs holding the mid lane for his team.
Alright, and we can see, of course, now 2-1 in turret kills. Of course, that Dragon was in Marn's favor, but you're seeing the gold start to stretch away. 1,500 gold, Dignitas' lead right now, 12 minutes in. Dignitas, of course, fighting for their basically gigantic win streak and keeping first place for themselves. Marn looking to be, challenging for 4th place in LCS off of wins like these if they can get them.
Dignitas would be the first team in the LCS to get to 10 wins, right? If they get this game? Because they're currently 9-2. So there's the statistical double digits they're going for too.
That'd be a good place to be, of course. They are a little bit more, they're a little bit secure in their positioning, of course. Take it back, wait. I'm like blanking. Curse won that game that they just played, so
yeah, Curse is
they're actually
dead even with Dignitas right now. So if they lost this, they would technically lose their first place in the standings as well.
Okay, so they're definitely fighting for positioning here, of course. Let's see if they can keep that one up. Right now, Dignitas is in the lead. Blue buff being taken away by Scar. These teams have kind of cooled down for a short time. Of course, Dig's moves have been putting them in the lead here. We'll see if they can keep that up. Crumbs is now trying to take some wards down. He's put a vision ward in that brush. Killed one for himself, got 25 gold. Dignitas mid laner still there.
And Crumbs is actually coming around behind Mega Zero here in the top lane. Mega Zero's in a bit of punishment territory. They might look to dive. Here we go.
A lot of magic just on him. There's the pressure. Look at the ignite on him. Knocked into the air as well. Tries to taunt Crumbs and run away. Can he get enough? No, he's not going to nearly get away from that one. 130 gold for the assist. 260 for the kill. Nice gank.
And this is one of the down games for Mega Zero. He's been a bit of an inconsistent player. He hasn't gotten into his own in this game. The champion pick doesn't really fit his all-out style where he just likes to brawl people, and he had to fall behind in this. I mean, he just happened to fall behind because of all the chaotic team fighting, I guess, burning Shen ults. His build isn't aggressive by any means. He's trying to go full defense. It's just not a good situation for him to be in as Dignitas pressures another top turret. And Claky now has to watch out.
Oh, he gets a Shen ult for himself. He's going to look for Crumbs. Can they get the damage output onto him? There's a taunt in from Mega Zero. Knocked into the air by Crumbs. The damage output on both sides. Lickety picks one up, but now it's Kiwi Kid heads up against Mega. And I think it's going to be better for the Spider than it will be for the Ninja. Kiwi Kid, though, will walk back.
3-0-3 against Mega Zero in that top lane matchup. So they do trade kills. They do trade junglers, but just for Mega Zero, who really needed to get back in this game, and when you pick Shen, you need to be a significant 1v1 threat. The fact that that kill went to Claky instead of Mega Zero was very unfortunate for Marn as a team.
Okay, Scara, of course, in the jungle himself, stealing things away from Marn. They're having a little bit of a rough time in this mid game. Scar's looking for the chance to jump on a Heartbeat. They do not see he is there, flanking around the backhand side, but they're Mega Zero in a 1 versus 2. He's been stunned up twice as well. Kiwi can go over the pressure, but Echo will keep him alive. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Heartbeat's in a rough spot, has to ult Scara back. That will actually build him enough space, though, so he will survive that encounter. Scar actually almost died to the turret there.
Taking a lot of damage from that little bit of an invade. Dignitas got to pull back a little bit. They've realized they were down 1,000 gold to start of the game, but they've really pulled this one back in. They got the ace at the dragon fight, even though Marn took that, and then they were able to clear out all 3 outer turrets. So the map control is totally in Dignitas' favor, and like they have done in so many games, once they've taken those outer 3 turrets, Dignitas essentially stops warding their side of the map. They put all of their wards in the enemy jungle and at the enemy jungle exit. So anywhere Marn decides to go, Dignitas will generally know where they are. And now Dignitas has the opportunity to press on the second Dragon of the game.
And here we go, Dragon, of course, being up. Pink ward there for Marn. He has to toss a javelin, not a javelin, sorry, but a flag over the wall to spot that one out. Sees that Dignitas has not yet started, but Crumbs is shoving that bottom lane. That'll give them, again, a little bit more of an advantage when they go for this one. Patoy with the pink ward is going to start clearing out these wards. Atomic actually standing on top of a pink ward himself. So Marn is very much spotted right here. Dignitas knows exactly where they are and what they are up to. The poke here from Echo can nearly be enough to stop this Dragon.
It's tough to do a Dragon against a poke nimbly like this, and Dignitas remembers essentially what they did to Marn the last time they went on Dragon, but Dignitas is not scared of this one. They've cleared out the vision, and if Marn wants to fight, Dignitas is going to take it happily.
All right, there we go. The Dragon is going to go down. Atomic End getting jumped on by Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie's flash, though, is up, so it would be a bait if nothing else. There was some pressure in the mid lane. The minions are there, but there comes the headbutt. Pulverize is going to land on a Claky D. Here comes Crumbs. He's been forced to flash out. And they've just disengaged this one completely. The mid turret could have been under siege, but Martin did not choose it.
That was really good by Dignitas. They went just deep enough. They realized that they'd gotten Claky D to burn his flash. Crumbs had already burned his dash to get in on him, and he could have tried to flash after him and use his Xin Zhao Crescent Sweep to knock somebody back, but that would have been a bit of a reach. They'd already gotten what they wanted, they'd already increased their advantage, and Dignitas is going to be happy getting the huge waves in the side lanes and just keeping this game pushing.
All right, and of course you're seeing that work very, very well here. Kiwi Kid back to the top lane, of course. From Dignitas, they start winning. They just kind of push all the lanes simultaneously, so Kiwi Kid goes back to that top lane himself. Marn, a 4-man siege in the mid lane, actually 5 as Claky D shows up, but it's a 5-on-4. Will they find anything here? They look for Skara. Skara's not going to take too much damage himself. They clear out the waves again. Heartbeat in a bit of a fight against a much over-farmed Corki, so Cutie Pie doing very, very well.
And I think Dignitas can hold this off with just 4. Kiwi Kid's going to be able to push up that lane quite a bit. I don't believe Marn is strong enough to really go in on something, but because they do have the 5v4 matchup, and because Marn is behind, they were looking for that, but now it's actually Dignitas engaging on them.
And we're going to go in on Claky D. Claky D EQs out the flash in from Patoy. He lands it onto 4. Here comes the fight in the Shenel onto Claky D, and it has been a Kiwi Kid showing up. Atomic End under siege as well. 1-0 so far. In comes Scar. He's been exhausted. They can trade this one back. They do, but he gets the kill first. Now it is a 4-on-3. Who's going to take the damage next? Cutie Pie taking hits from the turret, but Dignitas will disengage.
Kiwi Kid got in late for that fight, but it was still quite an accomplishment for Dignitas. The amount of clothes that they have on their team. Patoy doing the brilliant flash to headbutt Pulverize to get in on everyone, which allowed the rest of Dignitas to just pile in afterwards. Skara did go a little too aggressive, but that's going to be okay because once he gets a few more items on Diana, he's just going to continue to do that throughout the rest of the game. So that was a very good sign for Dignitas, both the confidence to go in 4v5 and the fact that they cleaned 2 for 1.
So a beautiful fight. Again, we're just seeing Dignitas really show the team fight mechanics of this top North American team, looking to clinch themselves still into first place. See if that ends up being the case, of course. Mega Zero finally on farm duty for himself, looking for a 70th minion kill here. Actually misses that one, but he'll get the next one, I'm sure. And meanwhile, Crumbs, he has been at this bottom lane a long part of this game. He's been split pushing there quite a bit and has got himself to 100 minion kills. So he actually accelerated above Claky D.
That's some pretty good farm there for a jungler. This is what Dignitas has done a few times, especially when Crumbs was on Vi. He got a few early kills on Vi, then just decided to start taking farm and really turn himself into a monstrous threat. This is a game where Crumbs doesn't have any kills, but he's still making sure to tank himself up. This is one of those things, he's so close to that Lock of the Iron Solari, and he just completes it, that they're willing to give him the farm so that he can match the farm on the other side. So even though Claky D's got the 3 kills, Crumbs has pretty much the exact same gold as him, so he's 40 below him right now in total gold. Because Dignitas is channeling him extra farm, and because Dignitas has gotten the turret advantage with splitting the dragons 1 for 1, the kills for Claky essentially are nullified just because of the smart play by Dig.
Really good job by them, of course, and you're seeing the items still pushing forward and forward for these guys. The overall gold advantage, you can see at the top, you can see it at the bottom. Many of these members of Dignitas are doing extremely excellently here. Right now, Heartbeat is forced to survive in this bottom lane, trying to get his farm back up, getting himself to that late game status on Tristana. Blade of the Ruin King done, but no other major items yet. He's facing off against Bloodthirster and Ezreal, so Cutie Pie definitely having a better game here. Skara looking towards Zhonya's next, and you're just seeing a lot of great completed items.
And I like the completed Boots of Mobility on Crumbs and Patoy. This is something Dignitas does really well. When they pick up a lead in the game, because they put Boots of Mobility pretty much always on Crumbs, and now this time on Alistair's Patoy, they are always in the right place at the right time, because if any fight is kind of breaking out, they have that boots 5. How much move speed are those actually giving them? It's
105, I believe.
105 extra move speed when they're out of combat for 5 seconds, and they can just make it in for the fights, as they actually end up burning a crescendo from Atomic.
Sono goes on a lot of crowd control on his own. He's going to go down immediately. The ult from Sinjao locks Dignitas up, but there's no one here to really defend this. He's going to go down as well, 2 for nothing, and no counterattacks. Tristana wasn't even around to fight that. Echo, no javelins either. Dignitas looking towards Baron.
Marn wasn't even prepared to counterattack that. Atomic attempted to do a crescendo, and then the initiation just kept following up. Marn was not in position. They do have 3 people up with a lot of poke, but this is the danger time for Marn. I don't think they can safely contest this Baron whatsoever.
Now instead they're going to go for that mid lane instead. That's going to be a bit of damage there. Looks like Baron not giving Dignitas too much trouble. They're going to pick that one down right here. Picked up at 21:06. The turret goes down and Marn going to run away. They got something, but Dignitas got a whole lot more.
This is just amazing timing for Dignitas. They know that Heartbeat hasn't reached any of his big items yet, so with just a Blade of the Ruin King and not even a Zeal, Tristana is not a threat at all. This is like Tristana's absolute weakest point in the game. Echo just finished his death cap, so that's slightly good for Marn, but the poke is going to be tough because Dignitas doesn't sit around and wait for poke. They've been going all in, and now that they have the Baron buff, while Marn is sitting in that weak point, like the Spirit Visage for Mega Zero, that is not enough. You need Warmogs and Sunfire Cape on Shen. It's just going to be a struggle. Dignitas is going to really look to dive towers and probably try to end this game before 30 minutes if they can.
We'll see if they can do it. Of course, they got a 20-minute win against Complexity. That mark has been passed so far by Marn. We'll see what they can do. And just a random thing I kind of wanted to point out was still, I don't believe there's a single giant, well, no, actually, he just picked one up now on Elise, but up until about 40 seconds ago, not a single Giant's belt on Dignitas, despite the Blade of the Ruin King.
And they kind of do that a lot when they do their double AP comps. Dignitas has been running a lot of double AP comps. It was kind of the counter the Tarek Jarvan thing, but that's kind of went away, and they're still like, you know, I kind of like how fast we can kill people with all this magic damage as they're going in for a dive on Heartbeat. Nice escape!
Wow, 3 good ability uses in a row. The rocket jump to the ult away on Crumbs and the nice flash. But that still is going to give Dignitas the turret, so the gank, still with the right intent, gives them their 4th turret kill of the game. And Echo, under complete siege there from Cutie Pie, has to run away from this one. Javelin's going to kill a cannon minion, but the turret still might go down.
Good luck following this one. Again, Dignitas has the triple push going on, trying to get every single side turret. And here they're usually poking back and forth until they get an opportunity. But they see the dragon. It's still 23 minutes in, and I guess Dignitas is going to fall back and take it.
No, there we go. And of course, Cutie Pie taking a cue from Devilift here, taking the Wraiths on the way to major objectives. And there we go. Dignitas starting up onto the dragon. Oracle's there from Batoy, means it is completely blind from Marn. And they're not even trying to stop the one out. They're actually putting their attention towards Kiwi Kid, who is a rather farmed spider.
Rather strong farmed spider. He's just got so much magic penetration right now. He's got the 30 straight from his items. Look at his character sheet. He's actually got 42 magic pen just off the bat, and that doesn't count the 20 reduction from the Abyssal Scepter. So he's basically doing true damage to everybody on Marn except for Mega Zero.
I think that makes it Spellvan or Magic Pen Quince as well as Reds then. So actually that's not something I've seen in a very, very long time. It's interesting because... Anyway, sorry, moving on though. Kiwi Kid there, you can see him still farming out that top lane. Doing a whole heck of a lot of damage. No one really contesting him this game so far. 4-0-1-5, a perfect game for him so far. Toy, now he's going to be the one taking farm in the mid lane. And Marn, I just have not seen them make a move in a while. When you look back at their wins against CLG and TSM, it's because they were aggressive, they were finding opportunities and pushing in. And this time it's Dignitas bringing it to Marn's front door.
And it's what they needed to do. Dignitas has been so good in this winning streak of exploiting the small advantages that every team gives them. They see the kind of holes in Marn's game. I mean, we interviewed Heartbeat the other day, and he was talking about how he thinks Tristana is overpowered if you can get through the mid game. And all of Dignitas's plays have been like, oh yeah, by the way, that mid game where you can't do anything, Heartbeat, we are not letting you farm. He's 154 minion kills, 25 minutes into the game. He is not on clip to do anything like he's done in his past games, and Dignitas is knocking on their front doors.
There we go. The door might just be broken down, even if Marn does not answer it themselves. A lot of pressure going on. Still, those 6 outer turrets are all gone. Kiwi Kid's still pushing the top lane. 3 strong at the bottom there. The turret going to take a bunch of damage there. Drop down to about 3/4. Marn looks to answer that one. And will stop it from going down, but it has still taken that damage irreparably. Cutie Pie basically backdooring by himself the mid lane, dodging a javelin, and Scar is just back down to the bottom lane.
So the triple push that Dignitas has used to such effectiveness earlier on. Their Baron buff is now up, but they look poised to continue. I feel like they're going to keep Marn cornered in their base as long as possible and just kind of wait for themselves to catch someone in Marn low or get a small mistake and go for it. This is Dignitas' play.
This is Dignitas' play. The thankful thing for Marn is at least that they have a couple of healers. We'll see if they can keep them alive. Crumbs just sweeping wards. Like you're seeing pink wards just put down outside of Marn's base to stop counter wards. Just how much vision is available from this side is just so good for Dignitas. Kiwikid taking a bit of punishment. No sustain on him, but is still surviving that pretty well against Mega Zero. Here comes the initiation. They're going to look for QtPie. He actually dodges the crescendo. The reinitiation onto Atom again. He is low. Pops the Channel onto him. Potoy's going to walk out. Pops Shirelius just to run away. And Marn will not find an engagement here, but they've lost some ult cooldowns.
Potoy just barely escaped that crescendo as it looked to travel out towards him. And now because the ultimates are down, they're just diving again.
A beautiful ult from Heartbeat keeps him alive. Now they're going to jump in onto Crumbs. Where's the damage going to be? Crumbs actually forced to flash back. QtPie on the outside, though. No one's going to hit him. Claky D down below half health. Will look for a fight. It's going to be Scar looking for it. He's been exhausted. Tries to wait it out. Can he jump back in for the kill? Echo with a shield on top of him going to get chunked down as well. Kiwikid kills a turret, and the rest of Dignitas takes down a champion. Now they're going to be pushing the bottom lane.
They're getting the free inhibitor, and that's the small window they decided to go for. There's the inhib. Kiwikid was split pushing the top as well. This looks like 2 inhibitors from Dignitas due to their triple push.
Okay, we're going to see what else they can go for here. That inhibitor will go down. That is 2 gone. They've grouped now back towards that mid lane here. We're watching just Kiwikid run away, and it's going to be a lot of pressure right there. Sona going down. The inhibitor next up. That is not looking good. Inhibitor going to go down.
And that is probably the end for Marn. It's not officially over yet because Dignitas has decided to go back to base, pick up the items, and then end up on closing. But whenever you finish the outer 3 inhibitors, I gotta say, I wish we had some data on this, but it's probably like a 0.01% win rate in games.
Yeah, like everyone's had that one game where they won against their 3 inhibitors being down, and they're like, dude, we just won with 3 inhibitors down. But like 99% of the 99.9% of the time, to
It
quote
works
your
every
numbers. Yes. 99% of the time it works every time. Those inhibitors are pretty vital for keeping your base alive. The only thing left right now in Marn's base is the Nexus and the 2 turrets that defend it. We'll see if that's going to be enough for them. Unlikely, but we've seen crazy things. We'll see if that happens here.
Yeah.
Mega Zero split pushing top lane. We'll see what he can do.
I'm a QtPie, Potoy, and Copper mortally locked in for a season-long battle of KDAs.
Yes.
So it's like Potoy and I'm a QtPie have yet to die this game. I'm sure that's kind of what they're yelling about right now. I know Cop didn't die at all in their victory. He was, I think, 4-0 and like 13 on Tristana, so that's going to bump him up to like 15 overall in the KDA. Potoy and I'm a QtPie are going to need a lot more to get in through here. So Dignitas is going to take this Baron, and I really want to see like how big the team play is going to be from Dignitas. Like if Marn decides to fight him, which Marn usually does, but if they don't, whether like Skara, Crumbs, and Kiwikid will like tank the fountain so I'm a QtPie and Potoy can get more kills or not, but we'll see how they decide to end this one with the giant like double waves of super minions pushing on every single lane.
Yeah, well, last time we had Kiwikid actually up on the for the interview, he did talk about how QtPie spent most of the game convincing his team to like ruin Cop's KDA and dive him on the turret. So we'll see if that ends up being the case.
But Cop stayed so far back in that game that they couldn't dive him. It was ridiculous.
All right, well, here we go. All of Dignitas are now inside the base. This might be the end for Team Marn. They're pushing in the first turret now, taking a bunch of damage. Look at that thing just fall over. There's the initiation in from Claky D. What will he find? A good Sono. It's going to find everybody. But look at the first kill going down. Turret down as well. Atomic N taking pressure. It's now Echo taking damage. He's been exhausted. Shenel not going to be able to keep him alive. There is 3 down for Marn. Mega Zero and Heartbeat running away. Crumbs taking damage. Heartbeat's still getting hit. And QtPie looking for the kill. He will not find it. The Nexus will go down. That is Dignitas still in first place.
So another just stomp fest for Dignitas. They are so good right now. That's 10 wins in a row in the LCS, and they're not even fazed by that one. That was just a walk in the park.
Yeah, and you can see them, of course, walking off of the their booth right now. Amazing by them. I mean, really, really, the first blood, like the failed invade looked so rough, and I was like, I mean, we call Marn giant killers, but seriously, this might be looking good for Marn. And then you saw the Dignitas factor kick in. Everyone started playing amazingly. The great team fight around Dragon. I mean, Dignitas deserved to win.
That might have been the experience I'm a QtPie was talking about in the pre-match, saying Marn could be good if they had more experience, but we're going to beat them because they're not experienced. And like, Dignitas knew exactly what to do in every stage of that game. Sure, they got outplayed a little bit early. I think I'm a QtPie should have filtered down towards the blue buff at the start of the game, but it didn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, they still out-controlled the game. They completely shut down Mega Zero's Shen, made Split Push a non-factor. They made Heartbeat useless for most of the game, and they just used their dive, their coordination, and their mobility to close out the game.
Exactly. We talked about that featured matchup, that Kiwi Kid versus Mega Zero. Or you brought it up. Kiwi Kid, he won that one. Kiwi Kid, except for Dyrus, I think. And like one of the very first matches, he's pretty much always won his lane. So a lot of props to Kiwi Kid. He's done very, very well for his team, carrying Dignitas now for 10 wins. Anyway, coming up, we're going to speak to him from Dignitas, and then it's going to be our final match of the day with Vulcun versus Good Game University. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are joined by Kiwi Kid from Team Dignitas. Kiwi Kid, of course, with a win over Team Marn. First question for you, how did you prepare for that match?
We watched, I think everybody watched every VOD of Marn so far.
Okay.
And we just kind of, we kind of simulate, ban, pick, face. We try to win, actually, through banning and picking. And, yeah, that's pretty much what we did. I mean, only me and Scarter actually played solo queue games to, warm up with the champions, honestly. But, yeah, basically, we just watched them. That's pretty much.
So the key to winning champion select, you don't care about the Jarvan ban?
Well, we kind of just wanted to ban out one specific person, so we were thinking about Echo at first. But then, we really wanted to see what Mega Zero played.
Right.
So we decided to ban him out.
So then, for like your champion select strategies, I don't want you to give too many of them away.
Okay.
But you did seem to put 2 bans against Mega Zero. Was that a specific thing of being like, our champion select strategy is to get rid of Mega Zero, or is it more like super counter focused and just picking strong champions for you guys?
No, it was more personal rather than like actually. It was definitely player target ban. It wasn't like actually champion target bans. So yeah.
Cool. So then your setup, you've been playing Elise now a number of times. Sort of describe to me your sort of top lane roster. They all seem to be pretty fight-based.
Yeah, I don't want to reveal too much.
Not roster, but like playstyle maybe.
I like the mobile ones. That's all I can really say. I really enjoy the mobile ones because mobility, like, it has the most chance for outplay, and I like to skirmish a lot rather than like just brute force. I like to like be tricky. Yeah, that's a good word. I really like the tricky champions.
Cool.
So your last 2 games, one against Complexity and this one against Marn, have been really one-sided games. Aside from, I'd say, one mistake. At the very start of this last game, you guys were invading the blue buff.
Oh, yeah.
And you ended up losing Crumbs. Do you want to walk me through what went wrong there?
Yeah, for sure. Basically, I collapsed too late.
Okay.
I just wanted to push Shannon, and what I should have said was just kind of stall blue, because if I push Shannon, he'll lose all those creeps, and I don't really care, because I think sacrificing blue in return for the top losing like a whole 2 creep waves, including cannon minion, is worth it. But we didn't relay it too quickly. Crumbs actually got the smite slow, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, obviously it wasn't worth it. So yeah, really my bad. I should have collapsed like ASAP. Cool. I got really greedy. That's my fault for sure.
So for invades like that, are they just sort of like a part of the Dignitas playbook, or is that like a Marn specific thing? Like, oh, it's a red start jungler, we know we can steal blue.
Since we sent 2 mid, so we knew that support would be free, and then yeah, so we were like -1 invade because we have a numbers advantage because there's 2 bottom, right? And we have 4 on the top side of the map, including mid. And yeah, we decided to invade. But yeah, like I said, I didn't collapse quick enough, so.
Oh, you guys managed to come back from that just fine. You crushed the rest of the game.
I made me kind of worried, actually.
Well, now you're on a 10-game winning streak. And I know Crumbs and you guys aren't taking the winning streak too seriously, but now you have over 2 weeks off. The next time you're going to be playing LCS is going to be at MLG Dallas. What are you guys doing in the next 2 weeks to either make sure you keep your momentum, make sure you're still on the game, or maybe are you guys taking a break?
No, we're definitely still be scripting every day. So yeah, no breaks. People might like I know like Crumbs might have to be like out of country, but we're still gonna scream every day. Like yeah, no breaks really, which is fine. This is serious. Like we take it really seriously.
Would you consider sorry, go ahead.
I don't know. I was just gonna say I hope you guys can tell, but yeah.
Yeah, of course. Would you guys consider yourself prepared for the matches 2 weeks from now, or do you really need to keep doing homework to be ready for them?
No, we don't consider ourselves prepared yet. We still want to do homework. We still want to, watch some VODs from this whole week.
Okay.
And definitely enlarge our champion pool because, 2 weeks, a lot of things can happen in 2 weeks. Like, we can be playing like entirely different things, like in other teams, of course, also.
Okay, so now you guys are squarely into first place in LCS. Because of this week, you're now the first place team in North America. Is that a big pressure on you guys?
No, not really. We don't. Yeah, like Cutie. Cutie might flaunt it here and there, but we're just gonna do our thing. That's it.
All right.
So
pretty much.
This is a question, and I know I'm a cutie pie, and Patoy might take this a little more seriously. COP is #1 in the KDA rankings on the website. How badly does I'm a cutie pie or Patoy want to dethrone him?
Yeah, cutie pie it keeps cutie pie from sleeping at night for sure. Yeah, we really he goes to practice late because he just like dreams about COP and like we have roster issues just because Cutie's like thinks he's inferior to COP.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding. But yeah, where am I? I'm not sure. But yeah.
You can never quite tell with him.
So. Yeah. No, but COP played really well today, for sure. I want to give him a shout out there.
And of course, you guys played amazingly as well. Once again, 5-0 on the week. Congratulations on your wins in the first place. And now it's going to be time for our final match of the day with Vulcun versus Good Game University. Vulcun had a rough start in the LCS, but they found their stride in Week 3. Let's take a look at how Zuna and the boys have adjusted to their new surroundings.
I definitely think that just because we moved in the house, we're getting a lot better. And just from practicing all together, just synergy just keeps getting better and better.
We're all in the same room, so it's easier getting everyone together.
There's a lot of teamwork, more communication.
We usually wake up at around like noon or 1.
I'm the one who always wakes up kind of early and notices the kitchen's a mess and like cleans it up.
I don't like to clean or anything, so I use disposable everything.
Zuna's like a walking sitcom.
Yeah, they always try and copy me whenever I do something funny, but they always fail.
I try to imitate it, but he always tells me I do it wrong.
Our house is pretty much every room just has a bed.
I don't think anyone would want to see Zuna or Ken's room. It's pretty ridiculously messy.
That's what happens when you come in the room with Zuna.
It'd be nice to have a sofa in the house. Like, without it, like, there's no place to nap. It's just a bed and laundry. My bedroom's right here. These came with the house, so don't judge me for it, but you can judge me for keeping them. We're going to my room. I got my ginger over here staying with us for a few weeks.
I'd say we're definitely really close friends after moving in.
We all get along really well.
Living with these 5 guys, it helped me realize that I made the right decision by moving out here. I'm having a lot of fun, but also, more importantly, I'm having fun doing something I love with like people I've become close to.
I definitely think doing this as a living, becoming a pro, playing games that you love, there's nothing better.
It's a pretty amazing experience. I get to meet a lot of people and they all enjoy the same thing as me.
I think in like 10 years, everyone will look back on this and hopefully it'll just be like eSports is just like a casually accepted idea. But being in the beginning of it all, it's pretty crazy.
All right, my turn.
GGU is trying to stave off disaster after a 1-10 start. So for this game on their side, it's a lot of trouble. Coming into this week, they thought if they went 5-0, they could go up to 500. Now it's trying to stave off going 1-11, I think, is what they're going to be. So it's going to be tough.
And of course, their only win, though, was against Vulcun in week 2. So certainly they've kind of started things off on the right foot. We'll see if they can make that happen. Of course, Vulcun themselves, 4-8, are looking pretty good. They're at 6th place right now. See if they can elevate themselves up.
Yeah, but I mean, GGU beat Vulcun. Vulcun beat CLG. CLG has beaten Curse, and Curse has beaten Dignitas. So really, anything could happen. GGU, with their 1 win, taking a shot at everybody. But they did lose that heartbreaker to TSM yesterday. Mandatory Cloud was playing really, really well in that game. He went 5-2-12 on Lux, and he was destroying Reginald Zareth in every turn that game until the game turned around. So he's looking to be strong again this game.
Yeah, and of course, let's take a look at the lineups real quick. On the blue side, of course, we have Vulcun. Psycho Sid in the top lane. Xmithy is in the jungle. Mandatory Cloud, the mid lane player. We just talked about him, of course. Zuda on AD carry with the best laugh in the world. Of course, Muffin Cutie on support.
And on the red team, we're going to have Good Game University. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendodex in the jungle, Jinte in mid lane. Don't Mash Me, you can see on the front of your screen here, and Bloodwater right next to him on support.
Now, it's going to be, of course, a very interesting match. We talked about the fact that these guys have traded games back and forth. GGU really not the start they were looking for, but we will see if they can do it. And, you know, there's kind of some interesting things going on here because they've been playing... I'm trying to think if they've been playing like really similar champions, but certainly they've, like when you look back at like Marn's games and Vulcan's games, there were some very predictable bans that were available, right? Like Mega Zero, Renekton getting removed every single time, Mandatory Cloud here taking Needly basically whenever possible. Yeah. There's a lot of predictions available for these guys.
So I think Mandatory Cloud would be like the target ban for Vulcun, it seems, because he's the one that's been dominating the most on them. Needly and Lux have been his 2 strongest by far. I haven't seen him succeed on much else than that, so I'd wonder if Good Game University is going to take that one on. I mean, it's been such a tough year for Good Game University.
Yeah.
And their essentially sub in Jinte has to go up against Mandatory Cloud. And I know Don't Mash Me has came out and said, like, our team needs to stop using not having Shifter as an excuse because they've had these lineup changes for so long. But at the end of the day, it has been 4 of the same players the entire season, and they haven't produced the results. So you can tell the frustration is mounting for these guys, and they really need to come back strong here.
Well, of course, we'll see if they can do it. And I was going to say something, I forgot what it was. Oh, yeah, so Vulcun, I want to talk about them a bit because at the very beginning of the season, I remember talking about the players, and basically, ManCloud, I'd always known, was like a really high elo player, very, very skilled, and like wasn't turning in results for a little while. And basically, since week 3, he turned into a beast. He started getting all the kills. He started sort of playing the ManCloud that we expected him to be. His players in interviews, his teammates were saying that ManCloud's probably our best player, but he's woefully inconsistent, and he seemed like he's turned on the consistency.
it's so easy for them if they have Man Cloud being consistent, right? Because when Man Cloud is destroying mid lane, it allows them to get Zuna going as well. Because Xmithy can just camp bottom lane, crush the lane over and over again, get Zuna fed. Then they now have the 2 carries, right? CLG's had some issues when Doublelift is the only one carrying. They need to get the second one going. But if Mandatory Cloud gets himself going, then Zuna can take over. And Psycho Sid is actually an incredibly resilient laner. That's the thing he doesn't really get enough credit for, because he doesn't carry games because they don't give him the opportunity to, but he always holds his own.
Yeah, and they've always said that he will be able to win a 1v1 without ever any jungle support. We'll see if that happens here. We're in a champion select. It's again 4th game of the day. Vulcun on the blue side, Good Game University on red. First pick and ban, and they have taken their sweet time looking at it. 8 seconds left to choose, and they're going to get rid of Vi right away. The Needly immediate ban against ManCloud, no shock there.
They are not letting those spears get through. We've seen Needly in the last 2 games. It's honestly had mixed results. If they're getting going, the Needly takes it through for the rest of the game. But they did not go for Lux ban. I wouldn't expect that to be first picked. That's something that Vulcun can let slide down if Mandatory Cloud wants to go for it again. Singe ban is smart. The Kale ban is pretty smart. The Twitch ban actually surprised me a little bit against Don't Mash Me, because he's actually been getting stomped on his Twitch. Every time it seems like he's been opening up, he dies immediately, but they still did that, I guess, out of respect.
Well, and of course now Vulcun have stolen away Elise. I know Psycho Sid is good at that champion, but Nintendude has played that in the jungle whenever possible, and his style is to gank very heavily, get his lanes open. By stealing that away, it might just help Vulcun get that Zuna sort of carry train started. So Good Game University now has to think about what their 2 picks are going to be. That sort of giant triumvirate of junglers that most teams care about, Xin Zhao, Jarvan, they're still up.
Xin Zhao might be the guy they go for, and I wonder what Zion Spartan's going to play in this game, because they're the ones who banned out Needly. Maybe he'd go with a Rumble because he wants to match up with WIP, and Rumble gets banned against him a lot. He's also pretty good at Kali player. He has tried to play Fizz, and I'd say he's done poorly on Fizz. It's safe to say in most of these games. They're probably scared away from that one, but with the Sona and Xin Zhao, that is a consistent opening set of picks for Good Game University.
Okay, and we'll see what comes up out of this one. Really, they've not shown too many cards, just kind of the jungle card and the support card, but they're safe picks overall. Vulcan's turn, of course. Lux was available. He said it wasn't going to be first picked. That was accurate, but as far as I can remember, anytime ManCloud has had Needly banned, he'll just take Lux.
Yeah.
The Alistair showing right here, Muffin Cutie's been locking that one in a lot throughout the season, of course, as well, taking that cue from Patoy. It's Vulcan's turns to look at carries. I know Zuna normally plays long range. We'll see if Kog'Maw might be the choice here.
Yeah, I think you're right about the Kog'Maw. And if they go for the Kog'Maw, Alistair, they could also do the Hecarim, because then they have the Bull, Horse, and Void Puppy lane.
Nice.
Which is just a bunch of stuff.
They've even got a Spider.
Yeah.
Like, they're almost all animal-based.
It's the Zoo team.
This is Team Zoo.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That is amazing. We'll see if that comes up here. Of course, GGU are lame and humanoid right now, so whatever. Wow, yeah, right. And a human AD carry. Thanks, GGU. You're good at this. So Sivir being considered right here. We haven't seen her much this season, if at all that I can remember.
No, I don't think we've seen her in the LCS. I think Sivir's still quite strong, actually. She gets the auto attack reset. It's just a matter of getting into a fight, and the team utility she provides with On the Hunter ultimate is actually really, really strong. The fact that he hasn't locked it in yet makes me think he's kind of like, heh, Sivir, no one would do that, and then swap away. But I wish he would do it.
Well, we'll see what happens. He certainly clicked it for now. Kali is being considered. He knows he's up against, well, I guess he would guess he's up against Elise. It's not a guarantee, of course. Just most often that Elise is top lane. Mash me. No, he's going to go for Ezreal.
Damn.
He's going to be nice and safe against assassins. Excuse me here. Jarvan's going to be considered here. That's so just for the fact that he clicked Jarvan makes me think they're actually thinking of getting a jungler here now.
Yeah. Well, they have to get a jungler here now. It's their last 2 picks.
Well, as opposed to Elise being
unless it's an Elise jungle, but really Nintendo Dex is the only guy to be going for the Elise jungle. Zuna would be a thing for Xmithy, but so would Hecarim work in this situation? I'm trying to think, because Ezreal would be able to dash kind of right away from him. Zion Spartan's probably playing the Akali. He'd be able to fly off, and there we go. It's the Jarvan and the Lux. So no giant horsey lane. They only have 3
they picked humans.
Wild creatures, but I like it.
All right, well, there's the robot being picked in for Good Game University. Mid laner is going to be Orianna versus Lux. This is a matchup we've seen a few times, actually, throughout LCS. And it's interesting because, like, the lane matchups, like half of them are very, very similar in a way. It's like long-range poke guys in mid, assassins up top, and Demacian frontliners with pole arms in the jungle.
Those have been the most popular junglers, it seems. Just the Demacians are invading each other. But here we go. Good Game University's team composition. This is one of the nicest team compositions I've seen them run. Zion Spartan's going to really be able to go in and dive, but he has a buddy in Nintendo X. Jinte will also be able to combo really well with that, and Don't Mash Me has solid protection and counter initiation from Sona. So that is a solid, well-defined team comp for GGU. Vulcun does have the potential great bot lane ganking, and they also have the pick potential for Mandatory Cloud's Lux. So they're going to be the ones sitting back. They've done the Lux Elise combination quite a few times. They're going to be the ones more likely to want to sit back and poke. GGU is going to be the ones that want to dive in and initiate.
All right, we'll see if, of course, they can get by those bindings. Last time we saw Reginald, a bit of a solar panel, you called it, I believe.
Yeah, I called him a solar panel. He was
I stole your
attracting
joke.
the light bindings.
He was definitely attracting the light bindings. We'll see if that ends up being someone taking those this game. Once again, we're seeing the 4 and 8 Vulcun look to kind of raise themselves up in the standings. Good Game University looking for win number 2 here. That would put them at both wins would have been over Vulcun if that happens here. You can see Vulcun up on your screen. Muffin Cutie closest. Zuna right behind him. Loading screen is underway. Like we are about to get into this. I want to know your guys' predictions, actually. Hit us up on Twitter, @LOL eSports. Final game of the day. Who's going to win this one? Let us know. I want to hear it.
Final game is Super Week, actually.
Final game is Super Week, yeah.
20 games over 3 days in North America. These guys finally reaching the end of it. All 8 teams are involved. Then we're on a 2-week hiatus before we go to MLG Dallas. This North American LCS is awesome.
Of course it is. And, of course, don't forget that Europe, of course, is going to be going on as well. Their Super Week just started. They've got another 12 games as well for Saturday and Sunday. So wake up early in the morning and watch those games as well. Or if you're European, watch them at a normal person's time.
Dude, being an LCS fan is like a full-time job.
It's yeah, right?
You got to be up at every hour of the day watching these games. It's nuts.
It'll be fun. Here we go. You can see Vulcun actually grouping up a little bit up towards the top side of the map. Psycho Sid up in ranged for him. Flag goes down. Smithy looking for a ward. They're just chasing Nintendo out of his jungle. There we go. Muffin Cutie was going to get the ward. Thing is, there's people nearby. Can they kill it in time? Oh, they left. They could have pulled Zion Spartan in to last hit that ward.
Nintendo X got the 3 hits in himself. And actually, if Nintendo X would have put a point in 3 Talon Strike right when that ward hit, he could have gotten the first auto attack reset and killed it himself. But he was expecting Zion Spartan to come over and help him as well. So, unfortunately, there's 2 deep wards inside of Good Game University's jungle right now.
And actually, Zuna getting kind of pushed around by Mashmi, actually taking a bit of punishment himself. Forced to just keep running backwards. Will dodge the Mystic Shot by standing still. And I actually want to touch back on one thing that happened on that little jungle invade towards the mid lane. Muffin Cutie put an Explorer ward, that 60-second Mastery ward, in the mid lane side brush as they ran in to watch for counter ganks. So like as they ran up, they dropped that down just to make sure they could make the beeline and not get caught. So I like that move. They had that whole sort of setup planned out.
So did Bloodwater start with an Explorer ward as well, Freak? If he did, he's already placed it and it's been gone, but he definitely has a utility spec because he's got the Total Biscuit of Rejuvenation. So the only big difference that we've seen in the wards here is that Vulcun will have vision of Good Game University's red buff, whereas Good Game University is pretty much going blind.
All right, we'll see if that ends up, mattering much at all. Zion Spartan, we're actually seeing him clear out double golems himself as he walks up to that top lane. Right now we're watching Smithy start on his lizard buff. No one looking to steal that one. Nintendo's going to get his blue. We'll see him run around the jungle as well. But no invades really had happened here now in the jungle. Gold is pretty equal. Lanes look standard as well. 1v1 top lane, 1v1 in the mid lane, and a nice old 2-on-2 in the bottom. So just nice old school League of Legends lanes.
Laners get to fight again. No more triple tower pushing right at the start of the game. Still going to happen occasionally. It's a totally tactical play by these guys, but it's definitely calmed down as Super Week has progressed here. And in this mid lane, I really want to see how Mandatory Cloud deals with Jinte, because we saw this matchup yesterday, and the Orianna did get a fairly large minion kill advantage just because of the early on trading being better. I wonder if Mandatory Cloud can outplay this lane, because I think Orianna should have a slight edge.
Well, he's definitely shielding pretty well, has learned that at level 2. Mandatory Cloud is looking for those pokes. They've got, of course, a lot of potions themselves. A flash there for Jinte. Man, Cloud's so far keeping up. We'll see how this pans out, but you're just kind of seeing them at odds. Good Game University, they are pushing right now, trying to put Zuna down to his turret. And they've got good ward coverage, so they're not afraid of the Jarvan ganks just yet. Jarvan actually looking for something in the mid lane. He's actually flag tossed over. Oh, he bypassed the ward that might have spotted him going to this brush. GG does not know he's here.
So they're hoping Jinte gets a little bit aggressive, or Mandatory Cloud can land a light binding. They go for it. There's it landing.
They land it. Jinte's going to have to flash the flag toss. There it is. Flash is burned, but that is all you can really expect on your first time for the gank. Smith is going to turn himself back around. Psycho Sid has pushed his top lane. Zion Spartan taking a bit of poke himself. Still not going to keep him alive a little bit. We'll see how that pans out. Q auto attack, 40 gold. There we go. See what he can do.
And now we see Nintendo X did try to get a little deep into X Smithy's jungle, but he couldn't make it. And this jungle invade is now going towards the bottom lane. Neither team is really going to get caught out by wards. Xmithy could come in completely clean, but he would get met by Nintendude X, so this could actually be a very dangerous gank for Xmithy more so.
There we go, the flash pulverize in onto Mashmi. He's taking a exhaust the pulverize as well. The flag toss will not land. 2 hits to go to kill Mashmi, and he's gonna get out instead. A nice, I think it was flash got him away from the flag toss gank, but there we go, the pressure from ManCloud on a Jinte as well.
Mashmi got punted around in that fight. Muffin Cutie really took Don't Mash Me out of that fight. That was a dangerous approach by Xmithy, but because of the job that Vulcun did just making Don't Mash Me unable to attack, they were able to come away for that fight with nearly a kill.
Very, very impressive stuff. We're seeing actually a small minion lead small gold lead from minions for Good Game University. So for what that's worth, they're up 200 gold just from the early game stuff. Psycho Sid pushing up onto Zion Spartan. Bottom lane, of course, reset itself. Mid lane still 27 to 26, so neck and neck here as well. Really everybody going fairly close to equal everywhere on the map.
Yeah, this is definitely not a game that is anywhere close to even really having a leader yet. The lanes are very close in the minion kills. The junglers are matching themselves. The early game wards have died. None of the level 1 plays resulted in any real advantages, and the lane matchups themselves are probably pretty even. So this could be for quite a battle. And if you remember the first time these teams played, it was actually a really great game with the poke combo.
It was, and Good Game University had that Ezreal sitting there at the bottom lane, just sort of farming up against Psycho Sid for a very long time until they could turn that poke game. Xmithy looking for a second gank here. They're going to find Bloodwater. There is the pulverize. The headbutt into the wall. He's going to flash, and the flag toss misses because of it. Bloodwater taking a bit more damage, but he will get out.
That gank took a little bit of patience for Vulcun if they wanted to make that one work. Zuna actually had a tremendous ooze that he threw out on Kog'Maw, because once Bloodwater flashed away from the headbutt, it still would have been in range for Xmithy to knock him up, but because Xmithy tried to chain before the flash, he missed it. And now he's coming around the back for a potential tower dive, but wow, they desert Don't Mash Me, and they might get him.
Yeah, the pulverize, the headbutt. There's the damage on a Mash Me. Actually slightly misses the knockup. However, he is still a bit alone underneath the turret. They do not have turret aggro. Actually, Vulcun will say, nope, not ours at all. A lot of damage came out from Bloodwater. Smithy getting dropped quite low. And, you know, typical Smithy camps that bottom lane, but will not find a kill.
Yeah, that is the second, that's the third gank I guess he's done there. The second trip to the bottom lane for Xmithy, and it hasn't granted Zuna anything yet. So I think that Ezreal pick was really smart for Good Game University, because they know that Vulcun loves ganking bot lane so much, and they wanted to pick the safest AD carry possible. The Psycho Sid just trades a bunch with Zion Spartan.
Yeah, Zion Spartan initiated on that one, just jumped in with the ultimate, of course, level 6 on both these guys. Psycho Sid's still going to take a bunch of punishment, getting, ooh, wow, forced a flash to his turret. Yeah, wow, nice aggression there from Zion Spartan.
And that's the Akali fear that he's putting in. The fact that Psycho Sid didn't get the early game edge is a little alarming for Vulcan's top lane chances. He's either going to lose a bunch of tower damage or get tower dove, because Nintendude X is coming around the back with Xin Zhao, but Vulcun smells it coming. ManCloud there as well.
The thing is that Nintendude had warded the Golem Brush on his way over, saw ManCloud coming, said, nope, not going to walk into a 2 versus 3, thank you very much. Got his way out. They see Xmithy running towards the mid. Nintendude knows both these guys are going to be here, and he spots them walk into the brush. He knows there's 2 men right there in the mid.
Here comes Orianna.
Jinte's going to run back. They're going to go for the ult. Hits them both. ManCloud taking a bunch of pressure. Pops barrier, pops his shield as well. Light binding just whiffs onto Jinte, but he will go for the ult. Nice pressure. If the binding had hit, I think they could have killed Jinte.
So close. Jinte barely dodging out from that one, and that was a nice flank down by Good Game University. Nintendude X did use his vision control of the brush to land a pretty good counter assault, but Bloodwater actually getting caught on the bot lane, might get pulverized.
Yeah, gets headbutted, gets pulverized into the air. Here comes Kog'Maw looking for Don't Mash Me as well. Where's the fight gonna go? They get the slow into Bloodwater. He only has exhaust, no flash at all. Mash Me going for damage on a Muffin Cutie. Zuna's still going and puts his exhaust down. Bloodwater taking more damage. Xmithy is from behind as well. Mash Me comes in, does a lot to Muffin Cutie. Both supports running back.
Man, look at this. 600 gold advantage now for GGU. I guess that kind of has to do with how much Xmithy has been roaming around and finding unsuccessful ganks. He's not really been able to aid his lanes too much. And even though Nintendude is a low level himself, he does have a fairly larger amount of minion kills, so the lane's still actually very close. Not really sure where this one's going to turn yet, but GGU does have the farm advantage early.
Yeah, First Blood could turn this gold lead on its head either way right now. We'll see if that happens. Nintendude had a pink ward. Is going to be blind coming into onto Mandatory Cloud, but Xmithy is right there, and he will not find the gank. Not going to go into that turret.
And check this out. It's a Hex Drinker early for Zion Spartan on Akali. I've seen a couple top-rated Akalis do this. I know Voyboy was doing it on his stream as well. It's just
Akali can do pretty good hybrid damage, and he's powering up right now against the Elise lane.
Oh, Smithy gets a smite steal that Nintendo tried to steal from him. Of course, Nintendo not finding that one. Smithy going to run back. But it did force him from going on a man cloud. A bit of a lead there. Ezreal comes by, does not land into anything. Luxult goes. Nintendo is low. Blacktoss forced to flash. Shield comes in from Jintei. Smithy right on top of Zion Spartan. Good damage there, but a nice shield. There we go. He's going to keep going on this one. Smithy, no health left. And that's going to be first blood. Zion Spartan flashes away. Can he find a way to escape? Repel from Elise. Shield there from Orianna, but it tethers back, and so he does not get the dissonance. Zion Spartan's Hexbreaker has been popped. Here comes Jintei again. He's got blue buff. Puts the shield back down. Shockwave comes off, but he's been stunned by Elise. Zion Spartan still takes damage, and Psycho Sid will find the return kill.
Zion Spartan mad up to get in on that one, but he was not able to pull the retreat because there's 4 people. Now Zuna down bot, maybe getting dove.
He does cleanse away the Sona ult. The tower does so much damage to Mashmi, though, that Zuna looks for an ult. Will not quite find the damage there. Oof, geez, these trades are back and forth all day.
Yeah, that was a real scary moment for Zuna because everyone knew that Muffin Cutie had been up top on Alistair to help with that invade. So it was a nice aggression move by Good Game University. It's just Zuna popped his cleanse at just the right moment, and despite being deserted by Muffin Cutie, only had to burn his cleanse after that crescendo.
And of course, it's worked for him so far. You're seeing that. It's one of the stories we talked about a little bit is the AD carry skipping Vampiric Scepter, and Zuna. Well, he's got 6 lifesteal from Quince, and he picked up a pickaxe right away, plus having an Alistair in his lane. So once again, Zuna looks like to be grabbing the very late Vampiric Scepter, if that's to be believed. Yeah. 67 to 71 on the bottom lane. Good Game University, they feel like they have an advantage on the map. They're going for a dragon, but it is in vision.
So we'll see if Vulcun can come around the back. Lux does have the laser, uses it for harass, and this means to me that Vulcun actually wants to fight before the dragon goes down.
All right, they're going to go in. Look, a couple bits of damage comes in, but there comes Zion Spartan. A lot of damage from him. Nintendo will pick up the dragon. That is theirs completely clean. Dissonance goes by. GG will disengage. 1-for-1 in kills. The dragon goes to Good Game University.
Feel like when Zion Spartan jumped out onto Mandatory Cloud, the fight was kind of abandoned by Vulcun. That's when they decided to disengage. GG did do a good job spiking that dragon down, making sure it couldn't be stolen. They're coming out pretty strong here, hoping to pick up their first win of Super Week.
And it's going to look pretty good for them so far. Zuna, they're still on the bottom lane. Every other lane matching up fairly closely. 75-71 AD carry, 77-77 in the mid, 59-55 up top. The only one of the real big difference, Nintendude X. You can see his gold 400 above Xmithy.
And it's still not a big enough lead to really say someone's won because like, it hasn't stretched to 5 or 10K, and we haven't seen the team fights yet. These teams are kind of refusing to have big engagements with each other. Both teams are actually, I'd say, overwarding a little bit. They probably don't need that many wards in the river, so they are overexpensing themselves, but that's just making sure that we're not seeing ganks, because at 11 or 12 minutes in, especially since Vulcan's not looking to spam team fights, they've got 7 wards on the map, and that's not even having a Sightstone on their team, so all of those wards are really expensive for them. It might end up costing them later when the team fights come in.
We'll see if that ends up being a factor. Nintendude going into his own jungle, grabbing the lizard buff for himself. No contention there. That's going to be his pretty cleanly. Use his smite on that one. Smithy in his own jungle. You're just seeing them clear out and go for wards, or not wards, sorry, but kills right now. The minion kills, monster kills, gold, all that kind of stuff. Psycho Sid still matching up against Zion Spartan. A little bit of harass going back and forth between these guys. There we go. The initiation is in from Zion Spartan. Nice cocoon. Psycho Sid's going to run back into spider form for a bit of extra MR. Will survive that battle. Vulcun pushing in for this turret. They've got a nice minion wave there. Zuna going to put out some damage. We can see it's down about 2/3 health. Nintendude shows up in that top lane, but he's been spotted by a ward. Now sits in that top brush.
I wonder what Muffin Cutie's item build is going to be like this game. I remember in their Heartbreaker versus TSM yesterday, he actually was losing items as the game moved on because he kept buying too many wards. He ended up selling his Vamp Scepter back because he was going for his Zeke's Herald. Considering that Muffin Cutie's not even moving towards a Sightstone, tells me he's going for here and now, and here they might dive.
There we go. We're going to see Muffin Cutie take a whole bunch of punishment. Still actually in turret aggro. Had to finally drop that one at the end there. Burned exhaust, but Mashmi got away. Now, meanwhile, the top lane, Psycho Sid lands Cocoon. Nintendude's going to look for something right there. The light binding comes off, though, because ManCloud has shown up. Zion is stealth, but now tries to run away. Nice jump to a minion. They're going to try to get away. The repel puts them pretty much into range. Hexbreaker has been popped. They jump back into Psycho Sid. He flashes out. ManCloud puts a shield onto himself. He is alive against Nintendude. He's going to go for another light binding. Will not quite land that one. They will not find a kill on either side.
This is just a bunch of trades in a game. The Orianna ult misses. Ooh. Crescendo gets cleansed.
Yeah, that's going to be Zuna trying to run away. He still has flash as well. He's going to be safe. Every fight's been like this, right? They're fighting and then no one quite dies.
Neither team is going all in enough, or they're just not aggressing each other quite at the right moment, and now it's a 3v2 push on the bottom, but xMithy is able to clear the waves back. Maybe we'll see the first tower of the game.
Oh, a lot of damage onto xMithy. He's going to Q, drop out the cannon minion. Turret very, very, very low. They will try to go for a bit more. They have to run back here. Good Game University still 3-strong. ManCloud finds Nintendude in the top lane. Really good pickup there. Psycho Sid, I believe, part of that one as well. He's recalling back. It's a good pickup.
That was the pink ward control in the top lane coming in big so that Mandatory Cloud roamed and landed a good light binding on Nintendude X. So that is the good news of all the wards that they've spent. But really, with the amount of money they dumped into those wards, I don't know if that kill's worth it. Let's take a look at how that actually happened. So he was just waiting behind line of sight, lands the binding,
oh man,
him just to fucking smithereens.
You didn't even see anyone on the map either. Psycho Sid was in the brush the whole time. Jinte grabs blue buff himself. We're just seeing ManCloud do the same thing for himself. They're pretty happy. Zion Spartan, though, is like, all right, Nintendo, get out of my lane. You're just giving him more gold. Let me just take this one myself. We're seeing a 2,000 gold lead here for GGU. Despite the kill lead, they are definitely in control of the map's objectives. 1 turret and a dragon to their credit. 15 minutes in. Once again, GGU looking for win number 2 in the LCS. They do not want to end Super Week 0-5. And right now they're poised to do it, but we'll see. Anything has happened in this game, in these games overall, really.
Yeah,
Vulcun knows all about one game's turning around.
This is a slow game, right? It's actually eerily similar to the last game Good Game University and Vulcun played against each other because at one point GGU did have about a 5,000 gold advantage. Or no, Vulcun had a 5,000 gold advantage on GGU. I was backwards there for a second. And it was GGU who was able to turn it around with the poke comp. This is almost exact reverse because the poke/catch from Vulcun might be able to siege out GGU, especially since they've had so much trouble initiating on both sides that if neither team can fully start a fight, Lux's wave clear might be enough to keep them back from the game when the game comes to that kind of pushing situation. And since it's 0 turrets to 1 right now, about to be 1-1, this game could be approaching a similar circumstance.
All right, we're going to see, for no lack of aggression, of course, turrets going down left and right here, now 2-1 in GGU's favor. These guys have been searching for fights all game. It's just their ability to escape. That Ezreal pick you praised earlier, so smart. Of course, Jarvan not quite finding the knockups. A little bit of trades over the top lane. There was the team fight for Dragon, and Zuna still happily staying in this bottom lane with Muffin Cutie, his support, Alistair, accelerating himself towards late game. 130 minion kills on that Kog'Maw. Smithy standing right on top of a ward is going to get spotted and not get much here.
Yeah, and Jarvan just hates Ezreal. He can't really get his hands on him that well, and it's pretty much just for the damage when he Cataclysms on top of him. You can't get flag tosses or Dragon Strikes on him at all as a Jarvan player, so Don't Mash Me is ridiculously safe unless he gets caught by Light Binding, and even then, he'll be able to cleanse out of it as long as he doesn't catch them too frequently. But now, Vulcun looking to force something. Here comes the fight we've been waiting for.
They go into Nintendude X, the ult goes on to everybody. Xmithy's going to fall down so quickly, but the ult comes back there. Zion Spartan is exhausted trying to find something. He will not find Xmithy. He's going to survive. Zion's actually going to go down. Nintendo goes back in, though. What will they find? Dissonance is off. The ult onto Muffin Cutie. He's taking a bunch of punishment, a couple more attacks to go. Ignite the shield. Is it going to be enough? Yes. Jinte picks up the kill on a Muffin Cutie. They've traded 1 for 1.
These are the signs of like when a poke comp is going to work or not. Like how hard does GGU have to go into Vulcun before they can get a kill? They traded 1 for 1, but if they can take an objective off of this, it'll be a good sign. Let's see if Vulcun can poke him out.
All right, the ManCloud really in a bit of a rough spot, taking some damage. Ult comes off from Cog. That's going to be the smite away on Dragon. That is picked up for GGU, their second Dragon now this game. The global objective's definitely on their favor. Psycho Sid, misses a stun on Jinte.
These guys are just chugging back consumables. This is the second red elixir I've seen Zion Spartan pick up. This Mandatory Cloud tries to spike out Jinte in the mid lane, but all the wards that Vulcun placed before Sightstone and all the elixirs that GGU was drinking down, whatever the gold tally at the top is showing, it's actually fairly misleading just because of the amount of money these guys are dumping into the consumables.
Okay, and we'll see if that, and you've mentioned that, yeah, a few times now. I mean, really, the money is going down. I want to sort of bring that one back to the CLG EU WE game from the World Championships where they had lost, like, all of their money on wards, and the Oracles starved them out until they could finally get Baron. We'll see if that kind of similar situation happens here. Nintendude back on his red buff. That's his pretty securely. Ezreal glances across the map. He's going to farm the top lane a little bit. Just a few minions there. Minions dead in the mid lane. Looks like no major turrets are going to go down in the past few minutes, or maybe even soon. We'll see. Zuna left alone to farm the bottom lane. That's a good place for him. Late game Kog'Maw, always a scary thing.
Yeah, the thing we'll have to track is the actual completed items on these guys, because you look at Mandatory Cloud versus Jinte in the mid lane, and even though Mandatory Cloud has 1,000 gold and is going back to shop, it's the Athene's Unholy Grail to what is nearly an Athena's Unholy Grail and a death cap for Orianna. Of course, he skipped his Sorcerer's Shoes, so he's kind of getting there a little bit faster, but that's a pretty big advantage by itself. You look at the 80 carries, Zuna versus Don't Mash Me. It's an Infinity Edge versus a Bloodthirster and a Zeal. So Don't Mash Me, despite being down in minion kills and being even in gold, has a slight edge in the items right now, and it's just... It's going to be we're going to have to track this throughout. The biggest advantage, of course, is the Lock of the Iron Solarion and Tendudex over X-Smithy, and that is just the jungle experience and the 2 dragons, that plus the 1 turret extra that they've been able to take.
All right, so let's see what kind of other advantages can be gained here. Good Game University have been at their most aggressive when Dragon is up, but speaking of aggression, they have actually moved into the jungle a little bit. Jinte looks for ManCloud, not going to combo him out. Of course, ManCloud does turn around right there. What is Good Game University going to look for? They've pulled Don't Mash Me up from the bottom lane. They've got 4 men in the mid lane, including Zion Spartans, Akali. They're going to move on forward. This turret is at 3/4, but they're going to push on forward pretty hard. Oh, the wave clear from Lux completely stops that push from going anywhere. And all of GGU has to turn right back around.
They haven't been able to find the fight they wanted. This is GGU. They do have the gold lead. They're able to take the objectives, but I feel like taking a dragon every 6 minutes isn't enough to really give them the advantage they need. So now they're starting to invade the jungle. They just steal the blue buff. They're hoping to find a fight at some point. Eventually, they'll be turning towards the Baron, but for now, I think it's about taking that mid-turn.
Let's see if they can get it. Of course, Lux just so much wave clear on her. The minions back down again. Vulcun trying very hard to keep their own turret alive. Most of the jungle actually in shambles on Vulcan's side of the map, whereas GGU can always turn around and grab that themselves. Sona actually was given the golem buff, so she has a lot of heals to put out there. Had contributed to the death of the golem on the invade a little while ago. So a lot of support there, a lot of mana to spend. Jinte is going to grab their own blue buff. There we go, the buff steal did go in their favor quite a bit. Zuna and ManCloud now sharing farm in the mid lane. It's a big minion wave bottom, and they've sent Don't Mash Me to go farm that one out. Bloodwater gaining XP in mid. Certainly no one's looking for a push just this second.
And they may just be waiting for more item breakpoints, right? Death cap on Jinte will be very huge. He's got about 200 gold left on Orianna before he can be able to afford that one. Nintendudex still out farming X-Smithy in the jungle, and he's picked up those boots of mobility, which is what we've seen Crumbs do as well, but has not used them to set up many aggressive or crazy ganks. He's mainly just using them to farm a little bit more. And these teams are fairly contented just farming. I feel like Vulcun might be trying to just stall a little bit and hope Good Game University decides to make some mistakes. Good Game University definitely in a more difficult situation in the context of a season, sitting in dead last in the standings right now, but GGU might be poised to take their second win here. It's not close yet. They do have a slight edge.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. Of course, last time we've seen Kog'Maw sitting in the background, it tended to work pretty well. They got pretty late game. We'll see if that ends up happening here, of course. Zuna's still on that farm train. 173 minions to him. 170 on Don't Mash Me. They're certainly getting themselves toward that late game status. Those 80 carries getting themselves a bunch of gold. We see Psycho Sid's Elise with a lot of magic penetration there, so he's going to be looking for damage. Zion Spartan moving his way towards the Gunblade. We see that on Akali's pretty often overall. Death cap is completed on Orianna, so we talk about Orianna's builds quite a bit, but looks like carry Orianna is the choice of the day for Jinte.
I think you're right about that one. I mean, the fact that he's managed to lane against a Lux who is super skill shot reliant without building move speed means he must be like the wizard of dodging light bindings. The fact he hasn't been spiked out with that low move speed this entire time is quite impressive.
And he doesn't even have move speed Quince. He's at that base 325, so seriously just running around successfully. Light binding goes on to Mash Me. He's forced to cleanse it because the combo could have been so brutal against him. Damage on that turret, still putting it down a little bit, down to about half. So GGU are making progress down on this lane. Dragon's going to be up in 36 seconds or so. I like how I can see it on the screen and still say the wrong number. I'm good at my job.
Yeah, these guys got to get aggressive soon, Freak. Like, they can't just stand around and farm the whole game. They need to take some initiative. We saw Dignitas in the last game, and when Dignitas is working, they're just on the other team. They're not giving them an inch to go. But GGU and Vulcun are not doing that at all. Right now, they're just sitting around and farming, right? Like, they haven't been able to initiate on each other. They have the tools to do it. You look at Vulcun, Alistair, Lux, Elise, Jarvan, that is so much incredible chase. Good Game University has Akali, Jin Zhao, and Orianna to chase. Like, the disengage is not as strong as the engage in these compositions. I feel like if they do decide to fight, they would be able to do it, and maybe we'll see it here at the 23-minute Dragon fight.
They're certainly looking to try Pink Ward going down in that brush. Vulcun really trying to deny vision here against Good Game University. GGU putting 2 wards down of their own, trying to spot that out. A lot of aggressive wards are there. Vulcan's going to clear out this mid lane wave, push it towards that turret. GGU must respond to this, and look at the damage output on this one now. It's losing a lot of health very, very quickly. Zuna just putting in the basic attacks. Light binding on the Nintendo. He will not be able to initiate until that time's out. The minions, the minions are dead. The turret down to 10%. It might just be one push until those minions are gone. Where will Vulcun go? It looks like it's kind of on them to make moves right now.
Yeah, Vulcun is positioning themselves like they're the ones with the edge. It's so hard to tell what your gold lead is in kind of close games like this when no one's really gotten kill advantages and the farm all looks kind of close at first glance. So Vulcun is now starting on the Dragon and really daring Good Game University to come fight them, or they're just hoping Xsmithy isn't spotted here because their pink ward doesn't see GGU's other wards.
We're just going to check the vision right there, and they do see that Xsmithy is around. Light binding goes off, some slow zones as well. GGU cannot come down, but Xsmithy a bit hurt because of that whole trade. Looks like once again Vulcun will disengage from this one. Zion Spartan on the left-hand side of the screen is nearby the team. The rest of GGU close as well. Oracle's Elixir, Bloodwater does spot those wards are there, but Vulcun are going to scare them back right now. But they know that they can clear this vision out and blind Vulcun in this battle. Poke's going back and forth. Mashmi taking some poke. Zion Spartan is in with the team. Good ults from Zuna putting in some pressure. Psycho Sid's in the front. Zion's looking to engage right here, taking a bit of damage. Mashmi's going to take a whole bunch of burst, and he is gone. And the fight has started. Oriana ult's going to stop Vulcun for now, but they're going to flash on forward. They get Jin-Tae, knock him into the air. The slow, the Demacia yell comes out. Jin-Tae taking a bunch of pressure. He's going to fall down. Vulcun picks up 2, and the Dragon is theirs as they want it.
Mandatory Cloud's Lux just evaporating Don't Mash Me there. His cleanse was down, they landed the binding, and they were just fishing for that the entire time. They got it, now they get the Dragon. GGU trying a bit of a counterattack though.
Well, they will get the turret down. He pops Smoke Cloud. Kog'Maw ult does not reveal a Kali. He will just simply run away right now. Blue team finally getting the kill up on Dragon. Nice pickup by Psycho Sid. Vulcun looking a lot better than they were a second ago.
That was a good sign for them. Picking off that fight definitely puts the fear into GGU that they can't win a team fight, even though that wasn't a team fight. That was just Vulcun sitting around until Mandatory Cloud was getting...
Or sorry, not...
Well, he stole it from Psycho Sid as they're going in for the initiation. No problem. I made a bit of a slip up earlier myself, so I think we can get away with it.
He stole the blue from the top laner who was just hitting it down for him. I just saw Lux ulting in the blue buff on the right-hand side. I was like, it must be a steal! All right, anyway, continuing on. Xsmithy now in his own jungle, spots out the blue buff. Actually, Zion Spartan is almost like, he's like right there and almost spots Smithy, who's looking for a push.
I gotta say, Freak, Lux ults make you say the darndest things, but Xsmithy flashes over a wall here, and there goes Zion.
Zion's really looking for it. He puffs a lot of damage out of the Ignite, still enough to take the kill. Of course, revealed by the turret, must run away. Psycho Sid will not land that stun. GGU pick up a nice free kill. They are still up 4,000 gold as the thing, so don't let the kill lead fool you. GGU are very good at controlling gold in this map.
And they still have the turret pressure, right? Outer 3 down. At this point, what Dignitas has been doing to win all their games is they're over-warding Vulcun's inside jungle. We've seen it from a lot of the top teams too in Korea. We've seen it from Gambit Gaming. Once they get the outer turrets down, when they look to push, they keep the pressure back and they keep the enemy contained in their base. But Vulcun is doing the best they can to fight this back. They're not letting that happen because they have the team fight strength right now. Zuna successfully skipped Vamp Scepter in his build, so he's got Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer and rushed past Don't Mash Me in damage. So Vulcun might actually be able to counter with some pushes despite having the 3 outer turrets down.
Yeah, we'll see that ends up being the case right here. There's GGU still with a turret lead. It's interesting to see like how everything matches up though, because like I'm still trying to wrap my brain around like where the gold lead is really coming from, because you keep comparing minions and outside of Zion Spartan, basically they're so close to equal here. Like, the kills are in Vulcun's favor, but I guess it's just GG with the turrets.
Yeah, it's like 40 for Akali, 30 for Xin Zhao, and everyone on GGU has more minion kills as well, so it's like maybe 80 minions in total, which at about 20 golds a pop is, what, 1.6k?
Yeah.
Then you consider the turrets, 750 gold apiece. They're up by 2, so that's another 1,500 gold. That's like 3k. It kind of makes a bit of sense, because I think they're up 1 dragon as well.
Yeah, 2 to 1 on dragons, I believe.
Yeah.
So, all right, it just pans out ever so slightly. What if we could like track ward kills properly and be like, oh yeah, this is 25 gold each one, and then anyway.
Soon TM, maybe?
Soon TM. Track ward gold. Man Cloud. Actually, oh, Scumbag Muffin Cutie stole that minion kill from Mandatory Cloud. I'm going to cry if Man Cloud's like 12 gold away from completing item and can't do it now. Nah, he's at 230. All right. Vulcun on their side of the map right now. GGU on theirs. No major buffs are up. Only Baron Nashor, and I think you'd have to be crazy to go Baron right here, so.
Yeah, especially considering Vulcun has the gold disadvantage, but the poke advantage, and what seems to be the threat advantage whereas Good Game University is never going to put themselves in the Baron pit against a Lux, right? So it is turning itself into a bit of a standoff since the team that feels stronger is in a poor position on the map, so they're not able to make any aggressive plays right now.
There we go, Mashpee going a little bit aggressive. The light binding. Bloodwater getting dropped very, very low. Luxel goes off. ManCloud getting dropped very, very low. Zion Spartan, it's knocked in the air. Actually cancels his ult, but still finds it. But Zuna finds Zion Spartan. Where's the damage at? But Pinkward goes down onto him. He's trying to run back. Zion Spartan goes down before he gets a double kill. A large kill advantage. Zuna is basically alone here. Tries to shut down some kills and won't get too much. Looks for Jinte. Nope, Sona's going to haste her away, and that's going to be a 5-for-1 Good Game University with a fight.
And so many people are still alive for Good Game University. They could go through for this Baron despite not having war control. After winning that fight, they won it so handily. I think they can take this Baron.
There we go, 29.5 minutes in, and they have started it up. Nintendo, the really only front line here. Mashpee standing close by. He's going to have to trade off with Nintendo, it seems. There we go, Nintendo gets knocked back, and he just goes right back in. Baron down below half health, and no one is even alive yet for Vulcun aside from McSmithy. That is going to be GGU's Baron. 29.5 minutes in, that is a commanding lead.
Yeah, when that fight started for Vulcun, I know what was going through Vulcan's heads because ManCloud had landed the binding. Let's actually watch this again. ManCloud lands the binding onto Bloodwater at the very start of the fight, and since he'd blown up Ezreal earlier, he thought he's dead. But he's in the W stance, and he has health on support, so the counter initiation gets on Mandatory Cloud since he stood still to cast all those spells. Zion Spartan goes off in here. They kept the Orianna ball on him almost the entire time, so they couldn't focus him down very early, and the rest of GGU just rolled over Vulcun because Vulcun blew everything on the initial fight for Bloodwater, and they just couldn't get him.
And you just saw that back line, of course, getting shredded out. Poor Zuna left alone at the end. He picked up a kill, but couldn't get more than that. So now Vulcun have to kind of rethink their fight strategy. Maybe don't focus the Sona first. She seems just tanky enough. Good Game University.
It's the strangest thing with Supports Freak. Just feeling tanky, especially Sona, because once she got hit by the light binding, she just turned on her Aria of Perseverance, which gave her 12 extra armor and MR on top of the 2,000 health she had, and like, ManCloud didn't inherently think that like Sona would be tankier than Ezreal, but she absolutely was, and it blew all of her spells too easily.
And of course, yeah, just enough MR on her kept her alive. Baron buff, of course, granting attack damage, ability power, and regeneration to this GGU lineup. However, despite that, Vulcun have the presence on the map just enough that the blue buff will still go to Mandatory Cloud. He's finished his death cap, he's got Sork shoes. Certainly the magic pen is coming up pretty soon for ManCloud. Though he failed the kill on Sona, is certainly still on clip for items. Same with Zuna here, who's now looking for a last whisper and still not sinking the 800 gold into a Vampiric Scepter. So Vulcun still does have these focused threats on their team.
And if Mandatory Cloud lands the ult on Don't Mash Me still hasn't built any health or resiliency, so they could still win a fight based off of that.
What do you mean? He has Trinity Force, he's fine.
He'll be fine. He does tons of damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's even 300 health, like he's, no worries. 200 health? 250 health, I was close.
You don't know Trinity Force's stats by heart?
I'm sorry.
You haven't slept with like a Trinity Force book of all the extra stats, be like 8% movement speed,
Well, you keep nerfing it, Riot.
2% crit chance. Just like memorizing it and stuff. Riot, please. 3 gold cost.
You nerfed it in Season 3. It had so much crit chance on it before. Anyway, here they go, pushing up for that turret. Smithy taking a bit of poke right there. GGU looking very, very strong. The Flak Toss comes out. Zion Spartan goes in on a ManCloud. A nice ult's going to lock up a lot of people. Zion still taking pressure. Sono comes across everybody. Who's going to die first? It's going to be Jarvan going down. But the counterattack Luxul does a whole heck of a lot of damage. Kog'Maw picks up a few, but it's still like a rampage for Zion Spartan. Only 2 alive here for Vulcun. Mashpee wins the duel, and everybody is basically gone except for Muff and QT. GGU wins another fight, 4-1 right here. And Dead Dude survives on the turret. GGU, this is their turret completely.
Big win by GGU there. That was all about the initiation, and even though Mandatory Cloud landed the final spark on a lot of GGU, the rest of the team just wasn't there for the follow-up. Psycho Sid was never in the right position. Zuna kind of got trapped in the middle of the fight and wasn't able to hit the things he wanted, and that's an inhibitor that GGU has immediately taken with that Baron buff.
That is pretty brutal here. Vulcun have suddenly lost from a, like a 5-2 kill lead or something pretty decent. Suddenly it is 7-12. Yeah. This has been looking great for a while now. Good Game University have turned on the pressure, and it's been going well. Zeke's Herald has been completed by Bloodwater, so a lot of life still available to Don't Mash Me.
And the Runic Bulwark as well. Just the aura items in general are coming out very strong for GGU. So because they have the 30 magic resist aura from the Runic Bulwark, and because Bloodwater has maxed the W, Armor, and MR aura on Bloodwater. If anyone gets hit by Like Binding, it's an extra 45 magic resist for whatever Mandatory Cloud is trying to spike through, and until Mandatory Cloud catches that Void Staff, I don't think he's actually going to be able to one-shot them, and that's really the only way that Vulcun is able to come out of these fights, is if Mandatory Cloud makes it a 5v4 before it happens. This is a very good position for GGU to be in.
Well, he's looking at Void Staff right now. Hopefully that, for his case, hopefully that will be enough to penetrate through that MR aura stack. Zion Spartan, though, with now a Zhonya's Hourglass, is a pretty tanky guy. Hard to kill off. Oracle's there, of course, bot onto Muffin. QT definitely is trying to look for that map control, getting it back away from Good Game University. Nintendo at the bottom of the map, clearing things out. A little bit Dignitas-esque, pushing the various lanes forward. But if you're Vulcun right now, is it just on the Man Cloud 4v5, or can they rely on Zuna?
It's mainly the Man Cloud 4v5, and if somehow like they dive in a really bad way, Zuna would be able to come back at them. But just like with how quickly Zion Spartan can kill Zuna, I don't like Zuna's chances right now. He doesn't have any magic resist. The only shields are coming through from Mandatory Cloud, and most of the crowd control that Vulcun can throw at Zion Spartan isn't long enough of a disable to be able to stop him from coming at him. So, especially with the Mercury Treads that Zion Spartan has been building, this is a very, very good situation for GGU.
Alrighty, we'll see if they can close the deal here with the good situation so far. Zuna's still in that bottom lane, but he's not completely alone. He's got two friends nearby. He's got a ward on that brush. Nintendo actually pushing in forward, has used his E, and it's going to be Smithy looking for a gank. He puts the slow from his shield. There's the EQ. He lands that. Nintendo going to pop his ult. Zion Spartan comes in. He's going to look for Zuna. Knocked into the air. Zuna yet running backwards for pretty good reason, of course. There's the counter initiation, though, from Good Game University. They're going to find Muffin Cutie, knocking him into the air. Orianna still looking for pressure. Muffin, his ult's about to time out. Will they get the damage up what they need? Ezreal comes by, clips him in the face. Zion picks up one. What's going to be next for him? He's under the turret, taking a lot of pressure. Demacia Duck, and he pops Zhonya's. He's alive, actually. And he's going to chase down for the double kill up there. Now Nintendo running back, gets a shield from Orianna just in time. 2-0, and GGU gets out alive.
That was brilliant stuff by Zion Spartan. Also, GGU was taking the top turret while all of that happened, so this is just the split push pressure coming out from GGU as a whole.
And there we go, another kill picked up. They are chaining them together right here. Man Cloud, will he find Mash Me? Misses the Q, ult up in a few seconds. Will he look for it? Of course, he's spotted by minions, and he's going to whiff that one. Did not know where he went after that retreat. Turret went down, now 8-1 in GGU's favor.
Yeah, Mandatory Cloud took a light shot in the dark right there and came up blank. You know, he's just trying to make a play. They're down 15,000 gold. This game is really getting away from them quickly. And I gotta say, Zion Spartan's play has been extraordinary in this game on Akali. He's back in his zone on these assassin-type champions. Good stuff from GGU. I see they got a timer on Baron. They're going to be wanting to get that pretty quickly, and Vulcun is trapped in their base.
That is a rough situation, of course. They're only one inhibitor down. That will respawn. I think it should respawn before.
Yeah, Baron's up right now.
Yeah,
they're going for it.
No, Baron's, yeah, there it is. It's going to be going down pretty quickly. GGU, he's going to use Ezreal to spot the map while dealing damage to Baron. That's going to be theirs in time. No one's nearby. There it is, 36-53. That is theirs completely. Smithy trying to push the minions out, but as you said, they're pretty much trapped in their base.
And now that it is one exposed inhibitor, one inhibitor completely down, Baron buff, everybody's shopping. I'm expecting Good Game University to go back, get some potential elixirs, or just max their items. They actually get some tankiness. Jinte got a Giant's Belt. There is close to an Infinity Edge on Don't Mash Me, but he's currently deciding what to do with his life, contemplating existence. Gets a Hex Drinker, because they're really just going for a final push. He's not worried about the rest of the game. He goes Distortion Boots, because who wouldn't want to flash faster when it's already on cooldown? But I think they're going for the end here.
See what they can grab out of this one. Nintendo to the bottom lane. The rest of the team are filing out of the base. All good pushes end with leaving the base. So, they've made the first step correctly.
All good pushes do end.
Start with leaving the base. That's what I meant to say.
And every day starts by waking up if you go to sleep first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, most of my days start by, hey, it's midnight, I'm still awake. But hey, to each their own. Some people go to bed on time. I don't. I'm a gamer. Don't Mash Me. They're pushing in that top lane, getting the minions on their side. Zion Spartan up in the mid. He's been having a phenomenal game, as you mentioned. 8-3-4. A lot of completed items, mostly getting ability power. That or magic resist. Moving on towards the mid laning, Smithy trying to wave clear. Notice that he press his Q, then E, so he doesn't blink forward, but still gets all the damage. They go up. Now they are into the mid lane. The inhibitor is back, but that's going to be unprotected. They want this.
Yeah, Vulcun will probably have to fight them either here or at the next inhibitor. It's a desperation fight that they will probably lose, but I feel like they have to try just to prevent giving away the game.
Okay, well, they're going to move on in. Zion Spartan in front. Shirelli is being popped as well. They get that. They dodge the light binding, and now they go on for the top lane. Sona spamming E for the mobility there, trying to get them around the map faster. She has some nice CDR there. 20% or 30%, I forget what Zeke's gives, if it's 10 or 20. Zion Spartan catches the light binding, though. When they go in on this one, they will not. The Orianna shield prevents them from going in whatsoever. 2 inhibitors for free. Will they go for the third? Will they go for the Nexus?
Looks like they're going for the third inhibitor. Good Game University has not been in this position too many times in this LCS, so they're making sure they take full advantage of it. They still have plenty of time on this Baron buff. They got almost 2 minutes. Even Don't Mash Me is picking up a red buff on the way. They want to take this one slow. They know they're really far ahead, and they're just daring Vulcun to fight them right now.
Well, double dare. We'll see if they do it. If they don't, they're going to, you know. Never mind, looking for a Truth or Dare reference, missed it.
Well, it's like a double dog dare because he's a void puppy.
Nice!
Yeah.
You completely dunked me on that one. All right, there we go. Zuna. If only they had naps, then it'd be a double dog dare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's okay. Together, with teamwork, we have found the pun that we were looking for. Good Game University. Match, we taking a bit of damage. The Kog'Maw still poking them out, not finding a whole heck of a lot. And GGU still with that Baron regen, as well as the Sona regen. Really, they are poking a little bit and keeping their health bars alive. The wave clear is so strong from Vulcun, though, they're really not taking much turret damage yet. It's a successful defense so far. GGU, that turret does really stymie their abilities to run forward. JJ looking for another clear.
I'm not entirely sure how their base isn't getting mercilessly pushed right now with 2 inhibitors down. The Super Minions should be getting there soon for Good Game University, but the fact that maybe it's just the massive home guard boots that Vulcan's been able to push up. Usually when you have 2 inhibitors down, the third one falls fairly shortly because there needs to be a full-time defender for Vulcun, but they're doing quite a good job. I feel like this is going to crack at some point. There's GGU.
They push on Nana. Sona ult catches 4. Look at the damage output there. All the ults coming across. Who's going to take the damage? It's going to be Bloodwater first. In the back line, though, ManCloud very pressured by Elise. He's going to pop Zonia's as well. Sorry, pressured by Akali. There we go. Nintendo taking a bunch of pain. Vulcun actually still alive. No Xmithie will fall out. Nintendo drops down. Zuna putting out a lot of pressure. Flash. Can he dual Don't Mash Me? No, he cannot. Mash Me will take some damage maybe from the Cog passive. It will be enough. He shuts him down. ManCloud and Psycho Sid are alive. They kept their base. Possibly. One turret has died. The bottom lane might be taking some pressure, but yeah, they're putting in some good damage on these minions.
So they held off the push by Good Game University. How hard do they have to work to get their second win and first win of Super Week? They have 2 turrets left on the entire map, and neither of them are very healthy right now. Their inhibitors still need to respawn, and this entire duration of the ace they've just placed on Good Game University is going to be entirely consumed by base defense. They're recklessly trying to keep these things off the turrets.
Oh man, and unfortunately for Vulcun, they did lose their top Nexus turret. Now Nexus turrets do regenerate, so the second one will at least be approaching or at full health when GG returns to the base. I'm also curious to see the timers on inhibitor respawns versus Baron, because Baron's 7 minutes, inhibitors are 2. The inhibitors went down after Baron was taken, so they're going to be kind of similar respawn timers, and I think they need to be up for Vulcun to leave their base. We'll see if they can do that here. Of course, ManCloud Xmithie's still trying to chunk that down. Zuna has finally bought himself even more damage, going for his second Zeal. Attack speed is the name of the game. He is 8-3-2.
And he's going full glass cannon. Like, this is super dangerous against Zion Spartan. The last fight, they could shut him down because pretty much Vulcun caught everybody in a great just Lux stuff, right?
Yeah.
As well as Alistair pulverized, so they couldn't get through it. It was just Zion Spartan who came there. So everyone who didn't get caught up was able to force the Zonias from Zion Spartan, and everyone else was pretty much just getting screwed down by Kog'Maw. And it's really round 2 here for Good Game University. They're not worried about the next Baron, even though it's probably in about a minute. And they might just try another round, but that last one has got to dissuade them a little bit.
Mashby ulted down towards the bottom lane and didn't hit anything with the Ez ult. That was a little weird, but bottom minions
very weird.
Yeah, he just like, I don't know if he was looking for like a possible counter gank, like to check Fog of War, but he's stolen the blue buff away, so that is not great for ManCloud to lose that buff. But again, they were stuck in their base the whole time. Baron up at 45. Inhibitors coming up in the fairly near future. They're going to go for round 2 on the dive. Sona pops Shirelius. The turret is gone. A nice Lux. Oh, what's going to go down first? Zion Spartan intended in the front, Smithy and Malvin Cutie drop very, very low. Intended finds 1 kill onto Smithy. Zion Spartan has popped Zonias. He's going to go down. He flashes back out of this one. He will not. Malvin Cutie has dropped. That is 2 for nothing so far. GG looking to disengage. Mashme in the front, taking a bunch of pain. Psycho Sid trying to run back. Where's the damage going to be from? It has to be Zuna. What will he get here? Jinte scaring him back a little bit. Minions are now onto the Nexus.
Yeah, Zuna's got to worry about the base, even though there's only 3 people up for his team. They really have to turn something around, but I don't know if they can. There's too many things they have to do damage to.
All right, there we go. Another Luxwell comes back. Just some, but there's still not much happening. Inhibitors are coming back, but that's okay. The turrets are still dropping lower. Jinte, he will fall down. Zuna finds 1, but here comes Zion Spartan. Zion Spartan destroys his face. Kog'Maw is going to be in passive form. Mashme taking damage. The Nexus still falling down. That will be the Nexus. GGU finds win number 2 in the LCS.
It took them 44 minutes and every single turret on the map, but they did finish this one off. Zion Spartan 8-4-8 on Akali. Well played. They finally must feel that relief of getting that huge loss streak away from themselves.
Let's go, guys.
Good stuff by them.
And what just a good turn of events. They had the pressure really for most of the game. They were just always a little bit ahead, a little bit at a time, slowly growing that one. A couple of scares in team fights, but they pulled it out in the end. You just see like relief, like the thumbs up from Nintendo, but that is a relief face for the thumbs up.
Yeah, the more experience they get, the better they'll become at winning these types of games. When they had the advantage early, which they've had through a couple of games so far in the LCS, they took it slow and they were able to come out on top. When they get better, they'll do that faster. That was a really good step in the right direction because, you know, they might appear just to have Vulcan's number. That's the 2nd time they beat them this year.
And that's just, you know, it's interesting to see like how these teams match up because they're not just, oh, I'm a team that's, you know, at this skill level. It's a team with a play style and players with certain tendencies and the teams with certain tendencies. And sometimes they just match up in really, really good ways, right? You know, you talked in the very, very beginning where they had beaten Vulcun, who beat CLG, who beat Dignitas, who beat Curse. Like there's this whole arc of like who beats whom, and a lot of those are just sort of playstyle matchups. So it's interesting to kind of watch those interplay.
And the coolest thing is, in the past, a lot of times before teams had the stability of what the LCS is going to provide them, after a team loses a bunch of games in a row, they're just going to disband. But this season we've seen like Vulcun, Marn, and hopefully Good Game University soon, even Complexity have been struggling a lot, but because they have kind of gaming houses intact and they've become good friends with each other, they have the chance and the time to improve on some of these things, and they're staying together and they're working on it, which could really be a good thing for the scene in the long run.
Yeah, we're not even halfway done with this split, so you could see the records completely flop around from the first half so far. 40% of the way through the first split so far after this game. And of course, we've got more action overall. After the break, we're going to talk to both Zion Spartan and Don't Mash Me from GGU. Then we'll see where all of our teams stand at the end of the week. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, and I am pleased to be joined with Zion Spartan and Don't Mash Me of Good Game University. They've just come away with their second victory of the season. Now, you guys have had a tough season so far. What have you done to get this win that you weren't doing when you had all your unfortunate losses?
Me personally, I worked out in the morning at the Sheraton Hotel so I can carry my teammates.
What about you, Zion?
Well, I really looked at analyzed my mistakes. What I did was I just kept making aggressive plays and wouldn't really play safe. And I kind of really reeled in my aggression and try to counter aggress instead of only be aggressive. And that way I wouldn't make dumb plays and I was able to carry my team to victory.
Yeah, because watching that game, you guys were taking it really slow. You were out farming Vulcun for most of the game. Did you guys realize you had a 5,000 or 6,000 gold edge around that first Dragon fight? It was actually the Dragon fight where you got caught by Lux. Did you realize you were up for a fair bit there?
Yeah, I think I was out CSing Zuna by 20-30, not too much.
Okay.
But yeah, I knew we were ahead at all times. We had the stronger team fight. It's just the pressure you feel. That's why we forced the dragons and such.
Okay, so when you guys are up like that, what are your motives and how do you actually decide to end the game? Because it did take quite a while for you guys to actually show your advantage over Vulcun in that game.
Just slowly poke. That's why I picked Ezreal, something safe. And we had the Ori ball, so whenever they got caught out of position, we just feel the need that, oh, let's initiate, let's go. And yeah, that's how we slowly do it.
Awesome. As soon as I got my Hourglass, I knew that I could just go in, Orianna could ult, and I just Hourglass, and then their whole team would crumple under the AoE.
Nice. So you also picked Akali in this game. You've been playing a lot of Fizz lately this weekend as well. What do you like about see a bit of a laugh by Don't Mash Me? Have you shied away from the Fizz picks in the future? Are you going to be playing more Akali? How's your champion pool kind of rounding itself out?
I just love to play Assassins. I hate playing the tanky meta, build health and stuff. Playing Assassins is just so much more fun, and you have potential to carry top. A lot of the champions other people play, Hotshot, he'll play Malphite and Cho'Gath. He's just being the front line for double lift to carry. But when I play Akali and Fizz and stuff, I'll have a chance to carry. I still need to work on that Fizz though.
Awesome. A little bit of work. You'll land a few more ults in the future. As a team though, because you guys have had the roster shakeups, and I know Don't Mash Me has tweeted about not using Shifter as an excuse, right? What are you guys doing, and how is the team molding itself? What are some teams? I'm screwing up this question a little bit. Some teams like CLG, as you said, are all about protecting double lift. Are you guys a split carry focus? Are you a protect don't mash me focus? Are you Zion Spartan carries top focus? How is it trying to develop?
I feel we're focused on all of us carrying because we're just by nature an aggressive team and we just go really hard, and when we put our aggression into more practiced aggression, we'll just become a really fearsome team, and that's what we need to work on to be able to round out our team.
How do you think you get to that point? How do you become more aggressive?
Basically, the aggression is there, but what's not there is when to be aggressive. I was saying earlier, aggression is important, but what's even more important is counter aggression. You see their jungler in a ward bottom, and you know you can win the trade, then you start going all out. But you can't just go all out all the time because then you can get yourself in risky situations, when you don't know where the jungler is and stuff like that.
Awesome. So now, after crazy Super Week, where you guys played 5 games, you got about 2 weeks off before you go to MLG Dallas. Is there anything particular you're going to do to practice in the 2 weeks? Are you guys taking any kind of breaks? Are you going to try to develop more strategies? How's it going to work?
In our situation, practice a lot more. Definitely everybody, including me. And shout out to Cherry and happy birthday, Foxy.
Well, I got a couple more questions for you. Don't mash me. But
okay.
Thanks for the shout-outs on this one. Your champion pool, you were talking earlier. Yeah. You said you won. First thing you said, it's because I picked Ezreal.
Yeah.
Why do you like Ezreal, and are you away from Twitch now?
It's just safe pick. Sometimes, like last game, I got camped so much. That's why I had to pick Ezreal instead of picking a hyper carry like Kog'Maw or something. I stray away from hyper carries lately because I keep getting camped or I don't know. It's just a rough. They always try to counter pick in general against me.
All right, so this is the final question I got for you guys. Are you in a gaming house yet? Are you moved in? Are you settled like the rest of the teams, or how's that working out for you?
We're currently looking for a gaming house. Mash Me and Nintendo will move in, and Bloodwater will visit occasionally, but me and Shifter are still going to school, so.
Okay.
We might have a gaming house, but we won't have all 5 players into it for at least the first half of this season.
All right, awesome. Thanks for the interview. Don't Mash Me and Zion Spartan, of course, of Good Game University. They just came away with their second win of the LCS. They will be hoping to carry that momentum through to MLG Dallas in the next week. Ezreal picks coming out strong, Akali picks coming out strong, the aggression wants to come in, but we have some of the top plays of the day by Kobe24 about to be presented on the Telestrator. Let's send it over to him.
Thanks, guys. I'm back again, and I've got an action-packed team fight here for you from Dignitas versus Marn, where Dignitas really come ahead in the game, and they just snowball the entire game from there. So you can see at the beginning, Elise down here on the minimap really far away from the Dragon Pit, and as well, Diana's all far away, but Dignitas want to take advantage of Tristana's weak mid game, so they don't want to give up the Dragon for free, and Crumbs is going to come right in here to try and steal the Dragon. And then Patoy will come around, try and run defense for him, use his CC to delay Team Marn until the rest of Dignitas can get there. All right, let's run this at full speed. Here goes Crumbs. Doesn't get the Dragon steal, but he does pretty good job. Let's pause it one more time. All right, Patoy, he just used his CC here. You can see he locked up Marn, Echo, and Atomic. Skara has his eyes on them. He wants to dive right in onto those squishies, so he's going to Crescent Strike right in there. And I'm a Cutie Pie, the third member of Dignitas, is coming around. He has a lot of damage. He wants to help out here. So he's going to come try and take down Claky D. Crumbs, he just missed his smite. He got exhausted. He needs to get out of there as quickly as possible. So let's run this at 50% speed. All right, here we go. There comes the crescendo from Atomic. Really nicely played. Let's pause it one more time. All right, so we see Tristana uses Rocket Jump onto Cutie Pie, but Cutie Pie immediately barriers. He's going to block a lot of that damage. Really good job by him. And Crumbs barely got out of that crescendo, so let's rewind it again at 25%. You can see he barely misses this crescendo. Almost got it with our Atomic. Pause one more time. All right. Now, Patoy's going to back off after he just tried to save them. So with Crumbs getting out, we're going to have him get chased by Claky D, and they want to finish this one off. Let's run it again at 50% speed. Here we go. The crescendo does hit. There's the jump onto Cutie Pie, but he's going to be able to get away after Claky has that knock-up. Pause it one more time. Crumbs chases Claky D down. He wants to finish him off, but Claky's going to turn right around, kill Crumbs. Thank goodness for Dignitas. We've got the spider up in the top, so he'll clean that up. And Cutie Pie is going to be the real one to watch the rest of this team fight. He gets away from Mega Zero by using his dash and then flash right up here, and he'll turn back around to add a bunch of damage on the rest of this. All right, let's play it again, full speed. There goes the execute. They answer it with one more kill, and Cutie Pie, he answers rockets. You see how low his health and mana are? But he survives this whole fight. Attack, move, it's orb walking. He finished off 2 more people. Mega Zero's not gonna get the kill either. Great job by Cutie Pie, and they just use that to snowball the entirety of the rest of that game. Let's send it back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks, Kobe. We've now reached the end of Week 4 in North American LCS, so here's where the teams currently stand. Dignitas are in first place at the end of Week 4 at 10-2. Cursed down to second. They lost the undefeated streak 9-2 them. CLG and TSM tied for third at 7-4. Marn at 4-5 right on their heels. Vulcun 4-9. GGU finally up from the bottom 2-10. Complexity 1-8.
And after Super Week, as we expected, the standings are so much different. Dignitas, really the huge winners of this week. Marn, huge surprise, but at 10-2, #1 team in North America, and I think they're becoming globally feared.
Yeah, Dignitas have looked so amazing after that one. And of course, with Super Week, it's time for a Super MVP. For helping his team get first place this week by absolutely rolling the mid lane, we've picked Skara from Team Dignitas, our MVP there.
Yeah, and the crazy thing here is 23 kills, 3 deaths, and 26 assists the entire game. An unreal record in that. His 16.3 KDA in Week 4 was just absolutely crazy. 418 goal per minute is incredibly high as well. He just crushed the entire week. Mid lane, top lane, jungle, everything for Dignitas was working great.
Yeah, absolutely an amazing play. And because of that, because the entire team did amazingly, honorable mention goes to Kiwi Kid for being the first top laner to actually beat Voyboy straight up. And Cop with an incredible 25 KDA this week, doing amazingly for Curse despite 2 losses in the week. Still a great score.
Yeah, I mean, Skara is the first repeat MVP we've had in the North American LCS, but like League of Legends often, it's very much a team game. It's just so close for those guys, and everyone is performing. Without the other guys, Skara wouldn't be able to be as aggressive in mid lane and pick up that many kills.
Yeah, so of course, big shout out to Dignitas. Now, of course, Super Week continues in Europe on Saturday, where we have 6 big games coming up. That day starts off with Fnatic versus Copenhagen Wolves. After that, Evil Geniuses battles against All Authority. Dignitas takes on Gambit.
Fnatic takes on Gambit, but
What?
then
What did I say?
You said Dignitas, but
Oh.
it's okay. Then Giants face off against Dragonborns, followed by SK Gaming versus the Copenhagen Wolves, and finally it will be Gambit versus Against All Authority. It all starts Saturday at 8 a.m. Pacific and 5 p.m. Central European Time.
Now, guys, I have some bad news. Don't get too upset, but next week the North American LCS will take a break. I know I'll miss you too, but I gotta say, chat, I'm gonna miss you the most of all.
But the good news is, in 2 weeks, we'll be visiting the MLG Winter Championship live from Dallas, Texas, where the teams will be playing a set of 12 games over the weekend. Be sure to go to lolesports.com to get all the details. You won't want to miss it.
And of course, we can't wait to see you there. I'm Freak, and on behalf of Jat, Riv, Kobe24, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you at MLG.
Penny still getting the damage down the sapling to Roddick. Oh, he gets him! Touchdown!
I think there's skill potential on Zen.
Going on, Ori. Going on, Ori.
Who's that? That's
I don't know. GG. Fucking GG. Good job. Good job, guys.
Just fucking stay here and hit this. He started.
Tries to find it. Double kill for this Corky. Cutie Pie will survive that encounter. That is an ace for Dignitas with only 2 deaths.